that it's, that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Brian Koberger. But I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I've never got an email back yet.
There we go. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the stream. Today is 4/3 of 2024. We are back today to talk about Sebastian Rogers. There's been some updates coming in. Well, one update that I've seen about these glasses. I thought I read it wrong the first time. I thought it was the glasses were not found or were not confirmed, which they are not confirmed. I'm going to show you right here. New search underway for Sebastian Rogers as investigators confirm glasses were not his. Okay. So again, per Independent Code, they said new search underway for Sebastian Rogers as investigators confirm glasses were not his. Now, a pair of glasses found in the area where teenager Sebastian Rogers disappeared in Tennessee did not belong to him, investigators confirmed on Wednesday morning. A new search has begun in the area where the autistic 15-year-old disappeared more than 15 weeks ago. At a press briefing on Tuesday, Eric Craddock, chief deputy for the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, confirmed that the glasses had been found with an investigation underway. On Wednesday morning, SCSO issued an update saying it wanted to clarify that the glasses or the eyeglasses recently found are not related to Sebastian Rogers. The update came after the office announced its renewed search with dozens of officers seen searching around a highway known as Long Hollow Pike, just north of Hendersonville, Tennessee. In a statement, SCSO said it and other agencies were conducting another thorough search of the area close to where the 15-year-old vanished on the 25th of February. Despite exhaustive efforts, there are no new leads or evidence to indicate the search will be immediately fruitful. SCSO said, however, we are committed to leaving no stone unturned in our mission to locate Sebastian and bring him home safely. Photos and video from the scene showed officers scouring the area on foot, including climbing through thickets alongside creeks, while rafts were also brought in. And here's a little video of that. Let's check it out. Here it is right here. It's a little video of, I guess, I don't know if it was around the time that they found it. What's going on, Froggy? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Nice to see all the familiar folks in here right now. Tons of you. Shout out to all of you. Buck Cherry Lover, how are you doing? GB Folk, nice to see you. Diane, nice to see you. Pam, how are you doing today? Note to self in the building. Whoop, whoop. I see you. Marianne, how are you doing? What is going on today? I don't know. So this was from this search. I think this was yesterday, but let me make sure. Let's see what it is. Was this from yesterday? April 3rd. No, that's from today. We'll share that. That's from this morning. That's from this morning. So that was the article I wanted to show you again, just so you do know. Let me bring this up here. These are not his glasses. New search underway for Sebastian Rogers as investigators confirm glasses were not his. But let's address the elephant in the room, ladies and gentlemen. What is going on? All right, so many people last night This is why I came up here too. I wanted to talk to you guys about this and watch a couple videos before we jump into the phone calls. Phone calls are my favorite. I love hearing from all of you. Make sure you hit the like button as you're coming in, as we are covering the Sebastian Rogers stories around the clock with updates, etc. So if you were tuned in for the Sebastian Rogers case, make sure you turn that notification bell on. Pam, nice to see you. Janine, how you doing? She said, let's do it. Shout out to all the new members. I seen you. Heather, thank you. Connie, thank you. Roop, thank you for the 14 months. Heather, thank you for the 5 memberships. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you for the support to the channel.
News 2, breaking news alert.
Breaking news, a massive search for missing teen Sebastian Rogers is underway right now in Sumner County. Multiple law enforcement agencies are out searching, including the FBI, the TBI, and sheriff's deputies. Sebastian has been missing for more than a month now. Investigators have said there has been no evidence of foul play, but they are not ruling out anything. That brings us to today with the ongoing operation happening right now. Apparently, the search has been in the works for several days.
Right.
News 2's Ali Lynch has been at the scene all morning. She is live now from the command center in Hendersonville.
What's going on, Kenzie? Nice to see you.
Well, Nikel, good morning. So I'm told this is going to be a 2-day search.
I
And the
see.
response we've seen this morning is just massive. So right now there's at least 10 agencies out here, totaling more than 100 people helping search for 15-year-old Sebastian. So this search comes one day after law enforcement held a press conference
5
saying
weeks.
they would renew search efforts. True to their word, you can see from this video, it's happening here this morning. The Sumner County Sheriff tells News 2 they're looking along the Long Hollow Pike area once again to make sure they haven't missed anything. We've seen law enforcement search through neighbors' yards, garages, as well as creeks here in this vicinity. Sebastian, who has autism, was last seen on February 26th when his parents
Sebastian, what?
was last seen on February. Sebastian, who has autism, was last seen on February.
Oh, I thought she said Sebastian, who is autism. I was like, what?
26, when his parents told police he walked out of their
on,
Hendersonville
Nick George,
home
PB
in the
Remix?
middle
Nice
of
to
the
see you.
night. The 15-year-old has not been seen since.
J-Lo.
Now, just a little bit ago, the sheriff's office says that a pair of glasses that people were thinking belonged to Sebastian has nothing to do with Sebastian. They do not belong.
Okay, so if they have nothing to do with Sebastian, why are we mentioning this at a presser? Why would we stand up in front of the world and say, well, we found some glasses? They don't say that it's not connected to Sebastian when they first did that. So the whole entire night, people ran rampant over these glasses. Oh my God, glasses, 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 glasses. And they've been being talked about, right? They've been being talked about, but they're confirmed not to be his glasses. And you heard it here. There was a report here. Also, you've seen the article. So as people are talking about these glasses, the glasses are out. But now there's another rumor out there. I don't know if this is true. Again, I do not know if this is true, but they are saying that allegedly the Proudfoots moved to Memphis. This is what people were hitting me up with all night, emailing me. I'm like, where are people getting this from? Where are people getting that they moved to Memphis? Wow.
Belong to him. Authorities also
Thank you,
say that
Harley.
this search
Love you being
here
here.
this
Thank
morning
you.
has been in the works for several weeks. Reporting live here this morning, Ali Lynch,
Cheech.
News 2.
How you doing, Cheech? I think we've seen this already, but okay, this is the search video that we were just watching. So this is by the new terrain that they're searching. Who is this? Who's this searching? Another officer or what? What's going on, Ratha? Welcome. Red want to go. Love the name. Kathleen, what's going on? Thank you, Jalen. I appreciate you. Jalen, I appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Okay, so he's searching this thicket here. I mean, this is big trees. That's all we're looking at. But this area is so thick. I mean, imagine how you could walk by this and walk by remains. You know what I mean? You know, you could probably walk by remains so easily out here. Hopefully they got a dog with them. You need to get some sleep. I did. I slept very good, by the way. Thank you for what I appreciate you, Karen. Kate, hopefully today's
breaking news this morning. A new search is underway for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers in Sumner County. Here's a live look at the scene. This is from Jerry Barler in our News 2 First Alert Unit.
Again, and I'm hearing about a tip that they got out here, but they're not talking much about it. People are saying that they got a tip for this certain location, and that, hold up, is that Seth in the background over there? I don't know.
Significant response at the command center right off of Long Hollow Pike right now. Sebastian Rogers
This is a
disappeared
different
from his
command
home
center,
in
huh?
late February. Weeks of searching has yielded no progress. Still no sign of the little boy. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office said this morning they are committed to leaving no stone unturned.
Thank you
We'll
for
have a
that.
crew following the search throughout the day and bring you updates as we get them. So breaking news now in the search for Sebastian Rogers. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office just announced a new search is underway for the teenager who disappeared in late February. Allie Lynch has been following this story for us all morning.
Well, Nikki, good morning. Right now,
It's a new video.
law enforcement agencies are conducting another thorough search in the Long Hollow Pike area for Sebastian. However, the sheriff's office says despite exhaustive efforts, there are no new leads or evidence to indicate the search will be successful. The 15-year-old with autism disappeared on February 26th after his parents told deputies he walked out of the house in the middle of the night. An Amber Alert was issued the very next day. The sheriff's office says they have received 314 tips in this investigation, and they're looking into each one. Officials say while there are not any visible search crews and drones,
I didn't see that.
Sebastian's case remains a priority. When asked how his team is handling
Thank
this
you.
high-profile case, Chief Deputy Eric Craddock said morale is high, and they're doing everything they can to bring Sebastian home safely.
If my kid was missing, this is the team I'd want on it. The men and women of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, the FBI partners, the other local agencies, the Secret Service.
What's going on, Justin?
Everyone who's had a hand in this
Nice to
case
see you, brother.
is doing everything they can to find Sebastian. Morale's high. We are here and we are dedicated.
He said, "We
So
are here.
Craddock
We are
also
dedicated."
says they may have a potential new piece of evidence. He said in yesterday's news conference that they found a pair of eyeglasses in the past couple of days and are working to figure out if they're connected.
Them eyeglasses aren't connected. You're late. Why are you just putting this video out now? What is going on with that? Anyways, we're about to open up the lines. I want to hear from you guys because apparently, including to hundreds of emails and tons of people telling me, "Whoa, that the Proudfoots have moved to Memphis." Well, somebody call in and tell me where you got this from. 219-885-9693. I want to hear about that. I want to hear about it because I cannot find nothing on that. I'm just saying. I want to confirm that today. Let's confirm that they did move to Memphis. 423, you're on with me. Talk to me.
Hey, Doug from Tennessee.
Doug from Tennessee. What's going on, my brother? How you doing today?
Don't drink the water.
Don't drink the water. Doug from Tennessee is starting to show off with. What's your thoughts on this case, Doug? What's going on?
I believe some perverts got him.
Oh, you think a pervert's got him?
Yep,
Interesting.
that's what I believe.
So where would this pervert take him, Doug?
In a basement, chained up. That's what I believe.
So
And
you
it's around in that.
really do think that he was abducted by somebody?
Yep,
Wow, interesting. This is a little different than what I'm used to hearing.
because I don't believe them people had nothing to do with him disappearing. He walked out. These perverts are looking to grab some child.
Wow.
They are looking to grab people. And I believe it's around in that neighborhood.
Are you familiar, Doug? I know you're from Tennessee, but are you familiar with Hendersonville? What's up in Hendersonville? What's the buzz around there?
I believe it's got something to do with SA. And I believe somebody's got that little boy. I believe that about Summer Wells.
Well,
she was sold for SA.
Well, let me put this out there. Let me give a public service announcement to if somebody does have him in Summer Wells, you will be found. You will be hunted down. Whether it's 3 years from now or tomorrow or tonight, your ass is grass. Best believe
it'll come out.
Your ass is grass. Whatever happened, it will come to light. What's in the dark will come to light, as everybody always says.
But you think about it. You think about it, them big old subdivision houses there. I could put you in a basement, let nobody in, and you'll never be found.
That's a wild one.
And Summer Wells, I believe she's in a religious compound somewhere.
A religious compound.
And it's all got to do with that church.
Wow.
I've heard through rumors that her Sunday school teacher was in Texas with David Koresh when they busted him. She was 8-year-old.
8 years old. That's
a summer school teacher. And these religious cults, they take these little girls in there and they have children with them and children after children.
Right.
And married to 30 of them.
Children after children, married to 30 of them. So you think that the same thing that happened to Summer is happening here to Sebastian? You think?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
But it's a different selection of cult. It's a pervert. This is a pervert. Not no wanting a little girl. This is a pervert.
Well, Doug, I don't like to drink the water for sure. I like to keep an open mind because at this point we don't know where Sebastian is. He walked off the face of the earth February 25th that night, or going into the morning on the 26th. He hasn't been seen since. We cannot mark off that he has, that he could possibly not been abducted. We cannot mark that off the list, especially if he really did leave his house.
I believe he's still alive.
You believe he's still alive? I love the
hope. I believe he's still alive, and some pervert has got him.
I mean, how do you hide someone? How do you hide someone so hot? Meaning, like, he's a hot topic out here. People are looking for him. His face is everywhere. How does somebody stop him from go? Do they keep him at a location? I mean, how are they doing this?
Put him in a basement, lock him up on a chain, and leave him.
I've seen that case.
You'll never find him.
I've seen a case like that, Doug, where they had somebody locked into a what do they call it? He had him locked into this friggin'
cell. I had that girl locked into a cell.
Cracked it open, and he was going in there and doing things to her. Yes, I remember that case very well.
And it could be happening to him too, right there in that big old subdivision.
Yeah,
and he's been looking. People been watching him, and somebody finally grabbed him. That's just my belief. Parents just don't let the kids walk out. Somebody sneak in and grab you, you're gone. That's a big old house. That's a big house.
I hope you're right as far as him being alive. I really do. I hope that he is alive. I hope that he, Seth gets a chance.
And eventually he will escape.
Eventually.
I believe he will. He will escape.
Man, I haven't heard this one yet. Being held captive somewhere in a basement. This is a different theory for sure.
I mean, there's nobody. There's nowhere, no disappearance. Either they got him hid out with some family somewhere out of the country, or somebody's got him kidnapped.
Mm-hmm.
And they're essaying him. And he would be easy to handle because he's mentally, they could let him watch cartoons all the time and play video games. He'd be happy. But I just believe somebody abducted that little boy.
Damn. Well, could this have been somebody that he had met online? But then again, you feel like investigators would have uncovered that. So is it somebody who preyed on him for months or a decent amount of time? Yeah. You know how these predators do.
Groomed him for months. And met him down there, and they met where his last scent was.
We'll find out, Doug.
That little retention pond, they found the scent down at it.
They did.
And it disappeared. Okay, what if he was meeting that so-called friend that groomed him, and they just put him in a car and took off?
Yeah, dude, this is that's an interesting take. Again, they did empty out that retention pond, and he was not there. No trace, like you said. Was he walked by there by someone? Good. Well, you never know.
Oh, he walked there to meet someone.
Doug, we'll find out, man. I appreciate you calling in and being a voice here for Sebastian here on today's show. As we're going to continue to talk about this, I'm trying to find out some more information on this move to Memphis because people keep emailing me. They moved to Memphis. Oh my God!
Everybody's accusing him.
They are.
And I know it's got to be distracted on the wire. I don't know where my son's at, and I can't compare it. And they jumping on these people. They could be totally innocent, and somebody snatched that little boy. I would be looking at the SAs around that neighborhood.
Yeah, is he a pro? Well, Doug, thank you for calling in, brother. I appreciate you again being a voice here for Sebastian Rogers and starting off today's show. I'm glad I got to hear from you today. First one to get through.
It's hard for me to get through, brother. It's hard to get through to you.
Well, you're through.
Well known.
You're through today, my brother, and I'm glad you are. I look forward to hearing from you every live. I'm glad you squeezed through. I hope you have a blessed day, Doug.
Hey, if you get an email from Cornbread, that's my number.
Yes, sir. I'll be looking for you.
All right.
I'll be looking for you, Doug. God bless you. Doug from Tennessee. 219-85-9693. People are saying that these allegedly they moved to Memphis, house on the etc., but I have not seen that. The number is above, and I will pin it in the chat here in a second. 252, I'm on with you. Talk to me. Caroline in the building.
Hi, this is Kim from North Carolina.
Kim, how are you doing today? You are on. What is going on? What's your thoughts with this case? And have you heard anything about them moving to Memphis, allegedly?
After kind of watching like the podcast with the Pascal show and JLB and everybody else, it says that they have, but I've heard, the thing with him saying that they're selling the house or going to sell the house. Right now, it's just a bunch of BS until anybody knows what actually is going on with that house. Nobody knows. Nobody cares. Everybody needs to worry about Sebastian.
Absolutely, 100%. Agreed.
And my thing of it is that I cannot understand why nobody is going back and putting up the new picture of him.
The new picture of him, which the one with no glasses?
The no glasses. When it looked like it was probably taken at Christmas time.
I have it right here.
And
saved.
So nobody other than I've seen it on your cast and maybe one other, but they all want to use the younger pictures. And you know what? That's not him. He doesn't look like that anymore.
Yeah, this is the picture that you're talking about right here. I'm showing it on screen. I got it on my phone.
Yeah, I'm looking at. I've got you muted.
I have it saved on my phone. When I first seen it yesterday, I was like, save right away because we definitely want anything that we get that's
out
newer.
And about.
Exactly. So I mean, what do you think happened to him? Where is he at? It's like I don't even know. We're going into day 40 almost, right? And literally no trace of him whatsoever.
I don't think he's with us anymore. I don't.
That breaks my heart.
And that's unfortunately that's my opinion.
Yes, it is.
That's my thought. And it's only because he is 15 years old. He is a high functioning autistic. I know he knows what he can and cannot do in certain situations. But if he's having a meltdown, if he's having other things going on, he's just not really coming. He wouldn't have known what to do. And it's just he was in somebody else's hands. He was supposed to go live with his dad. Okay, great. Why couldn't you let him go live with him sooner?
Yeah.
Just sent him off. Let him go with Seth. Let him and Seth would gladly have took care of him no matter what. And she could have packed her mess and she could have went on and went to Memphis and been with her icky old man or whatever you want to call him and kept right on going.
Yeah, no, we read it. It's crazy because it just, I don't know. It's this again, him walking off allegedly barefooted with this fire.
It's not going to happen.
It just doesn't make sense.
Happen.
I
can understand he's autistic, but he is a high functioning autistic. And even then, I mean,
smart boy.
You're looking at him getting mad, and he's just going to run out of the house without his shoes, and the door's locked, and he can't get back in to get his shoes. He knows the code of that house to get in and out. Even Katie herself said it in one of the first interviews they did. He knows the code to the house. It may have been to the garage, but he knew the code to get in. So if he got locked out, he could have got right back in.
Yeah. So if he got locked out, You said he knew the code?
They did. They said that in, I think it's the one where him and her are sitting at a table. I think it's the very first one that was done.
Yeah.
And, because she's looking straight ahead. She's not looking down, but where she's doing the rock. She's got that rock going on back and forth. And said, that his chore was to take the trash can to the road. All right. So if he went out,
I remember that part. That rung a bell.
He went out the front door.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he grabbed the trash can. Guess what? It locked. But she did say somewhere in there he knew the code, and I want to say it was the code to the garage.
That's true. The code to the garage. This dude sounds experienced at his kind. I don't know. This is.
I'm gonna go back and relook at it.
So you're talking, the interview you're talking about, correct?
Because I know I remember hearing it.
Mm-hmm. It's the interview. I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember it all in totality. But
I remember. I just know the one. It's where they're sitting at a table, and you can actually see both of them. And I think it's the very first one they ever did. And instead of it being on actual news channel, it was I understand they did a YouTube channel, but still, I would have put it on a regular channel. NBC, ABC, CBS, Good Morning America, something.
Yeah, it is.
Something bigger.
So at the end of the day here, what do you think is going to happen within the next week? Do you think he's going to be found within the next week? Do you have hope, or do you think that this is going to continue and grow into something like Summer Wells?
I think it's going to be like it did with the little girl that disappeared, and they still haven't found her either.
Summer Wells.
Yeah, it seems to be something with Tennessee. I don't know what's going on in Tennessee, y'all, but it's something with Tennessee.
Well, I mean, they found Riley Strain, so but that
we were waiting.
But there was video footage in his direction. You know what I mean? There was video footage in Riley's direction. Here, allegedly, they could see him taking out the trash. But where's that?
There's not that. But the thing of it is, even if he did take out the trash, shouldn't there have been a scent of him taking the trash cans out? But they didn't pick that up either. So what they need to do is go. Supposedly, that was the place that they live in, Hendersonville. Supposedly someone said on another podcast that I watched earlier today that it was up and coming. So they should have cameras everywhere. So why aren't they looking at other cameras to even see if they can by chance see him in the vehicle still?
It is in the Nancy Grace interview. He didn't know the code to the garage. That's what they're saying. He knew the code to the house.
Okay. So I knew it was one or the other. I just remembered hearing it somewhere that I knew he knew a code to get into if he got locked out.
All right. So before I let you go, move on to the next caller. Foul play, or he walked off and got lost.
Foul play.
Foul play?
Foul play, 100%.
Well, I appreciate you calling in and being a voice for Sebastian Rogers as we continue to cover this story. I'll be coming with the most, up-to-date information that I could possibly find. We are in contact with Seth Rogers here with the Rev Gang family. So if there's any new updates, hopefully we hear from him. And
I'm watching.
We'll continue to support him around the clock. I will continue to drop those links down in chat as I do every single stream, because this is about Sebastian Rogers, right? So Sebastian Rogers t-shirt links, ladies and gentlemen, I'm dropping them in chat right now. If you want to print out flyers and you want to hand flyers out, no matter what state you're in, to keep Sebastian's name out, I dropped the link in chat. You can print those out. Thank you so much for being a voice today for Sebastian Rogers. We appreciate you, man. Stay vigilant too. 219-885-9693. It has been confirmed that those glasses that they found and they talked about on that presser yesterday were not Sebastian Rogers. Why they brought him up? I have no idea. Was it to throw us off and have us talk about something that means nothing while they're looking here? I think so. They call that a red herring. 502, I'm on with you. You got to talk to me. Make some sense here.
Hey, it's Small Town Girl. How are you?
Small Town Girl. I'm doing fine. How about yourself?
Good. Just on lunch break real quick.
Glad to have you on. Thank you for joining me on your lunch break.
Oh, well, thank you for being on and all your coverage.
Yes, ma'am.
The news article about them moving to Memphis, I saw JLR posted it yesterday on his Twitter.
Interesting. What did he post on the Twitter again?
It's the news article that says, in the news article, it says that the Proudfoots have moved to Memphis.
Okay. Let me see what.
And he posted that on his Twitter yesterday.
I must have missed that. So authorities are out searching for Sebastian Rogers near the Proudfoot home also, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll bring that up. That's per JLR, reports per JLR. Again, TBI investigation joins ground search for Sebastian Rogers. Authorities are out searching for Sebastian Rogers near the Proudfoot home. That's news coming in here. Awesome.
Yes, and he also did a live this morning. I don't know if you saw it or not, but he
I seen some of it.
Where he like mapped out like different things. I know the glasses have been ruled out now, but he was showing where it was like maybe a mile or so from the grandparents' house. But and I also Seth did an interview last night.
Yeah, I keep hearing that. I don't
and
see.
It was I don't even know. Is it Novelty or something like that? I don't know who it is.
Seth is doing the right thing. He's making his rounds, and that's great. That's great.
And JLR actually played the clip from that live last night where Seth said, and I know, like I said, I know the glasses have been rolled out today, but Seth said that his team found the glasses and he was 90% sure that they were Sebastian's and had them tagged and bagged. Like he used tagged and bagged.
Well, I'm glad that they ended up finding out, and we were stoked yesterday to hear that they found some glasses and hope that there was a sign of Sebastian. But Sumner County Sheriff's Office has posted important announcement, attention to everyone. We want to clarify that the eyeglasses recently found are not related to Sebastian Rogers. The search operation plan for today has been in the works for several days. We appreciate your cooperation and understanding.
Right. Now, I back law enforcement 110%.
Yes, ma'am.
But I don't know, like I just have this gut feeling because like really nobody knew about these glasses until this press conference yesterday. And then in a matter of 24 hours, they're saying that they're not his. Like, I almost kind of, like I said, my gut's just telling me that there maybe, in my opinion, could be more to those glasses, and maybe they're getting blown up, about the glasses, and so they put that statement out this morning. I mean, and it could be 100% true that they're not related, but to have the father, so I don't know. I mean, I still think there's something fishy with the glasses, just like I think there's something fishy with this whole story. I don't think that they're being 100% truthful, and I think that they said that the searches that are going on now have been planned for like a week or more.
Yeah, that's another thing, and I think that's interesting. Why? What?
Yeah.
What's going on there?
Right, and is that really 100% true? And if it is, did the Proudfoots know? And is that why, supposedly, according to JLR's news article, they moved to Memphis?
That's what I'm hearing. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The emails were going crazy when I opened it up, and the amount of people that said, "Oh my God, they moved to," I was blown. I'm like, "Oh my God, I gotta go live, and we gotta talk about this," because
exactly. And like I said, and I mean, I read the news article, and it says that they've moved to Memphis.
I'm looking for it right now.
There's rumors, I don't have anything confirmed, but, rumor is people did like searches and stuff yesterday. It says that the house is going to be listed or shown like in June of this year or something.
Right.
And then it's going to be listed for like $799,000.
I want to bring this up for everybody too. Here, go ahead. You're good. Keep going.
No, so I'm just saying. So I really found that news article yesterday to be quite eye-opening because then, like I said, the press conference talks about glasses that nobody knew about, and then 24 hours later, the glasses don't belong to him, but now they're out today with 200-300 police officers and TBI, and they've got boats and off-road vehicles and stuff out there today. Where were all of these police officers and their equipment 5 weeks ago?
Wow. That's and I also want to give people an update on this. Nancy Grace is still trying to get allegedly to or set up this lie detector test for Chris Proudfoot. Allegedly. Now, somebody had messaged, did you ever set up a polygraph for Chris Proudfoot? We're still trying. So what's going on with the trying? I thought it said place, time, and date.
Yeah, that's him, I think, again, blowing smoke. He doesn't want to take a lie detector test.
I mean, what do you think he knows something? Allegedly? I mean, how are you looking at that?
I think he knows something, because now there's also rumors that I think Seth might have even said it, that when he got to the house that morning, when Chris called him to tell him that his son was missing, Chris was there.
Mm-hmm.
So if Chris was there, he didn't just show up at 1:30 in the afternoon like the first reports came out.
I can't find that thing on Twitter that you were talking about. I can't find that post, the article.
It was yesterday afternoon.
Mm-hmm. It's gone now. Maybe he deleted it. It's gone now.
Maybe he took it down, but it was there yesterday. So I mean, and I truly, and then especially after Nina's interview, I truly feel this whole family is involved somewhere. And again, I'm going back to the glasses, even though they've said that they're not his. The glasses were a mile from his grandparents' house, and then like 2 days later, the grandparents take off to Alaska.
It's pretty interesting. JLR just reported that authorities not prohibiting media and YouTubers from filming them do real searches for Sebastian Rogers. United Cajun Navy prohibited anyone from filming them doing their fake searches. Interesting.
Yeah, and he said that he's going back tomorrow.
Yeah,
he will be there tomorrow.
Yep, JLR. I talked to them. I talked to JLR a lot.
So
this,
I mean, I just find it really.
So I want to ask you one thing before I let you go and move on to the next caller. Do you think that this is a foul play case?
100%. There's no 100% evidence anywhere that I have seen, and I have been watching you nonstop on this case, that proves that he ever made it back to the house after dinner. Nothing. Because they said that there's a video of someone taking the trash out, but it's so dark they can't tell who it is.
Yep, and that's true. And the officer yesterday did say that they're not ruling out foul play yet. So again, we're gonna keep covering
there's no scent of him anywhere.
We're gonna keep covering this around the clock. I appreciate you spending your lunch break with me, talking to me on the phone. I appreciate you. God bless you, man. Thank you for being a voice today for Sebastian Rogers as we continue to cover this story around the clock. Stay vigilant.
Yes, and I just pray that they find something today.
Yes, man. I hope it all ends today. I hope it ends today. I really do.
Yeah, in one way or the other. I just hope Seth gets some sort of peace out of this today.
God bless you, man. We appreciate your voice. Thank you so much. Your voice is so important, and I appreciate you calling me to use it. God bless you. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. People are saying that allegedly the Proudfoots had moved to Memphis, but where is that? I can't find any proof of that, ladies and gentlemen. I really can't. I can't find zero proof of that. Somebody said she said an article was on there from JLR. I don't see this article, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not seeing it anywhere. 937 sent from heaven. What's going on? You're live.
Is this T-REV?
Yes, ma'am. But before we start, mute the background and we'll be good to go. You got 6 minutes. I want to talk to you about the Sebastian Rogers case. What is going on? Have you seen anything about this Proudfoots moving to Memphis, allegedly?
I heard JLR this morning talking about it.
Okay, so JLR
I did watch some of his stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, he was talking about it this morning on his live stream. I think they're just going down there and staying at that campground until that stuff blows over. They might sell that house. It's going to take a minute to sell it,
right?
It's a big, it's a lot of money. I think honestly, this is my theory on it. My mom and dad's from Kentucky, and I got family from Tennessee and all that down in there. And a lot of those remote areas, a lot of those men down through there, and this guy, Chris Proudfoot dude, he's got the boats, he's got the, the four-wheelers and all that kind of stuff. And, he's probably fishes and hunts and all that. I think, like they said, nobody seen him leave that house. Put her car in the garage. I think he never made it home. And I think that Proudfoot dude stowed him down a mine shaft or something. Them guys know all the mine shafts, all the crooks and crevices, and all that stuff because they're out hunting through those mountains and stuff. And I think that's where that kid's at. And I think that they'll probably never find him. Not unless you get a confession or somebody, from that Proudfoot dude. He has every reason. I mean, look at his history. He did it to that Nina girl. He took that baby away from her. And he's the kind of dude, he's nefarious. I think he just would be the kind of guy that, I want you out of here. I can't deal with you. You're a behavioral problem. Because I'm like that doctor. I worked in behavioral health for a long time on kitty psych.
Oh, wow.
And I don't think that kid went too far away from home.
Thank you for your work that you have done for mental health. That's important.
Oh yeah, I did it for years. I did veterans. I worked at the VA.
That's important work that you do, and I want to appreciate you for that important work that you put into this world. God bless you.
Well, I'm retired now, but yeah.
But you still did it though. You know how many people you probably helped. That's great, and I appreciate hearing from people like you that have spent time with people in the trenches. God bless you.
Yeah. It's a tough job because I was listening to that. What was that doctor's name last night?
That was Dr. Amy Salerno.
Yeah. She was
Doctoria Latina. Doctoria Latina.
Yeah. She was on point. Everything she was saying was on point. And when she was talking about, people, he doesn't have any access to any social media, blah, 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 that's BS. Because when I worked over there at the hospital, those kids would be able to get on the computers and things, and the hospital thought they had that crap blocked too.
Right.
And I was sitting at work one day, and this parent calls me. I answer the phone. She says, why is my kid on Facebook?
Interesting.
I said, excuse me? And she said, why is my kid on Facebook? And to find out, them kids can crack that stuff. They know how to get on social media.
Mm-hmm.
They know how to do that. When they're doing those little iPads and all that crap, time they're 2 and 3 years old, don't think for a minute they're not slick. The high-function autistic kid, nah. He might have been on some type of social media, and like that one person said, it's plausible, but it's probably not probable.
Mm-hmm.
I think this Proudfoot dude. That's just me. And this thing when they were going around and around and around about that work truck being in the driveway.
Right.
That chick worked for Brinks. She had to, you have to go through all kinds of clearance and all kinds of crap because them Brinks trucks deal with high volumes of money. And they can be robbed very, very easily. And there's been past history of this trucks being robbed or whatever. If she's actually driving a Brinks truck or whatever, if that's what it was, I don't even know what vehicle it was. But I'm sure there's some kind of protocol involved with that truck. You know what I'm saying? And when they said, hey, look, we can't tell you anything about this truck. We can't move this truck or whatever they were talking about. I'm quite sure the reason why they didn't have any clearance from that company.
No clearance.
You have to have clearance. Yeah, you have to have clearance on that crap. Because when I worked at the VA, they did a background check on me. When you work in psych, they do background checks.
They have you security clearance when you're doing that type of work, or no? Was that only?
Yeah. Government? Oh yeah. When I worked at the VA, I had to have a security clearance.
Interesting.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They check you out too, and it might take them a year to check you out and go through your complete background, but they do check you out.
That's good.
Know everything about you. They do, but I honestly believe and it hurts my heart to even say that about this little boy. It hurts my heart. What kind of world do we live in, Trev? What kind of world do we live in?
A very lopsided world where our system is faulty, and there's a lot of flaws within our system, all the way from, you know, from family conflicts all the way to some of the laws that we have. That's why I'm pushing for change. We need some change. We need some restructured laws.
Absolutely.
It's just there's tons of different things that are corrupt in our country right now, I feel like, or faulty in a sense. And it's like things like this, when somebody goes missing from this location, for instance, allegedly Sebastian was out that night bowling, with eating BJ's, etc., went home, and he goes home and allegedly takes out the trash and goes missing, but there's no evidence of it. And then allegedly there was a thud heard, and nobody checked on this thud that they heard banging on the floor or whatever. What is going on? Why, why isn't nobody talking about where he is? Because if he really did take off from his home, I've seen multiple reports from neighbors around that area that have rain cams and cameras hooked up to their location that said specifically that they seen lights blinking on and off in the room for like 10 minutes straight. Did you see that too?
Yeah, I seen that. And that Hendersonville area down in there, that's not too far from Nashville. A lot of those country music stars and those bigger people live out in the country around in that area and stuff.
Yes,
and yeah, so they have security and all them cameras on those houses and stuff. That kid never even made it home. He never even pulled in that garage. That woman fed that baby his last supper, and that was the end of that. And that personality of hers going on. My mom and dad are Southern people. I get some of that personality because I grew up in that kind of an environment around Southern women and stuff, But I think she's in on it too. I don't think she hurt her son or anything, but I think she let him conveniently dispose of him.
So you, I was about to ask you before I let you go. So you think it is foul play?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Because I live in Ohio. We get that kind of crap around here all the time. You hear things, kids come up missing, and I don't know where they're at, or they walked off, or blah blah. That. Listen, T, if that was my baby, you would have had to prick fingers off the door jamb of that house to make me leave my baby behind. And me not knowing where they're at, ain't no way in hell I'd have walked off. Hell would have froze over. I would have walked off. I'd have stayed there until I absolutely knew, until they found my son. Because I'd have been out walking them streets. I'd have been looking for him. I wouldn't have been going to Memphis and going, no. Nope.
I wouldn't have been going to Memphis. It is
no,
crazy.
I would have been, and most women wouldn't. Most of these women, and especially them Southern women down there, will F you up over one of their kids. You don't mess with a Southern woman's babies. I'm telling you, I know. I know that for a fact.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, being a voice here for Sebastian. There's tons of people calling in that want to get through. I appreciate you getting through and being that voice for Sebastian. I can't wait to hear from you again. There's going to be information coming out, obviously, every day as these searches are going on. So we're going to continue to cover this story. We want to find out where Sebastian is. Everybody like to chat up with them green hearts. We want to find out where Sebastian is. Hashtag find Sebastian, green hearts, light it up. Let's keep it going, keep sharing, keep hitting the like buttons on all the posts, the lives, the Twitter, everywhere that you are. Anything that you see with this boy that is a fact or somebody's talking about something, retweet it. Keep his name out there. And I'm going to keep posting the flyers and shirts. Thank you, man, for being a voice for him today. But I need you to do things.
You keep strong. You keep that army strong, because that's the only way that the pressure stays on these people. And maybe if enough pressure stays on these damn people, they'll quit hurting their freaking kids, Yes. So you stay strong, T.
God
See you later.
You. Thank you. Stay vigilant. Lock your doors. 219-885-9693. Somebody said this is the only thing that they can find. So let's look at it. News 4 claims the Proudfoots have moved to Memphis. Hopefully, confused about their little trip to Memphis. Posted by Trevor Lee. 515, you are live. What is going on? Talk to me here.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm talking to you. So what is
Okay.
going on in your mind when you sit back and you look at everything in this case?
Okay, I'm going to play devil's advocate.
Mm-hmm. Let's play it.
I guess I'll put my opinion out there. Do you remember a case, like within the last 5 years, of the boy that snuck out of his house?
Mm-hmm.
He ended up being in a vacant house across the street in a chimney.
I don't know what story you're talking about. What story are you pertaining to?
It's been like within the last 5 years. I guess where I'm going with this is they look, you know, the parents got accused, foul play, da-da-da-da-da-da. The kid ended up being deceased and was in a chimney in a vacant house across the street that they had searched. The police had searched. So I'm kind of sadly thinking it might be something along the lines of that. But on the devil's advocate part of it,
Yes, ma'am.
have you seen on Reddit?
Have I seen on
there's a
Reddit?
divorce. On Reddit, there's a divorce.
I've seen it.
I'm thinking it may have been a statement or something
I've seen it.
that Katie had did in their divorce filing.
Yeah, I think I posted one page of it yesterday, and people were like, "What's your motive here?" I'm like, "No, dude, I'm just sharing a page that I found." Like, what? There's no motive here.
Well, okay, and I guess in the where I'm going with the devil's advocate with the Nina stuff, everybody thinks, you know, leopard doesn't change its spots or whatever that saying is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he had to. Yes, we do. He admitted on TV or on YouTube, whatever, that yeah, he whipped his stepson with the belt. Da 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 da.
Right.
Now there is documentation of Chris doing the same thing, or excuse me, not Chris, but of Seth doing the same thing, and I haven't heard nobody bad mouthing him at all.
So hold up. There's been documentation that Seth did the same thing.
Yes, on
now,
Reddit. Yes, go look up on Reddit.
No. I believe
Katie's
what you're saying, and I've seen talks like that. But can you let us know what you're seeing out there? For people who are like thinking, what did this woman? What did she see? Let's hear it.
Katie said that Seth has spanked their son Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
This was when they were together.
Yes, ma'am.
And this was, you know, when you're of course, all of that evidence, you know, you want to put out every bad thing that you can if you're wanting to get full custody. Da 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 da.
Yes, ma'am.
But everything, there's like a lot of shit. Him like swinging the belt, aiming, you know, not paying attention to where he's hitting, and close to his head.
Oh wow, interesting.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that women. Yes, I know how women can be devious, and I know that if I, in the back of my mind, ever thought that my ex-husband was going to like physically hurt my kids, if I had an inkling of that, I would probably maybe lay some flavor on that in my divorce filing. So I'm not saying that he was as terrible as what Katie is saying in that paperwork.
Yes, ma'am.
But the shit, if he hit him with a belt, that's the same thing as what Chris did, and he said it was just one time.
Oh, I agree. If that is the truth, then it is. I look at it the same way. If that is, you know,
because everybody, I mean, I've heard everybody saying you don't do that to another man's child. It's man code. Da 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 da. Okay, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was people that was saying right after that, and he's autistic. Okay, maybe Chris fucked up this man code stuff because you don't spank another person's child. But if we're going to say that you don't hit a autistic child, now whether that's mama, daddy, stepdaddy, grandma, grandpa, the teacher, the lady at the daycare center, or my pastor, that should apply across the board, don't you think?
Not the
pastor. We're not going to hit an autistic child with a belt. That should apply to everybody.
Agreed.
Not just the stepdad.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Yeah, it applies to everyone in the world that we're talking about, right?
I mean, it should, but I don't think that Chris did anything, and this is why I think that he doesn't or didn't. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
He's too fucking cocky. He said on TV, "Are we going to hand out apologies?" I really think this guy thinks that much of himself. I just think that he's a dick, and that's what everybody's seen right off the bat. And because he was he had to have did it. Oh my God, he's got other kids. He's going through this custody battle where he was abusive to this Nina and him, and I can't remember, Faith. I can't remember if that's what the girl's name was or not. But anyways, their daughter. There's three sides to every story. So
there is. And I'm glad you're saying that, because that is very true. And it's reality that there's two sides to every story.
And what happens behind closed doors in a relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
That's why there's three sides to every, perception.
I agree. I agree. I agree with you 100%.
There's her perception, his perception, and then what really in their fights or whatever, or maybe what really happened with the spanking of Sebastian from Dad and from Chris. Maybe they weren't that bad, but by golly, we heard that somebody used a belt on an autistic child, but yet the kid's still there. Why wasn't he taken away?
It's a great question.
And I don't believe that there's never been any discussion from Sebastian or just teenage bitching that, I don't want to go home. Chris is a dick. I don't know how he allows them to talk to him, whatever.
Right.
I know guys are a little bit more laid back and lax with their teenage sons of how they're allowed to go and talk to them versus standing in front of mama.
So I want to break this down, and I don't mean to cut you off or cut it short, but in general, you think this is foul play? You think this is foul play?
Foul play as in,
or do you think that this is just a young teen that ran away?
I think something, I think that not per se ran away, but maybe he was sneaking out to go do something cool. I agree with your previous caller on them having access to social media. It's very possible that, maybe he was 15. Other 15-year-olds his age have probably a hell of a lot more freedom than this kid ever even dreamed of having. And maybe he knows mom goes to sleep. Maybe there was talk of what mom likes to drink.
I think that, I think we got this impression, right? We have this impression.
Or is that just more hearsay that somebody's seen her have a glass of wine out at dinner one night?
I'm saying we have this impression that we have this impression that he is, he's autistic, but a lot of people, I think some people have the wrong impression. I think he's a lot smarter than what some people are thinking. And at 15 years old, at 13 years old, I ran away. I was running away at 13. So, and I got disabilities too. So let's not get it twisted. I got disabilities also, mental health wise. So when it comes to this type of stuff at 13, 14, 15, I was running away from home.
Yeah.
It's not out the realm of possibility that he knows someone and went somewhere. It's not.
Exactly. Whether it had been on social media or a classmate. And I don't want to sound mad or sound bad. And I know some people are going to get mad about this. He's obviously would be in special ed classes along with other peers that maybe are on the spectrum. And so, yes, maybe he bonded and had a friendship there that him and this other kid were talking about, this freedom and, girlfriends and whatever, maybe he did just try to sneak out. And I know where Bobby Joe lives at, my classmate, Bobby Joe, and maybe I'll try to sneak over to his place. And, I think something happened to him, but I don't think that maybe somebody per se physically did something to him. There was talk of what them drains, your spirit box reading. Wasn't there a tube? Is that what they were saying? Is that what you guys were
The
getting?
pipe.
Was it the last?
In a pipe. I forget what. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff. There is a lot of stuff, and we did one last night too. So go check it out. And I
that's what
appreciate you
made
calling
me
in.
think of the chimney.
Right. Well, we'll see what comes up.
pipe
We will
tube,
see what comes up. I hate to cut you off short. There's a lot of people calling.
Nope.
Thank you so much for being a voice for Sebastian. God bless you, ma'am. I hope you have a beautiful day. Stay vigilant and lock your doors. Shout out to her. Good caller. 219-885-9693. I'm never trying to cut everybody off. There's a lot of people calling in. They want to be heard. I want to get you heard. Let's talk about it. 615. You're live.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You were live on the air.
Oh, hi.
How you doing?
Fine. How are you?
To figure out where little Sebastian Rogers is, as almost 40 days approach us.
Yeah, this is really crazy. I kind of have to disagree with your previous caller though. I just can't see him wandering off and basically evading everybody for a whole month. I don't know if she was saying that he, left on his own volition and then something happened to him, by someone, random, or he's just been hiding out for a month. And if that's the case, why are his parents or his mom and stepdad caught up in these lies? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They've been caught lying multiple times, and I feel like they're way too lax about their son missing. I have a 6-month-old son and a 10-year-old daughter, and if either one of them went missing, I'm knocking tables over, I'm doing everything, and they're just, I don't know, it's just really odd to me. The behavior is super odd. And I think, I feel like when the Nina interview came out, a lot of people, some people were maybe not as believing of her. I personally believe her, but I feel like it speaks a lot to his character. I mean, we have to take into, character references and such. And, some people are saying, well, this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. And maybe looking at it in a small detail, it doesn't matter. But in the grand scheme of things, I think these little things do matter. As far as his dad whipping him with a belt, whether that's true or not, I don't feel like it's really relevant to the conversation because that's his father. And I just
he was also, and to touch up on what you're saying, to put it out there, I mean, he found out that this guy hit his son with a belt through social media. So let's not get that twisted either. You know what I mean? He found out through social media. He didn't find out from the horse's mouth or anything like that.
Right. Which, is kind of crazy within itself, because if that should have been Katie's responsibility, I feel like, to let him know, or if Chris wasn't going to do it, to let him know, because if that, can you imagine hearing about that on social media, that someone was hitting your child with a belt you had no knowledge of? It's not making sense. And I just can't see. I really, I had, hope, but at this point in the game, I just don't think they're going to find him. I don't know. I hope they do, obviously, but it's just, there's too many things just not adding up.
Right, because if he was all right, so let's say that he did run away with a friend or whatever to somebody. It's like the world's looking for him almost, damn near.
Right,
I mean, you got a
exactly.
nationwide full of people that have seen this boy's face.
Nationwide. I mean, people, it's in Europe. People about this, and know about this in Europe, as far as Europe.
Oh, I got people hitting me up from Australia, South Africa. There's tons of people in here that really care about this little boy from all over the world.
Right. And I'm seeing too about law enforcement. They're not doing, XYZ, blah, blah, blah. But honestly, I felt that way at first, but as time is going on, it could be a situation where they do know more that they're letting on, and say that, they do suspect Chris and Katie. You don't want to, show your hand. You want to kind of see if they can, will trip themselves up if they don't have hard evidence. Because if you try to jump the gun on it, say this does go to trial or go to court or whatever, you don't want to have key evidence that's inadmissible or to just bungle the whole thing. And you know what I'm saying? You just don't want to do that. So that's kind of where I'm at with law enforcement right now.
Law enforcement is just, I don't know. I mean, hopefully they figure something out and get down to the bottom of it.
Right.
Hopefully they figure it out and get down to the bottom of it. They're searching back at the place again, like the actual location from what I've seen per reports. When I was looking on here, I don't know, who was it that said? I think it was JLR said authorities out searching for Sebastian Rogers near the Proudfoot home. This was posted by Nashville. Here, let me pull this up big screen. This was posted by Nashville earlier. So this is by where his house is.
Okay.
So they're searching back over there. Why search back
Yeah.
over there? What's going on? I thought
I
y'all
don't
searched
know.
this.
Right.
Right? Didn't you cover this already? We're back again?
Right.
Well, I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt to search twice. There's a lot of people out there searching. I'm glad they're actually fine combing back over it, to be honest.
Right.
Because the first time around, you could have missed something.
Right. Yeah, that's true. They could have, doubled back, and they may know something that we don't know. I don't know. I just hope they just, give it a full effort. And I don't think it's anything as sinister, to be honest, as he's got contacts within. I mean, he very well could, but it's like, how many people do we know that could do something like that and kind of get away with it? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's just, I'm from Gallatin, so this is very local to me and just kind of unfathomable right now. And to be honest, I think when I started working for the YMCA some years ago, he might have been one of my kids, because I'm kind of in Hendersonville and Gallatin. So, but it's been such a long time, I can't remember.
Hold up, you're in Hendersonville?
I was from Gallatin. I'm living in Nashville now.
So
can I kind of watch from afar?
Rain out here where they're searching at. Have you been in this neighborhood before?
I don't think I have. No.
I'm just curious about the way that what it looks like out here.
Right.
So I've of course I've seen video and people searching there and things like that, but it's never the
right.
Once you're there on foot, you're like, damn.
Right. I mean, we do have plenty of wooded areas and stuff, but I don't know. It's just like, as many people have been searching for the past 30 days, it's just kind of crazy that they haven't found him yet, which makes me think, I don't know that they ever will, unless he's alive and across the country somewhere. But that's a stretch within itself to me personally. But I don't know. We'll see what happens, I guess. But I've been following every day. So
well, this is a wild story. We're going to continue to cover it around the clock. The glasses, if you are just coming in, the glasses they're saying are confirmed not to be his, has nothing to do with him.
Right.
They are researching the area. They're out there searching by the Proudfoot home, ladies and gentlemen. Again, they're out there searching by the Proudfoot home. We'll see what comes from it. Thank you for calling in and being a voice for Sebastian. I appreciate you. Look forward to hearing from you again.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks so much. Bye-bye.
God bless you. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. Let me drop these links back in chat too. These were from Seth. He sent it to me. Both of these links. Again, the one that I just dropped is for t-shirts, and the second one that I'm dropping is for flyers. Mods, if you do need these links, I will send them to you. I want to keep helping as much as we possibly can. 810, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Hi, it's Kristen from Michigan. How are you?
Kristen from Michigan. I'm doing good. Just woke up a little bit ago, hopped straight on here, checking for updates. The glasses aren't his, etc. You are on the clock, 6 minutes. The floor is yours. Running. What's your thoughts?
All right. So I don't usually talk about it too much because people think it's so crazy, but I am a tarot card reader, and I have other different, I'm a nanny and I take care of kids, but I just have this kind of cool talent, and I have some friends that can verify it, but I can talk to the people on the other side, and I can't really do it with them because I'm not around them, their parents. Sorry, please stop yelling. But just my fact on the true facts is that it's just really odd for her to act like that. I've watched other cases where kids had came up missing, and they said that they walked out of the house, but photo, there was a girl in Ohio. I think they just actually prosecuted him. So it just makes me wonder. And then that black market, or not the black market, but with the grandparents and the Alaska thing, it kind of makes sense a little bit. But then you said something about running away, and it reminded me of my friend Johnny, who ran away and never talked to his family again until he passed away.
Wow. Sorry to hear that, by the way.
Oh, that's okay. He lived a great life. You know, he just didn't have a great home life. And then if that's the case, then it makes me wonder what happened at home. And then they're looking really bad, you know, and I hate to say it because, you know, it's so bad to judge. You know, as Christians, we're not allowed to do that because God's real and God will always bring everything to the light, like you said. But I'm a mom and I'm worried about this kid, and I live in Michigan and I wake up every day to watch to see what's going on. And with the glasses yesterday, I didn't think they were his ever. Not
Yeah,
once.
you know, again, that was weird to me that they would bring up glasses with nothing being confirmed about glasses.
Correct. And then, you know, let's go with like, you know, evidence of like people that, you know, like let's go like if you were a cop or something. For them to even know that they're his glasses, that means that they would have to have been on them very recently because the weather terrain would take away the DNA. That's why they're having issues with Riley strain or something like that. I believe I heard that. That might just be rumor. Don't take me serious. But that is a very big, important thing. You know, like the weather has a lot to do with evidence. Yes. And so how would you even know unless he just touched them? But it's been 48 days, and it just goes back to the shoes because I have a son that's autistic, and he's 8, and he's high functioning, and he does good. But I don't ever see my son going outside with no shoes on. Now I do agree that there are children that would, but I just don't see a 15-year-old boy who's maybe planning on leaving his house not taking anything. Johnny he took everything. That's how they knew he left. Everything was out of his house.
Interesting.
You know, so the story just don't make sense. And, you know, I try to do my little thing and I try to do my tarot card, and I don't know if it's just because I'm so close to the case, but like I can't get anything. Like I feel he's passed on. I really do. I feel like he's passed on. And I don't think he's in Tennessee. I just have this weird, odd feeling that they're just not even close to where he's at. And it's bothering me because I can't figure out where. Because I don't really talk to him like that. I talk to him different ways. It's crazy. I'll have to send you an email and let my friends tell you. I've talked to their brother. I've talked to all kinds of stuff. So.
Yeah, no, I believe it.
So.
This story, I'm telling you, 7 times a day creates the most. I see you guys in chat. So you do think this is foul play, you're saying?
I believe it. Just, you know, as a mother, you know, the way she's acting, they're getting ready to sell their house, you know, and then it goes back to you talking about all these kids missing in Tennessee. And then I looked into that, and it's crazy how many kids in Tennessee are missing. Like a lot of kids are missing everywhere, but it's like none of them get solved there. So,
well, we'll find out.
Yeah, please keep calling and giving us some information because anything helps. Anything helps. Every word helps. Everything helps. And I think it's cool that people from all around the world is interested. Let's all band together. So thank you for letting me ramble on, and you do a great job. And I love hearing you, and I love hearing everybody else. And I just love how we're all just doing this together. So keep our prayers together.
God bless you. Thank you for calling in and being a voice for little Sebastian. I appreciate you. You have a good day. Stay vigilant and lock your doors. Hold up. I want to do something real quick. And this is for everybody who is out there searching, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do something real quick. I'm going to bring this up real fast. Okay. So again, we want to clarify that the glasses recently found are not related to Sebastian Rogers. The search operation plan for today has been in the works for several days. So there's something going on today. I don't know what it is, what they're searching. Let's pray that something is found. But before I open the lines back up, I do want to say a prayer for Sebastian Rogers, okay? Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you today to lift up Sebastian Rogers, a young boy who has gone missing. We pray for his safety and his swift return to his loving family. Lord, guide the searchers, provide them with strength, wisdom, and please help them in their efforts to find Sebastian. May your protective hand be over him, keeping him safe from harm. Comfort his family and friends during this incredibly difficult time and fill them with hope and peace, Lord. We ask for a miracle in locating Sebastian. Let him be found and sound and bring healing to his family and all those involved. In your mercy, hear our prayer. Amen. Okay. And again, this is Sebastian Rogers. They're saying he's high functioning autism refers to individuals on autism spectrum who can perform basic daily functions and have an IQ above 70. They may still face challenges with social skills, communication, and repetitive behaviors, but their symptoms are less severe compared to those with more significant forms of autism. This term is not a formal diagnosis, but helps to describe individuals with autism. I just had to look up some different things with it, but again, 219-885-9693. I just wanted to say a small prayer before we move on to the next caller. Shout out to all of you in chat. I appreciate you. You say Chris is a severe narcissist, abusive bully. I would be very surprised if CP and EP are not guilty. They are responsible in some way for Sebastian's missing. 845, you're live. Talk to me.
Hi, is this T-REV?
Yes, ma'am. It is T-REV. What is going on?
Oh, how you doing? My name is Maggie. You know, right from the beginning, this has been wrong. It's these parents, definitely. The first thing I saw, when I didn't know anything about the case, but they were questioning her about the Sunday dinner.
Right.
You know, it's like she was trying to get an alibi ready already. You know, like I said, I didn't know anything about the case, but I said, this is somebody trying to get an alibi. She wants to be seen as by as many people as possible.
Right.
You know what I mean? That day. You know, she made that quite clear, going here, going there. But as far as Chris, he should be locked up already with the things that he's done in his life. You know what I mean? I know this guy. I was married to a guy like that. I could tell you every word he's going to say. He actually went on a pod and said that when social service came over, which was a horrible thing to do, put an abuser and a victim together, and he said he talked to social service, and by the time he finished talking to them, they apologized to him. That's a narcissist, and that never happened. I've been in foster care for 19 years. That would never happen, that a social worker would apologize to you. You know what I mean?
Right.
It this whole thing is just, it's them. And what I don't like is this force of strength this morning with the cops. I'm not against the cops in any way, but these two people should have been in an interrogation room the next day and break them down. They've broken down harder people than Chris Proudfoot. You know what I mean? He thinks he's smarter than everybody else. He thinks he knows everything. He's not. They could break him down in a half hour. You know?
I mean, do you think that that's like something from being, serving the country? Do you think that's like I don't know. What do you think that this comes from? The attitude that he has. You think that comes from like military background or
no
childhood? I mean, because when you do hear him, it's like
childhood,
a dickhead.
Maybe
allegedly.
Maybe childhood, but I lived with him for 12 years, and I looked like Nina when he got through with me.
Right.
And I had 3 kids. I know this guy, and any abused woman knows him. They could pick him out of a lineup. I'm not kidding. But I don't know why they are not being pressed by the police. Pressed. Really pressed. Make their life miserable as possible. And he'll talk. She'll talk. That's all. It's just, with the searching and everything, of course you have to do that. I want to see them in separate interrogation rooms in different states and let the cops go at them. And you're going to get an answer. Instead of doing all this. We won't have to do all this. That's a guarantee. That's just what I think, T-REV. I don't know. I am tired of this guy talking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because he had something to do with it, and so did she. You could see it. You could see it when he talks. You know, he knows everything. He's a little bit charming sometimes. You know, that kind of. Look up a profile for a woman batterer. Just look up the profile. It's him. It's absolutely.
You said
him.
he's
Just Google it,
charming.
and you'll see his attributes. He
Mm-hmm.
doesn't have any attributes, but I'm just praying for Sebastian. I could just I can't stop crying over this kid. I my heart is broke. It's just broke, you know. But like I said, can you imagine how scared Sebastian must have been to live in this house? To have social service come to the house? I know the school called in the report. I get that. But to have social service come to your house and you got to sit there with the person that you reported? What is that about? What happened to Sebastian after the CPS left? Did he get his ass kicked? Because
That's a good question.
I really do. I really think he did. So that's all I have to say to you.
Now, people
just keep praying.
Pictures, right? They've sent me in pictures of like bruises and different things that were on him, and I was looking at him like, wow. They were like, look at this. If you zoom in, you can see the bruise on his face and neck. And
really, I didn't see that.
Looking at this picture, and I want hold on. Let me pull it up real quick. I'm pretty sure it's actually this one, but I've been sent so many different things.
Yeah, I know. You do such a great job.
Where the heck is it at? Trying to remember where it's at. There it is. I think it's in this picture. Actually, I want to say that it's on the flyer. It's the picture on the flyer. Yeah, somebody sent me a zoomed in version with the alleged bruises that they think are bruises. They sent it in to me, and I was like, wow, that kind of does look like it, but it was on this picture. I thought it was the shadow from the glasses.
Oh, wow.
On this one, I think I thought it looked like the shadow from the glasses, but they're saying like a mark on his face, but it does again look like the shadow from the glasses.
Oh boy, I gotta get a look at that. This kid was abused.
In the neck right here.
I worked with abused children for, like I said, 11 years.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yes, ma'am.
But as far as the battering and him being a batterer, he's a classic profile. Classic. He should be in jail by now. He should be in handcuffs with all this. You know?
For sure.
I don't care if his mother and father moved to freaking another planet. I don't care what they do. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Were they involved in it? Yes, I do believe they were too. The way they went against Nina, the same thing happened to me to get my kids away from me. Identical.
Right.
Identical.
This one.
So, like I said, this guy should be in jail already. He's not fooling. Let the cops.
Well, hold on. We have to have. We can't just throw him in friggin' jail. We have to have evidence. We have to have. There has to be some type of evidence for him for us to be able to put him in jail and him to go to jail. We have to find something on him to put him in there. And if without that, he is a free man. We can't. A lot of people do have him in the electric chair. Somebody said that comment yesterday and stuck with me. The Proudfoots are in the electric chair. Yeah, but we need probable causes, some type of evidence to prove that something negligent happened here. Now, we hear all these stories, CPS, etc. Nothing was done about it, charges wise. So
but that's CPS.
I appreciate
How many stories do you hear like that? You know what I mean? That somebody reports to parents, and all of a sudden, the child's dead. They went over there, they talked to the parents, and all of a sudden the child is dead. So I don't put a lot of stock in that. But I wished, like I said before, the police would press them. I know you can't put them in jail. That was a matter of speech.
No, I get what
but
you're saying. It's a figurative speech. I get it.
You can interrogate him and bring him in every day. No, you got to be here at 9 o'clock.
Well, but allegedly that happened already. You get what I'm saying? So when they say that they cleared somebody, if he's cleared like he said to us, then he's cleared.
Not cleared.
I mean like by police, if he talked to them at the time, answered all their questions, his alibi checked out. They're not, what do they need to go talk to him anymore for? If his alibi checked out, he was at a location, his vehicle was there, his job is saying, yeah, he was there working. So now they can't do shit about that. Now they would, if he did do something or go in another route, the police can conduct an investigation to find whether it's CCTV or any other cameras showing his vehicle leaving the job and going somewhere else out that area. Now they would need that. That's what they would need to do something to him as far as if he was at work like they say he was. I mean, this is an interesting case. I'm looking forward to see what's going to come out or what's going to be what happened here. Did he run away or did he get hurt? That's what we want to know. God bless you, ma'am. I appreciate you calling in and being a voice here. Thank you so much.
I think he ran away.
You think he ran away?
Yeah, absolutely. He was scared out of his mind.
Wow. You knew I was about to ask you foul play, but and so you think he ran away?
Yeah, I do. I really do. Do they have
No
computers
phone?
in the school?
No phone though? He runs away, no phone? Who is he contacting?
I ran away because he was so scared of this guy. Devil, if you lived with an abuser, you would understand what I mean.
No, I get it. I've been around it. I've lived with abusers.
Yeah.
Born and raised around it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Sorry about
Born and raised around it. No, I've seen it. So it's just there's got to be proof and different things leading up. I want to see again. Their CPS has been called. He did admit to hitting him with the belt, and that did piss a lot of people off. So again, we'll see.
The daughter.
God bless you. I appreciate you, man. I hope you have a blessed day. Stay vigilant and lock your door. Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. I want to hear from all of you. Make sure you call in. Don't just type in chat. Actually call the line. 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts and speculation on this case? They're saying the Proudfoots moved to Memphis, but we don't have no facts to run off that, ladies and gentlemen. We can't say the Proudfoots have moved to Memphis without knowing that. 865, you are live. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV. Got a couple things for you. I want to clear up a fact on something.
This must be Mary.
It is.
What's going on, Mary? I know your voice too well now. What is going on? Thank you, Kels.
Well, I'm constantly thinking about this kid. Okay, a couple things. One, it keeps being brought up that the police brought up the glasses. The police did not bring up the glasses. The reporter did. If you go back and watch the news conference, the press conference, they didn't say anything about it until a guy, I can even remember, he was like over on the right side of your screen, couldn't see, but you could hear the voice. And he says, "We understand they found a pair of glasses."
Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, and so my question is how did the reporter know about the glasses?
That's a good question. Seth, I thought it was Seth and his team had found these glasses. From what I was, had been told, was that a reporter that had seen Seth said that and asked that question?
Could have been, because the cops weren't saying anything about it. So if you go back and look at it, you'll hear the reporter go, "We understand they found a pair of glasses." And he goes, "Oh, well, yes, we did, but we can't say, one or the other. We don't know yet." And I did hear the interview with Seth last night saying that he thought, was 90% sure they were his, but he hadn't seen him in a while, but they could have been different, but they look very familiar. So that's one thing. So that's a fact I wanted to clear up, because I think a lot of people are getting the misunderstanding or misconstruing that the police were just holding back or not just saying, "Oh, we found glasses, but we're not going to tell you anything."
Mm-hmm.
It was the reporter that brought it up. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, did I hear you say that you posted or you found a document about Katie filing for divorce against Chris?
This was a document floating around. It was on Reddit. It was being posted all throughout Discord. I just dropped the one document in there and I looked at it like, wow, interesting. So I shared it. Okay. I shared it on Twitter. It's on Twitter. If you go and check just one part of it, it's like 200 documents allegedly in the whole thing. So
okay, so that goes back to what I was saying the other day about could she have given him to somebody on the way home so that, because she wants him away from Chris, because Chris is not turning out to be the man she thought she was with, and he's abusive maybe to her and him. And then she didn't want to give her custody up to Seth because she didn't want to give her son up. Has she given him to somebody who's keeping him safe till she can get Chris out of her life and then make a beeline for him? That was one of the things I'm wondering about, because she doesn't seem too terribly freaked out like Seth is.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that she's passed her polygraph and everything else, but if he's safe and she knows it, I keep wondering about that. The Memphis thing, all I heard on that was that that's just kind of a rumor that they were moving, that they was just heard in the, in the windmill. So I would take that kind of with a grain of salt. unless I'm totally wrong.
Well,
which I
somebody
can
said
be.
it was in this post, but even if it's on an article, that still does not mean that they moved. Even if it's on an
Right.
article.
Right, and he could have gone there for work. Who knows? But
Just think about it. A lot of these reporters nowadays are they'll just put things out, hear
Right.
something, and just put it out. So it's important to actually look behind it and see if it's and keep following until okay, this is all right. That's a fact. Now they're talking about it, or it's out, or now multiple people are reporting it. What is it? But again, somebody sent me in this thing and said this is the article, and I don't see nothing about it in that article.
well, and the other thing too is I've noticed that there are some pictures of Sebastian without his glasses. So did he wear contacts too?
Actually, I'm sorry. It does say something about Tennessee or moving. I'm sorry. Let me pull it right back up. Before what you just asked, Mary. Hold on. Let me pull this up and make it big so people can see it. Right here, it does say as officials continue to search for 15-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, the autistic Sumner County teen who disappeared in February. Investigators say they are hopeful the boy might still be alive, and his family has remained cooperative and communicative, despite his mother and stepfather's recent move to Memphis. So it does say that here. Again, my bad. This is the right article, and it does say that here. I don't know what happened to you, Mary, but you hung up. 219-885-9693. Keep the calls coming in. So again, it does say as officials continue to search for 15-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, the autistic Sumner County teen who disappeared in February. Investigators say they are hopeful the boy might still be alive, and his family has remained cooperative and communicative, despite his mother and stepfather's recent move to Memphis. 514, you're in the door. Talk to us.
Hi. Hi.
How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm good. How are you?
Hanging in there. Hanging in there. Talk to us. 6 minutes. The floor is yours. What's your thought on the Sebastian Rogers case right now?
Well, actually, I just saw on Facebook on the one of the group chats that the mother of Katie has been having like a very bad, not a bad criminal past, but still a criminal past. And she is on 99 years of parole, I believe.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I thought that this was interesting. And I heard that for Sebastian, it could be maybe something somewhere around water or anything like that. I actually sent you an email.
Okay.
And so it's been, I think, 2 days. Sorry, by the way, I'm from Montreal, Canada, so my first language is French. So I'm not like the best with English, but I'm trying.
It's okay. You're fine.
So what I've been thinking is that maybe
Good English.
reason. Oh, thank you.
You speak good English.
Thank you so much.
You're
But I've been thinking that the reason, if they didn't have cameras, maybe in the house or around the house, is because they're hiding something like abuse or something bad, you know.
So you think that they're hiding some abuse, you said?
Yeah, like why have cameras when you know there's something bad happening around, you know?
Right.
So yeah, like for me, I have an autistic brother, and I know they are not the same. Like nobody's with autism is the same, but I know that my brother one would never leave without his phone. And everything is just so odd about this situation, and knowing that he would leave without his shoes and whatever said about the fire ants situation, it was very it sounds impossible to me, and I really hope that they will actually interrogate more, you know, like the parents, like the Chris and Katie, because there's something not good going on here, you know.
For sure. I mean, it's definitely it's definitely concerning where He went missing same time Madeline Soto went missing. Her body was found March 1st, and nothing from Sebastian whatsoever. Nothing.
Exactly. So I really hope that we really find him soon, because the more time goes, it's not good, and I'm worried about him.
No, and that's why we're here, because he's not been found. It's been this long. We've seen a lot of weird things going on with the Proudfoots. I have to say that. Allegedly, in my opinion, they were acting weird just based off of, okay, they did an interview. The first interview that came out, I remember that interview was what, March 1st? I believe this interview had came out. Then they went on Nancy Grace's. They go on Nancy Grace. Very weird interview, different things, talked about a lot. But what I found interesting is that Chris said on Facebook to somebody that him and Katie both allegedly took lie detector test. Well, Chris said on Nancy Grace's that he didn't. Soon as he said that and that video came out, people were posting and emailing me this same screenshot of him saying that they passed the polygraph test. And I know a polygraph test is admissible in court. We all know that. But the real thing is why would you say that you took a polygraph and you passed it if you really did not take a polygraph test?
Yeah, exactly. And just the fact that you, like, they say that you passed it doesn't mean that you actually passed it. The police is allowed to lie to you. And I've been, watching the Interview Room. I don't know if you know that channel. I guess so. If you followed. Yeah, Chris has said himself that it's not admissible in court, but they can use that as a tool to have some leverage on them and to just ask maybe the better questions, with how they reacted to certain questions. So hopefully something more comes from that too.
Hopefully it does. I appreciate you though. Like, do you think that this is foul play? You think that he was hurt by them, or do you think that he ran away to get away from whatever?
No, foul play, 100%.
Foul play, 100%.
Yeah, there was no good in that house. And like I said, my mom has some psychic, abilities, and she said that something was very wrong in that house, and that allegedly, I would say that Chris would be the one who did something to him, because the way he talks about Sebastian, nothing is positive about him.
Right.
Yeah,
no, like he's a liar, and the different things that are being said. Usually if a loved one is missing, we're going to tell the world all the good things about them. Now we might bring up a few things, bad habits, etc., and tell them about the bad habits, but front and center, we're going to tell them how much we love our loved one and how much he cares or she cares, whoever it is. That's what we're going to be saying. And not only are we going to be saying that, we're going to be stressing that with compassion, because for the fact we care about our loved ones, we care where they're at. We're not going to be sitting there like, yeah, well, he was a liar, and every time he would go to school and he just lied to people. It's like I wouldn't be up there smoking his boots and hurting him and talking bad about him in front to the world, to the nation. So again, that's what my problem was with Chris, allegedly. And in my opinion,
exactly,
it didn't come off as genuine to me. It came off as, he lied, and he would talk to kids, and he would get too close to kids and they didn't like it. And he would just lie about it. It's like everything that he was saying pertaining to that, nothing good. But again, that's why my interview with Seth, I was asking him good questions about Sebastian. There was some bad things in there, right? But there was good questions that I wanted to know about him. Like, what was your favorite memory of your son? Different things like that. So again, I appreciate you calling in, being a voice here today for Sebastian. God bless you. And your English is great. Keep working on it. You're doing wonderful. And I hope you have a beautiful day. Stay vigilant. Lock your doors. 219-885-9693. This was posted today. It says April 3rd of 2024. And it says right here, ladies and gentlemen, despite his mother and stepfather's recent move to Memphis, they remain cooperative. Move to Memphis. 865, you live? Is this Mary?
Sorry, that was me cutting myself off. It's Mary again.
I was like, hold up. How did I just lose Mary in the middle of me looking for something?
No, that was me. I was trying to pull up something to tell you that I found. And I saw what you're talking about, them moving to Memphis. I didn't know that. It's interesting.
No, it doesn't mean it's true. I do want to say that. It doesn't mean it's true, but it is interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting if they're still in that house, haven't moved yet. Is there a for sale sign out there? What's going on with that? And there would be documentation too, public documentation if the house is on the market. You know what I mean? You could even look up on Zillow. But one of the things I wanted to ask you was, did you see the interview with a girl named Twyla who was with EquiSearch, who does the drone footage for them?
Right.
She's from the Midwest EquiSearch. Did you see her?
I actually didn't.
She said that I caught the interview early this morning, that the law enforcement has actually been working with them, and they have been on this case just about from the get-go, but they're working very silently. They don't want to bring attention to them searching, and that they know that there's others out there doing searches. But she said that they are directly working with law enforcement and have been for quite a while on this. And I can send you the video. It's the press conference, and she's in a green shirt, and it has Midwest EquiSearch on it, Dave Rader, and Twyla. She's the drone person.
Shout out to them for the work they do too.
Absolutely. And she was talking about using drones at night and the lights that they use and different things like that. But I also saw a thing I wanted to send you. I may send both of them to you in an email. One was about the canine dogs looking for missing children.
Right.
And it was an actual thing. Well, this little guy was 3 years old. That little one I don't think he had shoes on, made it 45 minutes away from home in the most thick stuff you've ever seen. The cops are even having a hard time getting to him. So if you think about that area in Tennessee with all kinds of brush and blackberry bushes and all that kind of stuff in there, if he got out there and got lost, which I can't imagine him going without shoes, I still have an issue with that. He could be, that may be why they're still hanging around in that area. Because, I really was questioning out of state, where could he possibly be out of state? And I had brought up, maybe mom has friends that's got him out of state somewhere. But it's interesting that Seth is still staying in that area. You know what I mean?
It is. It's definitely interesting. It's definitely interesting. And I believe, come on now, if he got out barefooted and was actually running away or whatever in his bare feet, how far is he really getting in this terrain that has a bunch of different things that are going to cut your feet up, etc.? How far is he really getting going up a mountain barefooted? Come on now.
Right. And it's freezing cold. And like Dr. Latina said, they're not going to go far. They're going to go about 2 miles. We had a missing person who had dementia. They were searched for him for 4 hours. They had helicopters, police, everything. You know where he was? He was sitting on the neighbor's back porch in the corner of sitting down in the corner of the back porch where they never saw him.
Right.
And how the dogs didn't pick up his scent, I don't know either. But I'm just saying people can hide really well. And I don't know. My issue still goes back to there's no scent. How can there be no scent from his bedroom window out onto the ground, not out the front door, not in the yard, but then all of a sudden it appears at the lakeside. And then from the lakeside, it didn't pick up any other scent, like running down the road or whatever. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm stuck on that. I just feel like somebody picked him up, maybe picked him up at the house. I don't know. Or transported him, but I don't know. I think if Seth thought that he was like out of state or out of town, he wouldn't keep concentrating in that area. And I wanted to see what you thought about that.
As far as that, I want to see that thing. I want to see what you're talking about with the drone.
Okay. I will. Can I post it in the chat?
I don't think it'll show up. I think it blocks it out automatically on YouTube side if you're not a mod.
Okay, I'll send it to you right as soon as I get off with you. I'll send it to you right away on YouTube. I mean on your Gmail account.
Absolutely. Well, we'll do that. Oakley Ray says say hi to Oakley Ray. Who's Oakley Ray? Shout out to Oakley Ray. T-REV says hi to you. I seen that in chat. Somebody says, say hi to Oakley Ray.
Oh, hi, Oakley Ray.
Hi, Oakley Ray. We love you.
Yay. Anyway, thank you so much, T-REV. I appreciate it. And I'll send this to you right now. Watch it and see what you think.
Yeah, definitely want to
Okay.
check it out. Send it in and I'll be looking for it.
All right, thanks.
God
Bye.
bless you, Mary. Whoa. 219-885-9693. Let's keep going. Again, we did find this. We did find this post. We found the one finally, despite his the one talking about them moving to. We finally found it. Thank goodness, because I was looking for it. 954, you're in the door. Talk to us.
Hi, I actually made it through.
You did. You made it through loud and clear. You're on with me right now, live on the air. Talk to me.
Awesome. My name is Alexis. I am originally from South Florida, and I moved to Gallatin, Tennessee just over a year ago.
Interesting.
So it was actually interesting last night because I kept asking all my coworkers what they thought. I work in hospitality, but I kept asking their opinion on what they thought was happening with the case because a lot of them are from here. And one of my coworkers actually, he wouldn't say input on what he thought. And he said that he has information, I guess, that is a little bit closer to the case than a lot of people are knowing and what law enforcement is saying. But I guess he has connections with the private investigative sector of what's happening with the case. And I guess they have a lot more information and they know a lot more than what they're letting be known to the public at this time. So he didn't give me any details. He wouldn't give me any input when I asked him if he thinks it was the parents, if he thinks it was this, because he's like, I know too much, so I can't say what I know because I'm not allowed to speak about it. So I thought that was interesting.
So he knows some type of information, but wasn't able to tell you?
Exactly. He used to work in the private sector of more of the groundwork investigating of it.
That's like dropping a
he no
cookie in
longer-
front of that's like putting a cookie jar out in front of like 5 kids and then telling them they can't have none. But
I know,
these are
that's
beautiful
what
cookies.
I said.
I mean, we need to know this
Yeah,
information. Like what?
I wish he would tell me, but he's very hush-hush about it. But he said he has friends that are still working with the case, and they've told him a lot of information, I guess, to get his input on stuff. But that's all I know, but I wanted to share it because I thought it was very interesting because I asked him about how they haven't lie detector tested the stepfather, and he's like, honestly, that's not admissible in court, so regardless of what comes back on it, it's not admissible. And also, if he's any type of military or law enforcement background, he probably knows how to beat one. So I know a lot of people were skeptical about why he wouldn't take one or why he didn't or why law enforcement didn't push harder for one. So, I mean, my idea is definitely allegedly that the parents are involved because this doesn't make sense. And the wording doesn't make sense of everything that they say and just so questioning and not very emotional versus like the father, Seth, is so emotional and clueless as to what's happening, and he still has so much hope about everything.
In front of 3,000 in-age girl, that's funny. So that mean again, he didn't give you no details, not even a little clue.
He's very hush-hush. He's one of those guys that doesn't talk a lot, doesn't share. He's a black belt in MMA, and he has a kid of his own and is married, and he's definitely been around for a while, and he's originally from here. But yeah, he would not give me any type of information, and he wouldn't even tell me. And I was like, what if you didn't know anything about whatever your friend's telling you, or you're talking with your friend about? What if you didn't know any of that information? What would your guess be that happened? And he wouldn't even give me that because he's like, I know too much about it for me to even guess like that. So at least we know that law enforcement, because right now it's from what law enforcement's saying and their video broadcast yesterday, they didn't really give anything, and it kind of seems like it's stagnant, which I guess the cop that said if his kid went missing and he wanted anybody to search for the kid, it would be this team. So obviously they must know more than what they're letting out to the public.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, they probably just want the parents to think, if they were the ones that did anything, they want them to think they're not being investigated. Because then they might slip up, and then they might do something that law enforcement is actually watching them do, you know?
Yeah, and I don't know. There was a possible sighting. I don't know if that's your friend or not that messaged me, but I actually got a message or a text message, and it was about a possible sighting. 4 people together. This person says that they swear it was Sebastian Rogers. When I was texting back and forth with them, they even showed me the email that they sent in to TBI, and this person swears up and down it was Sebastian Rogers without glasses,
Very interesting.
with the straw hat on,
hear about that.
in Gallatin on March 20th. I still have the message here. It was an interesting read when I came across it, because it caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting to see that when I popped open, and I'm like, this is probably somebody trolling, or but it ended up actually being something that they seen. And I don't know if it was Sebastian Rogers. That part I don't know, but they are swearing up and down it is Sebastian Rogers. He was identical to Sebastian Rogers. Again, they sent it in to me to make sure that it got to Seth and to make sure that TBI followed up on it. I did send it to Seth. So I don't know. Again, I haven't heard anything back.
So was there? I never heard about that. That's interesting. So there was a possible sighting in Gallatin.
There was a possible sighting in Gallatin. The post is on my Twitter. I posted it up like yesterday or the day before. So if you want to check out more about it, I actually took a screenshot of their first text message and put up exactly what they seen. And
no, I don't think it would have been my friend that had that information, just because he doesn't live in Gallatin. I think he lives closer to Nashville.
Here it is right here. This is what they said, and I'll read it to you real quick. It says, I called in a possible sighting. It says, I called in a possible sighting to TBI on Friday from March 20th and let them know cameras were available for them to obtain footage. I work on the Strip in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, and my job requires me to stand at the door where I work and speak to families walking by. There was a couple walking that had 4 boys with them. The boy who looked like Sebastian was in the far back of the family and stood out to me. He appeared to be autistic to me from observing him, but I didn't initially call it. I didn't initially call it in because the boy didn't seem to be in distress and wasn't wearing glasses. Thought maybe it was just his doppelganger twin, because I heard so many rumors that his child was most likely to, or that this child was most likely deceased. I regret not calling 911 immediately because this boy looked identical to Sebastian. What caught my attention to him was a bright yellow hat he was wearing. Thursday night, it dawned on me that the hat was the hat Luffy from the One Piece wears. It was a bright yellow hat with a red ribbon wrapped around it. One Piece is an anime, and autistic boys love anime. Also, I noticed his dad had a One Piece shirt on during one of his interviews. That hat confirmed my thoughts of this boy being autistic, and I knew I had to call the TBI the following morning so they could look into it. This boy was the same age, built, height, just no glasses. I emailed the TBI with all the details I could, or all the details that I could think of, then called to confirm they received it. They pulled it up when I was on the phone and said she would give the info to an investigator. Saturday morning, I saw a guy in law enforcement that sometimes walks the streets, and he was accompanied by another man in law enforcement that was in uniform. So I do believe maybe they were contacted to obtain the footage. If Sebastian isn't deceased, it is possible he could be with a family or be with family and friends of family being hid. This boy I have no doubts it was him. I think it was something Seth should be made aware of so he could follow up with TBI to make sure it was looked into. Now, after that, he sent me the exact email that he sent to TBI. I saved that, or screen captured it, sent it, and that person had their information attached to it. So I sent that all to Seth also.
Interesting. Yeah, that's so you mean Gatlinburg, which is about 2 hours away from Gallatin.
Yep, Gatlinburg, Tennessee. That's what it says.
Interesting. Very interesting.
So I mean, that message again was the other day. I want to say it was on April 1st, and it was during a live stream. And I looked at the messages, and I was like, "What the hell?" Like I had to do a double look.
Very interesting. Yeah, it's a very interesting case to see because there's a lot of people online now breaking down the videos of the interviews and the words that the parents were speaking and how some of the verbiage is not proper and how they're emotionally detaching to things. Like when the stepdad said, I could only imagine what Riley Strain's parents were going through. Like he can only imagine, but you're going through the same exact thing where your child's missing, but you can only imagine. You should say like, I understand what the parents are going through, or I feel what those parents could be going through because I'm going through the same thing. But because he doesn't feel the emotion of what they're feeling, he says, I can only imagine. So it's just kind of crazy when you start watching the videos, although it seems very heartfelt sometimes at the time, there's just something off about them. And then when you listen to somebody breaking down the verbiage of it, it just is wild to me how I feel like if I was a mother and my child was missing, I wouldn't be hysterical all the time because I'm not as emotional, but I would totally break down in certain moments.
Yeah, this is again, I appreciate you. Thank you for calling up about Sebastian Rogers and sharing your thoughts and opinions with us. I appreciate that. We're going to continue to cover this. Check out if you want to see that post again. There wasn't, people are saying receipts. Well, they did send me a follow-up receipt and I can't show that. I sent it to Seth. Seth has it. Seth Rogers himself has the actual email that was, or not the email, the text message that I received with that person's name, contact information, and the actual tip, the TBI. So again, we'll see what comes from that. That was March 20th. I don't know what's going to come from that, or even if it was him. But thank you so much for calling in and being a voice again for Sebastian. Stay vigilant and lock your doors. 219-885-9693. I had it. What did I say? Gallatin? I didn't mean to say Gallatin. I meant to say Gatlinburg. So if I mentioned it wrong, my bad. Don't beat me up. $207 sent from heaven. What's going on? Talk to me.
What's up, T-REV?
What is going on, brother? How you doing, man?
Good. So I wanted to tell you something. I was watching this video earlier with the parents was sitting at the table. Sebastian's parents were sitting while mom and stepdad were sitting at the table with that like Lego crane thing on the table. Did you see that? And the dad said it's all on the table, right? So if you think about that crane thing, I don't know if you heard this. That crane thing is it's a earth mover, right? And so isn't that what the dad does? Stepdad does?
What, the crane? Work on a crane? Yeah.
All
Works
right,
on
so
cranes, allegedly.
Right. That crane thing that toy crane thing was on the table. And in that interview, the dad says, it's all on the table. It's all on the table. Right. And the only thing that was on that table, if you think differently, that crane was on the table. That toy earth digger was sitting on the table. And then, and then the mom says something else. The mom says, I hate to see my son's face at the bottom of feed. She said that, right? So if you think about maybe silos, like grain silos or anything, something like that. I'm just thinking differently outside the box.
Right.
You know what I mean? So maybe maybe people got to dig,
Bing
go
bong.
to where, people are, like, an opening where an earth digger is, maybe searching. Maybe that's a clue, right in front of your face. You know what I mean?
Interesting, man. They said check. Oh yeah, yes, I've been saying check out the fucking work site. A lot of people are agreeing with you in chat, man.
Cool.
A lot of people are agreeing with you. Stepdad is a crane operator. Yes.
Yeah.
He is. He is a crane operator. Interesting. Well, damn, I didn't even think of that. That is very interesting. I got to give you that. What made you think of that?
I don't know. I just think outside the box. You know what I mean? Sometimes people give you clues right in front of your face and you wouldn't even think it.
Excuse me.
You
wouldn't think it. I get what you're saying. I appreciate you calling up and saying it. So what are your exact thoughts when it comes to what you were just explaining?
I think
theory-wise.
What'd you say?
Theory-wise. Like, what's your theory to that?
Theory-wise? I think that I think the father and the mom have a debt, and the son cleared up the debt. But I think there's a certain amount of time in a window that you have to find him,
right,
or you won't.
Damn.
That's why the parents keep staying positive. You know what I mean? That's why they stay positive. That way you don't put out negative energy. You know what I mean?
That's a fact.
That's just my thought on it,
Main man, you've been around. I've known you for about a good 7 years now.
Long time. You're doing good, man. I'm so proud of you, dude. You're taking your platform and using it for something positive. That's amazing.
That's exactly, and that's what we want to do. We want to make a change and be able to bring awareness to cases like this and help people in any possible way. So, man, I appreciate.
That's why I think that's why all those people are following everybody around around the area, because those people know. Also, another thing that I thought of. Sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good. Keep going.
The mother said the last things that Sebastian said was, "Good night, Mom. Good night, puppies." Right? Well, I don't know, what did Sebastian call his grandfather? Did he call him Poppy? Did he instead of saying puppies, did he say Poppy? Is that something else? That's thinking outside the box.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question for sure. T-REV,
that's a reach. That's a reach. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Sometimes you got to think about everything that people say,
There's a lot of reaches. There's been a lot of reaches when it comes to this case, but I'll tell you what, he went out that night, okay, or that day. Yep. They went out bowling, BJ's, and wherever else. And these two aunts, I think she said two aunts and somebody else. I can't remember if it was an uncle or whatever, but I wonder if they've been interviewed, because what he was wearing that night, is it accounted for? Where are those clothes at that he wore that night? Did he ever make it back home? They say they see somebody taking out the trash, but is that Sebastian? And it's all allegedly and figuratively speaking and speculating. But in general, I worry about, are those clothes that he wore that night or that day to go out to the bowling alley with, are they accounted for? Are they at home? Did the police check that when it comes to the surveillance? I'm curious.
Right. If you go into my house, my kids, so they say Sebastian left without shoes because his shoes were there. You go into my house, I have a tote full of shoes. He might not have been wearing those shoes that are at his house. You know what I mean? But he could have been wearing an old pair. You know what I mean? And say that he had no shoes to throw you off. You know what I mean? A kid at 15 has to have more than one pair of shoes.
Yeah. Barefooted. I just don't see him leaving barefooted.
No, he's not leaving barefoot. But also, if maybe something, God is love and God is everything. And I feel like, maybe this kid has a chance to actually have something positive and loving in his life besides, something that the stepfather may have been putting on him. You know what I mean? Allegedly.
What's your thoughts about the stepfather?
I think that it all surrounds him. You know what I mean? If you think about the interview with the other mother, the mother of his other kids and what she's saying and stuff like that. I feel like it's all Nina. Yeah, it's all stemmed around the stepfather. And, he says in that interview, again, with the crane thing, or one of the interviews, he says he's a black and white guy, right? So, everything's plain in sight and just got to pay attention,
Yeah, I'm curious about that. You got that interview, T-REV? Let's look. Which one are you talking about? Good vibes. Happy would be my dad. I'm Puerto Rican, so that's what we call our dads, Poppy.
Poppy, right?
No, sir. Damn, right. Again, man, I appreciate you calling in, brother. I haven't heard from you in a long time. Nice to hear from you live on the show directly and sharing your thoughts with us here. So before I let you go, I want to ask you this: foul play, or did this boy run away?
No, he didn't run away. He didn't run away. Maybe he was led away. He was maybe led away, but it wasn't on his own. People like him, like my son is he's special needs, and his video games and his bubble, his bedroom is his space, his safe space.
A safe haven, yeah. I remember seeing your boy back in the day too. Man, I appreciate you calling in again, sharing your thoughts with us and opinions with us on this case. Sebastian Rogers, 15-year-olds from Hendersonville. God bless you, man. Thank you for being a voice for him. We appreciate you. I look forward to hearing from you again, brother. Lock your doors. Shout out to main man. 219-885-9693. Again, we were reporting on the Sebastian Rogers case, and there is reports that the Proudfoots have moved to Memphis. Here, if you don't believe me, there's an article that'll tell you that right here. It's on the Tennessean. Look it up right now. It says that despite his mother and stepfather's recent move to Memphis. So did they really move to Memphis, ladies and gentlemen? That's what we want to know. Very weird. He goes missing and we moved to Memphis? What if he tries to come home? 859, what's on your mind? Talk to me.
Hey, I live about a mile and a half from Sebastian.
Oh,
So I'm in the
wow.
South Island community.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
I heard you talking earlier that you wanted some questions answered, so I thought I'd call and give my thoughts.
Yeah, for sure. I'd love to hear about what's your thoughts?
So everybody keeps talking about the shoes, and that is concerning, but I wonder if something did happen with the thud that he took off at the door, didn't have time to put shoes on.
That's a good question. So the thud didn't
I
get
don't
the
know.
chance to put his shoes on?
Yeah, like what if he just took off outside and she just closed the door and was like, whatever, he'll come back, and then he never did.
Interesting. And you say you live in the same neighborhood?
I don't live in his neighborhood, but I live just down the road, about a mile away. My kids go to the same schools as he
Wow.
does.
Oh my goodness. And as far as this, if you go out of his house, right? Is there hills and mountains right there?
Yes. His neighborhood actually goes up a hill.
What's do you and are you can you tell us a little bit more about this retention pond?
I've never driven inside of that neighborhood of that they're building. I did the morning that I got the text message that's saying that he was an endangered child. I started driving around within an hour of getting that text. I don't know, I just felt drawn to, and there were searchers everywhere. I mean, I pulled in that neighborhood not knowing that that was his neighborhood, and there were hundreds of searchers. So I find it hard to believe that he's right there.
Right.
But there are a lot of caves, a lot of holes, a lot of barns, a lot of property that I know for sure has not been searched on foot. I know that they do really good work with drones, but I know for sure that like 210 acres has not been searched by foot. And it has a pond back there, so it just worries me.
And if you didn't see, I was showing earlier that they're actually back out there searching. They're out again, searching this location. And here's the picture on the screen now. They're back out here again. I wonder if they think maybe they've overlooked something or they brought in some new searchers. I don't know, but I'm glad they are searching back in this area again where Sebastian was allegedly ran away from.
Definitely. That picture you have on the screen right now is at the very end of his neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you so much for bringing that up. So this picture right here is at the very end of his neighborhood. Is this close to his home?
Yes. That's at the very end of his street. Like if you go straight into his neighborhood, it goes up a incline, and that is at the very end of that. I mean, you would have to turn left to go onto his actual street, but yes, that's the end of his neighborhood. And it goes into woods right there.
Interesting. So it goes straight. So is that they're walking into the woods? Wow, look at these trees and there are all these different things that are down. Didn't it just storm too?
Yeah, we just had, it wasn't bad, but definitely, I'm sure, hindered the investigation a little bit. Yeah, I pulled back, because I'm nosy. I just pulled, before I got home, I pulled back where the middle school is, and there were probably 10 or 15 searchers back there. I pulled through the high school, because I have one at the high school and one at the middle school. So I pulled through the high school, and there were probably 10 or 15 back there. And then they have a very large, the command center at the church.
Are they still
so
set up?
I mean,
or that location that Seth told us about, which was let me go to it here. Horn Lake or not Horn. I'm sorry, not Horn Lake. I don't know why I said Horn Lake. I got so many notes on my phone, but it's the Rudder, 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075. Are they still meeting at that location per Seth Rogers, or is that just a setup for him and his search team?
That's something separate from the law enforcement. Law enforcement doesn't go to the Rudder. I think that is too far for law enforcement to be concentrated right now.
Interesting. I just wanted to make
But
sure.
I did volunteer, and I was at the search where the
God bless
dog hit.
Mm-hmm.
So we thought that we had found something. We thought that was him.
So you were actually standing there that day, or real close to the spot that they were searching that day, the dog that laid down, etc.
Yes, it was about 10 feet from me. I did not walk over to where the lady saw whatever she saw. I was just trying to be respectful and was standing back, but I did see the dog hit on the spot.
Wow. What was it like when you seen that and that hit came across? What were you thinking in your head? And why didn't they search that? Why didn't they dig it up? Because somebody said tape, blood, insulation.
I don't know. It's confusing. I would love to know. I mean, there's rumors that it was a homeless person, but I don't believe that. I don't know. But this is an amazing community. We've been here about 8 years, and the community is, devastated. Everybody's talking daily, and everybody's talking with their theories. And I'm probably one of the outsiders. I don't see the mom and dad doing anything. They are definitely making themselves suspicious. But
right.
I just worry that either he got into an argument and ran out of the house, or has met somebody online and got picked up.
Well, so interesting. Hold on. Somebody said Proudfoot's neighbor, JLR posted, Proudfoot's neighbor told me they haven't been home since Easter weekend, talking about the Proudfoots, and that the neighbor doesn't know if they moved, but said it would be a relief for the neighborhood if they did move. Wow.
I'm sure it would. And I honestly, there's no way I would ever leave if my child was missing. Never. I would be like Seth. I would be out searching. I mean, I've definitely searched more than I feel like the mom and stepdad have.
Yeah, thank you for calling, and I appreciate you being a voice here for Sebastian Rogers. And thank you for letting us know about that search that day that you were a part of. You said you were 10 feet away from that. Thank you for what you do for the community, the helping, the theories, the out there searching, etc. You are wonderful. Thank you so much. I hope you have a blessed day. Lock your doors.
Thanks.
Not to her. You are more than welcome. We're going to do another one. Man, there's so many emails coming through right now. What are y'all about to break Google? People are sending so many emails right now. This is insane. I see sounds of silence. T-REV, I lived in Memphis, owned a business. Lives here. Anyhow, across the Memphis Bridge is Horn Lake, Mississippi, also registered under Memphis. The Yogi Bear campground. Okay, I'm gonna take more of a look at your email. I got you. 989. What's on your mind? Talk to me. You're live.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You were live on the air.
Oh, goodness. Okay, so here goes. I'm pretty old. I think I'm at the high end of your listeners. I probably lived, 9 lives, but here goes one, right? This was back in 85. I had a 3-year-old and a newborn, and I was living in Lansing. So I'm from Michigan. And I met this 13-year-old girl who, I guess she had ran away and stayed with some friends of ours. And then she ran away, and we were all at a fire pit one night. And she was there with a few people from a motorcycle gang who were apparently protecting this girl. And so I go to the friends of ours that she had stayed with before when she ran away, and they said, yeah, there's been CPS reports, and she came with head lice and her teeth all rotten out, and we got her all cleaned up, and then she went back. Her parents found her, and of course she went back. Well, the worst thing that could happen to you back in the 80s, you'd get brought in for harboring. And what's the worst thing that can happen? You're in front of a judge and you're saying, yeah, I had this girl, and her parents had filed runaway reports, but back then a runaway was a runaway in the 80s. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
But I'm just thinking, I wonder if somebody who knew him, maybe didn't know his parents, maybe who know his parents, who, I don't know. It's possible somebody saw Sebastian, saw what he went through. I mean, he did all the right things, right? He told his teacher. They investigated a couple times, I believe. I believe he had, multiple reports that they investigated over the years. I don't know. Okay, another life. Okay, I said 9 lives. Okay, and around 97, 98, my daughter, who's my oldest, ran away. She started running away. I was divorced. A lot of divorced kids who step parents, and that's a lot of trauma for kids. So when it was my daughter, she ran away barefoot. I thought I was being, smart. I'm going to hide all the shoes in the whole house under my bed. Right?
Interesting.
No, she ran away barefoot one time. In the winter, it was in January in Lansing, Michigan. Sure did, she did. And she ran about 2-3 blocks away to where she had a classmate, going to meet her. All she had to do was knock gentle on the back door, and her classmate hooked her up, gave her shoes, boots, coat. So I don't know. I think we just underestimate our kids all the time. It starts when they're 3 months old, laying on the couch.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that kid can't roll over. Boom. Who hasn't? We underestimate our kids all the time. I don't know. I'm hoping he ran.
You're hoping he ran away?
I think. Well, even his dad said, he thinks he's with it. Maybe he met somebody at school, and his chums hiding them out in the basement and they're playing Minecraft. Isn't that what Seth said? Something like that.
Yeah, I'm seeing that there's a Black Hawk out here searching. I'm looking at the flight radar right now. My bad to cut you off, but they're searching the Cumberland River. And that Cumberland River goes all the way up to Hendersonville. I wonder why they're searching the Cumberland River. I'm glad you brought up flight radar. I haven't been on here in a minute. Great idea. And I came straight up on here. I don't see anything over here searching the area.
That is interesting.
American Airlines. There's a Black Hawk out here searching the Cumberland River. I don't know why.
I'm going to be down there for CrimeCon, and I'm going to see this Cumberland River from wherever I'm at for CrimeCon. But man, I'd love to drive through that area right there, just to get a feel for it, because I just got such a big heart for kids. I mean, my husband and I, we really wanted to foster teens years ago. When we
wanted to foster a teen, you said?
Foster older kids, older ones that nobody wants, because those are the ones we love. So I raised 4, and all 4 of mine none of them got into drugs, none of them became alcoholics. So they're all well married, except for my youngest one, the late bloomer, who's I think's going to show us up. I do believe we underestimate our kids, and I know I do it too. I see it. I look at my son, my youngest. He's he's a slow developer, 29. It hasn't even been a year since he was living here with his girls, you know. So he's still learning how to fly. We're over here all nervous, wondering, you know, gee, I hope we're not enabling. You know, where's the line? I don't want to. That looks interesting. What are they doing there?
This chopper?
Mm-hmm.
I'm watching it right now. It's going towards Hendersonville, actually. Hendersonville's right here where my hand is on my mouse. So I'm circling Hendersonville. This Black Hawk helicopter is going kind of towards it, not straight at a, not straight, but it's going towards that direction. So I'm just paying attention to it to make sure if there's going to be a helicopter out there, you never know. They might get some footage. I love I love my helicopter footage here. If you follow me through Danella
too.
But I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice in this community. But before I let you go, do you think that this case is a case of him running away or foul play?
Well, you know what scares me is that, you know, nowadays ain't like when my daughter was running away in Lansing, you know, going to her friend's house 3 blocks away. Her dad lived halfway across town and they knew how to get there. And she ran and ran and ran. But I feel like if he ran away, which that's what I think happened, I think he was bound and determined he was going to sneak out of that house. You know, I grew up abused and severely neglected. I ran away and I went to my brother's and never went back. They opened up a CPS case and I was out.
Wow.
Never went home. But nowadays is different. If this boy, and I do believe he was trying to sneak out and get away, something happened to him after that. Something happened to him that night. Somebody knows something. You know, whether it was somebody in the family, whether it was foul play and he never left the house. Somebody knows something.
And somebody knows something. Like you said.
Either
Somebody knows something. And that's why I was asking, did the 2 aunts get questioned? Did the cousins get questioned? Was he in distress that day? What was going on? I'm sure they've already investigated into that. But again, I appreciate you calling in and being a voice. I have to move on to the next caller. Give everybody a voice, just like I'm giving you one. If you want to call back, you're more than welcome to. God bless you, ma'am. I hope you have a beautiful day. Stay vigilant. Lock your doors. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. I'm trying to keep it. I see a lot of calls coming through. Good gracious. I'm surprised Google hasn't broke yet. Calling in. I love it. 404, you're in the door. Talk to me.
Hey, T, how are you?
I'm hanging in there trying to see if we got any helicopters out here, but it looks like this Black Hawk is going in the wrong direction now.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I was just looking at that. I'm actually loading up my camper, and I'm heading up to the mountains, and I'm going to go to Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg, and I'm going to airdrop the, you know what, out of his pictures to every iPhone I can connect to and put some flyers out. So, this is really, dude, I'm losing sleep, man. The math just ain't mathing. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess what I was wanting to say, I'm sorry if I'm kind of out of breath.
Oh, you're okay. Don't
I'm
be
trying to get this camper. So, speaking of the camper, I've got 5 kids. Okay, they left in the camper. Come on, man. You know, I mean, having to pack, their mind's got to be right. You know what I'm saying? Like, leaving, I don't know, man. It's just don't look right. But let's look at this. Okay, if he did leave on his own, he's autistic. Okay? He has not had a bath. He has not eaten. This boy's going to show up somewhere. He's going to want food. He's going to need help. You know what I'm saying? So that's the fact. I mean, if he left on his own and he's just out there, he's got to eat and he's got to get a shower and he's going to need help. So there ain't no sightings. You know what I mean? So that's the facts on that one. Second of all, I want to put my tinfoil hat on here, and I hate doing it, but has anyone at the school been questioned? Because what if he had a friend at the school or somebody he knew, and he was meeting up with them that night, and it turned into a bully situation that went bad?
That's a good question. That's a great question. Have they talked to somebody?
Because he's 16, that age group at 16. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes,
something,
ma'am.
I'm just wondering, I mean, because in these cases, sometimes you can get tunnel vision. And I try to look at all different aspects. And I'm wondering, could it have been somebody he met up? Like, is it been confirmed he had a Nintendo Switch?
It's a good question. Not that I know of.
You know how rumors are sometimes, because I'm wondering, because that can be added to the, you know, the internet. Now, if he's been on the Minecraft, like his daddy said, that can be hooked to the internet, if I'm not correct. I mean, can't Minecraft be hooked to online?
Minecraft, yes. It definitely can be hooked online. Absolutely.
So I'm just wondering, and then he went to the bowling alley prior to Texas Roadhouse. Like, did he run into somebody at school? You know what I mean? Like, I guess anything's possible, but I'm just looking at the big picture. I mean, and then the other biggest thing that I don't understand is, how did the grandparents leave and went to Alaska? Do you know how far Alaska is to drive from Tennessee?
Yeah, Alaska's pretty far. I'm sure maybe they would fly. If they have money, you'd be flying to Alaska. You wouldn't be driving.
See, and that's fishy to me too, because see, my grandkids, they're my step grandkids, but we don't look at it like that. Like, we look at family as family. And if my grandkids or my kid come up, I wouldn't be going anywhere. You get what I'm saying? But I'd be searching, and I would be staying at home, because if that was where the last place my son or my grandkid was and had autism, I would be where I'm going to be at home or searching. I wouldn't be going out of town. I wouldn't be getting in a camper going somewhere. And then I find it convenient. They get in a camper, go all the way over there because they've been threatened, but yet, isn't that convenient? They started getting threatened like a week after everybody else was getting threatened. Like, none of this stuff is adding up. It's like, you get what I mean? I don't know, but I'm going to go up there to Gatlinburg. And like I said, I'm going to go through the portal. I'm going to try to, I don't know. And they need to look into the sex offenders in the neighborhood. They also need to look at any of them that was working at the construction sites behind his house. I mean, every stone needs to be flipped. And hopefully they'll find him, because this hurts my heart. Like, it literally hurts my heart. So
It's pretty silent too. I got the dispatch on, right? And it's silent. I haven't heard nothing come through yet. Pretty eerie. Hendersonville dispatch. As I'm just listening, you never know what you know, a call that comes through to dispatch, like, you think we found it? I don't know. You could hear a lot of things on this dispatch. So I do have it planned. We'll see if anything comes through that. In this case, just, I don't see him, like you're saying, like, I don't see him just running out barefooted. I don't. And did he even make it home that night? That's why I think it's important that not only the two aunts, but the cousins are also talked to about, you know, what was his mood that day and different things like that. There's a lot of questions that need to be asked. And I'm sure they did that in an investigation like this, where this boy is missing and it's been since Madeline Soto, February 26th or the 25th. No sign whatsoever. A couple of parent sightings that have nothing has came from it, obviously, because we haven't seen or heard anything more than just hearing about it. So I don't know. This case,
I think the reason why the dogs didn't, this is just my personal opinion. If his mom had something to do with it,
right?
Okay. The only reason why those dogs didn't hit around that house, because T-REV, they come through out of that house into that car in that garage, and she took off, because she's got an alibi of why she was driving around that morning. You know what I'm saying? And I want to know what that car shows. Was she going slow? Was she backing up? Was she stopping? Was she going in circles? I want to know what that GPS on that car shows, because that's going to be, you follow me there, because if they didn't smell him outside that house, that means he was carried out. And I mean, that's just,
and that just it's worrisome. It's worrisome when you hear that, right? It just makes you go crazy. But before I let you go, I want to ask you: do you think that this boy was taken elsewhere and he's still alive, or do you think that something bad happened to him?
Well, I think there's foul play involved. I hope he's alive because of his dad. But you know what? I don't know. And all we can do is pray and get his name out there. And thank you for what you're doing. I have followed you from the beginning, and we just love you to death. And I've got my husband hooked onto you now. And
Shout out to your husband.
you're a good man. And your prayers and what goes on in the dark is going to come to the light. It's coming.
Change.
So.
It change. We got to set example. We need to change. There's a lot of things that need to change, not just with the US, but with the way that people look out for each other. Because I feel like there's a lot of darkness out here and not enough light. If you look around on YouTube, you see a bunch of people talking shit about different things. It's like, man, get away. Help change some lives. Help change some lives. Help do something. Stop being so negative and putting this darkness back into the world. So that's what I decided to do with my channel, is bring some love and light to the world of straight darkness that I feel like we live in right now. God bless you. Thank you. Shout out to you and your husband. I appreciate both of you as viewers and people of the Rev Game family. I love y'all. Thank you so much. Stay vigilant and lock your doors until I hear from you next time. 404. Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. There's reports here that the Proudfoots have moved to Memphis, ladies and gentlemen. You can go look at that on the Tennessean. They are saying that they moved out here to Memphis. I don't know what's going on with that. I got Flight Radar up. I got Dispatch in Hendersonville up, just in case we hear anything. I don't know. I haven't heard much, but we will see how that works out too. That was the first that's the first time I've heard anything come through Dispatch just now. The first time. And I've had it on for how long now? 409. What's on your mind? Talk to me. Can you hear me? 409? 865. You're live. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV, did you get the email with the video? Did it finally come through?
Look right now.
With the drone operator?
I'm looking right now. Okay, Equisearch drone operator. You see that one? Oh, Mary. I think. Yeah, but that's by somebody who won't let me view it. Or else I would. You get what I'm saying? That person is a striker. This second one, hold on, let me see. Is this second one that you though? I don't think this one is. This one's a yep.
Yeah, there's one that's live right now, and then there's another one that was posted 13 hours ago, and I tried to attach it. I sent you the picture of her.
Yeah, I see her. I can see the picture that you sent me of the actual this chick. I see her right here. But it's by a creator that's real iffy for me to play anything from, and I'm not trying to catch a strike from anybody out here.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, interesting. I didn't know that. All right, I was having trouble trying to get it through to you, so I didn't know that you couldn't read or watch some other stuff.
If I can play it, it'll be played. But if I can't, I don't. I won't. I'll skip right over it if I can't. If I know for a fact that I possibly could get struck or whatever, I won't play it.
Sure, no problem. It's at the 254 mark, and it was from yesterday, not today. He's got a live one going now. It's not today. Okay.
Thank you, Miss Lori. Yeah, no, this and I'm looking at it now. Break down this again, though. What you want to tell everybody, because I know people want to know what it is.
Okay, so on this other creator's content yesterday, about 13 hours ago, he was interviewing the drone operator named Twyla from Equisearch, from Midwest Equisearch. And she was talking about how they are doing the search, that they've been doing the search, but they are very quiet in the background. They really don't want any, like, a lot of publicity about it and what's going on, kind of comparing it to some other people out there looking and explaining why they're quiet and where they've been looking and how they've been using the drone and all that kind of stuff, and working closely, that they have actually been asked to work with by the police with them. They called them in to work with them. And it's coming straight from her mouth, and it's their official site. So
that's good. Thank you for letting us know that. I definitely would play it if I could, but we don't want to get smoked out here.
No, heck no. Okay, well, I didn't know that in the background. Well, thank you.
No, thank you. I appreciate you sending things in and being eyes out there. Thank you for being a voice always as for Sebastian. I appreciate you, Mary. God bless you. Stay vigilant. Lock your doors. Say it every time. And I won't stop saying it. 219-885-9693. I'm sharing multiple links in chat. Make sure you check those links out. Here's t-shirts or flyers. Here's flyers first. I'll post the flyers. And then here is the t-shirt link that you can go and buy a t-shirt. This is from Seth Rogers himself. Again, it's from Seth Rogers himself. Nothing that we've created. So this goes straight to the family. 740, you're on the show. What's going on?
Hi, T. Hey, I called you the other day. I was watching the interview with the deputy chief that followed the press release. Did you watch that whole interview?
The new one?
Where he was doing a one-on-one interview after the press conference.
I'm pretty sure you're talking about the one I got right here playing on the screen right now.
I've got you muted, so I'm not sure. They asked him, was everybody cleared? And he states, no one, I repeat, no one has been cleared.
Absolutely. I did hear that by this man right here, this exact video right here.
Yes. And then they asked him about the lights in the back, which was said that it was a trash truck and all this stuff. He said, I cannot say anything about it because it's part of the investigation.
Interesting.
And that's on that same interview.
Yeah, I've seen it.
So that kind of brought up a red flag, you know, because before they were saying, no, it was been debunked, it was a trash truck. And that deputy chief said, no, I cannot speak about the lights because that is part of our investigation. And that will come out at a later time.
My feelings are hurt.
And then, yeah, that kind of, I have, that's still going through my head.
Yeah, I heard it. And he also, you're right. He did 100% say in this video that nobody is clear because they did talk about that. And they also talked about foul play. And he said foul play is not off the table either. So, because they don't know anything. They haven't even found Sebastian to know if foul play was done to him. And do we even know if they had a crime scene or something like that? You could bet your ass people would be, you know, being talked about, and that would have been put out somewhere, but there's no sign of that anywhere. No sign. So
no, well, and I don't
everybody's
think
going crazy with speculation.
Since it's went into investigation mode, they're going to keep a lot, you know, really close.
This pond.
Another thing, I'm not going to state who it was because I know that I don't want you to get a strike. But there was a lady interviewing Reverend Donna. And if you remember Reverend Donna, when the case came out with the missing 2 children, and she was right on with everything. Oh, I can't remember the name of the children, but they're the ones in court right now getting ready to start. The mother's already been found guilty. But Reverend Donna was right on who, yes. But Reverend Donna did her psychic reading with law enforcement.
Right.
And she was right on everything, every single thing. Well, there's someone who did an interview with Reverend Donna just recently on YouTube. If you can watch that interview, Reverend Donna dropped a lot of good things.
Reverend Donna dropped. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I seen what you're talking about, Sweetie Pie Low. Yes.
Because she stated that it was the law enforcement that noticed that the shoes.
Interesting.
Yes. Not the parents. She stated something about, I'm pretty sure it was her interview, about the law. Someone said the law enforcement was the ones who asked about the shoes, and they were like, oh yeah, well, they're all here. So someone forgot to get rid of a pair of shoes, I think. Number 2, okay, the next thing was, she said that if she was there in person, that she would travel from the Texas Roadhouse, where they last had dinner, to the route back home and see what she felt. And then she would also travel the route from their home to Chris's work and see what she felt. And she said, I'm wondering if they have done, law enforcement has checked everything in both routes as far as any cameras, anything that they can come up with. So that was a good thing she said. Now, number 3, this is from me. She keeps telling about how she was on the phone for all those hours with her husband that night.
Yeah.
Until, yeah. I mean, that to me just, you know, although even when she was correcting her child and her child was going out for trash and her child was in the bathtub, she was on the phone.
And you're talking about the 3 hours, correct?
Yes. Is that a normal thing for them to do every day? I'm hoping law enforcement checks that. Was that normal?
That's a good question.
And then it was like a few hours later that she realizes that, 4 hours, 6 hours later, that she's calling him back because now Sebastian's missing. So I'm hoping that they did check all of the phone activity. It was just normal. Is that a normal thing for them to do? And then the last thing, turkey season is coming in, which is a good thing. We're going to have hunters out in the woods. I don't know when it comes in Tennessee, but that's going to get more people out into the woods. Because I hate to say this, but I am somewhat sensitive to things.
Yes.
And I got woke up with a dream, and all I could see was a child sitting at the base of a tree. I could see a deer and I could see a turkey. That's telling me something about woods and hunters.
Interesting.
I hope that's a clue.
Well, we'll see. And I appreciate you sharing that with us. And thank you for calling in and being a voice for little Sebastian here today. I appreciate you. God bless you, man. I need you to do two things for me. Stay vigilant, lock your doors. We appreciate your voice here today for Sebastian. Shout out to her. Let's check this out real quick. I want to check this video out real fast before we take some more calls. Hold up. Let me pull this up. Where's it at? Where is it at? There it is.
That can't happen. That's impossible. It doesn't work that way. Either something happened to his glasses, but where would he go? Why would he leave? And how could no one find him? Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, shares custody and has been out searching for his son. Meanwhile, Katie says her husband had to go back to work out of town, and Katie left her home to be with him. Tonight, we have an update from law enforcement. We'll take a look at the latest, break down the timeline, and take a look at the search as we investigate.
Was that the Kentucky landfill that they checked out?
Investigate the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. And where is Sebastian Rogers? Where is he? This case, it's as if he just disappeared and vanished. But that doesn't happen. That can't happen. That's impossible. It doesn't work that way.
Mercy says I do not put my trust in psychics.
Either something happened to him and someone did something, or he left the house, or someone broke into the house and took him, a 15-year-old. But something had to happen here. Yet a month into this, it seems like the public, the family, everyone's kind of clueless as to what happened here. How does a 15-year-old just vanish like that? Who's at home with his mom? How does that happen?
Good question, Benny.
It doesn't make sense to me that there wouldn't be some level of some.
541, what's going on? You're live.
Yeah, hi.
How you doing?
I was watching CJ's live video yesterday on Monday, and there's a park with a river running down
across it?
Yes, I've seen it.
Yeah. And his clothes were on a burning bush.
The clothes
He's
were
really-
what? They were on a what?
A bush.
A bush. Okay, thank you. I didn't hear you when you first said it. So his clothes were on a bush. What about what was next?
And there's Canadian geese in the woods. If you look for the Canadian geese.
Canadian.
And there. Because Najee smelled something weird.
Mm-hmm.
The mom.
Interesting.
Yeah. And Sebastian's hair is in water.
Sebastian, what?
Sebastian's hair is in the water.
Sebastian's hair is in the water?
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't hear that part.
No.
Now, where did that come from again? His hair was in the water?
Yeah.
I didn't hear
look
that.
for his. They need to look for. And I guess his stepdad, had a rifle and he shot him.
Oh wow.
In the park. They just have to check the restroom and look for a Rubbermaid Tupperware in the garage. And chains.
Where's that coming from? This is the first time I've ever heard that.
I was listening to my phone on my spirit box, and it came out on it.
Oh wow, interesting. So you said about the pond that he was searching at, he found what again?
The pond?
Yeah, you talked about
Canadian geese.
CJ in a pond. You said he found something by a bush or something.
Oh, by the bush?
Mm-hmm.
The cops have to look in where the burning bushes are. His clothes are stuck to them.
Yes, ma'am. So his clothes are stuck in a bush, is what you're saying.
Yes.
And they haven't been found.
No.
Interesting.
And there's a flashlight on the ground.
Flashlight on the ground. And that wasn't found either.
No. But they found some wood trucks that's made for trailers.
Mm-hmm.
CJ found 3 of them.
Interesting.
Oh yeah.
I wonder why nobody found it.
I don't know.
I haven't heard of nobody finding those type of items.
Yeah, he's really close. They were really close to him. They just have to look really good.
Well, I mean, they're back out there searching the area again, according to right here, a post earlier from Fox Nashville. They're walking and a woman called in from that lives by this neighborhood, or a half a mile or a mile away from Sebastian, and said this was at the end of the neighborhood. So they're back in the neighborhood searching again.
Mm-hmm. Did they go to the park?
Did they go to the park or the church? What did you say?
The park.
I don't know. I have no
they
idea.
Need to search a park. Because there's woods in a park.
In a park. Okay. Any other thoughts that you have before I move on to the next caller?
I think it's foul play, and I don't think he's alive.
You think it's foul play and you don't think he's alive? Well,
no.
I appreciate you calling in and being a voice for Sebastian. I hope you have a wonderful day, ma'am. God bless you. Stay vigilant.
Thank you.
Lock your doors. Thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate you. Good to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. I don't know what she was talking about as far as the clothes and different things in the bush, and I haven't seen any of that. So again, to me, that is speculation until proven right. But thank her calling in. I appreciate it. 615, you're live. Talk to me.
What's up, man?
What's going on, brother? How you doing today?
Not too much. Doing good. I'm about 3 miles from where this happened at, and I just drove through there, and I got an FBI agent down there in the field looking.
Oh, so we got you were just out there. There's FBI out there now?
Yeah, I just saw an FBI lady, and she was walking down Center Point Road through the field.
Wow. You said Cedar Point Road.
Center Point.
Center Point. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. So there's FBI out there searching now. Interesting. This is news to me.
FBI.
That's news to me. Thank you for sharing that. But and what else is going out around there when driving around and observing? How many people are you seeing searching out there?
I saw a bunch of cop cars, but I just saw it was a FBI lady and another lady, and they were walking up the hills and stuff. And whenever this first happened, there were just a ton of cops everywhere around here looking. Like, they looked everywhere. And, like, behind my house, there's probably 20 cops looking through the woods. So I don't think he's around here. But that's just my opinion. It's good they're searching again, though.
Yeah, I'm glad they're searching back into the neighborhood again where he, allegedly went missing on foot. How far could he have really gotten if he left on foot there? He'd pretty much, to me, be close, at least you would think of, but you never know.
Right. And the subdivision, it comes out to Long Hollow Road, and there's only two. You can either go left or right. So there's not many places he could have went that way. And behind them, it's just a bunch of woods, and it's pretty rough terrain back there. So.
Damn. So this area, have you drove through Sebastian's neighborhood?
I have.
Wow, interesting. I wonder if you do go by there, man, take some footage, send it in. We'd love to see what it looks like around there. We'd love to see the area.
Okay, awesome. I will do that.
Have you been helping search, or are you just checking out and driving around, seeing if you see this boy walking around anywhere?
I have not. I just drive through there. It's literally right down the road from my house. And also, I was going to say that with the school, my mom was actually a special education teacher there for a while, and the special ed kids, they have their own classroom. They don't have computers in there. The only computers are in the computer library.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a good question off the record. Somebody in the chat said, "Do you notice any cameras around there or surrounding homes when you drove through there?"
In the subdivision there is, but on the main road there really isn't cameras. But right across the street from the subdivision is the fire hall, so they have to have cameras there. And then the school's right next door.
Beach High School, Angela said in chat. Is that what it is? Beach High School?
Yeah, it's Beach High School. That's right. And they're also building right next door. There's a bunch of houses being built, so I hope they looked in all of those attics and crawl spaces.
Interesting. It's crazy, bro. What do you think happened to him? What's your thoughts? Like, or what was your theory when you initially look at this case right now and 5-6 weeks in, he's still missing? What is your theory at this point?
I think that the stepdad came back and got him out the window, and I'm not even sure the mom knows or not. Because also, there's a gas station on Center Point, and 2 days after he went missing, I went down there and I talked to the cashier every day, and there was a poster up of the kid. And I said, "Well, who put that up?" And he said that the mom came in, and this is just what he told me. The mom came in and said her son was missing, and she was visibly upset. And there was a guy behind her. I'm assuming it was the stepdad, and he wasn't upset as her. So I'm not sure.
It's crazy, man. I love T-REV's vibe. Always got to be nice to people. Always got to be nice to people. But damn, man, like, I do not understand how we are this far in. And if this kid, and this is what I'm getting at, if he truly ran away on foot, again, barefooted, in the situation that we're talking about with all the nights that went by, again, how far could he have gotten when it comes to this area? Isn't there mountains like right there? Because when I looked, when they had the above shot, I think it was a drone, you could see like a mountains You can see some sort of mountains and woods there. So it's like, how far are you really getting before you fall into a hole, step on something that stabs your foot, you're injured, now you're bleeding? Like, how far is he really getting before something like that happens in this type of rural area? Besides walking down street, and you feel like if he was walking down street, somebody in a vehicle would have seen this kid walking barefooted and stopped.
Correct. And it's not mountainous; it's hilly, but it's not mountainous. And I've heard some people say, it's like the sticks. It's not as country as you would think. It's pretty populated over here. So anywhere he would have went, there would be a road, and people would have seen him.
That's kind of how that's what I was thinking. If he's going down the road, obviously he would have been seen, and it's obvious that he wasn't on that road. I mean, if he was, somebody would have seen him.
Whenever they first started searching, they searched heavily behind his subdivision there because it's rough terrain back there. But in front of it, it's more populated in front and to the right. If you go right, you go to Goodlettsville, which is a little city town. If you go left, you head toward Gallatin. And I think they found those glasses up in Gallatin, which is about 6 or 7 miles away from his house.
23 Central, what's your extension?
The glasses that they're talking about, they were confirmed not to be his.
Right, yeah, I didn't think they were. It was too far away.
Yeah, they were confirmed not to be his, but people had hope that they were.
And where the dog hit, that's about 5 miles away, and it's right next to the old Hickory Dam. So I don't think that had nothing to do with it neither. I think that something happened to him. There's no way he could have ran off, and they couldn't have found him with all the resources they had. They had a helicopter circling for 2 days. And I like I said, I'm like 4 miles away, and they had 20 cops come out and look all through the woods.
Damn. Crazy, bro.
So, like I said, what is it, 3.5 hours to Memphis? If he would have came back in the night, went and banged on the window, and the window's on the first floor, and opened that door while the mom's asleep and got him and took off, and that's a possibility.
We'll see how it plays out, man. I appreciate you calling in local from here or driving through here. I don't know how far you actually live from his place, but I do appreciate your perspective, calling in and letting us know about this area and giving us your thoughts and opinions. If you do drive by there again and you get some video, let me know, man. Send it in. I'd love to take a look at it and gander for sure.
Absolutely, man. Hey, keep up the good work.
Absolutely. We're going to keep spreading the word about Sebastian. I appreciate you again being a voice here today for Sebastian Rogers. Hopefully he's found. God bless you, sir. Stay vigilant. Lock your doors, my brother. Shout out to him. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. We're continuing to cover the story of Sebastian Rogers, who on February 25th to the 26th went missing, allegedly walked out of his house. Mom heard a thud in the house. She was on the phone for 3 hours and 37 minutes. I don't know what to. I really don't. All is that this boy needs to be found. This boy needs to be found. There needs to be some closure. Checkers. What is going on? 631. Talk to me.
Hi. Wanted to say I'm enjoying the show. Thank you so much for everything you do. My opinion is I think the stepdad did something to him. Just the way that they're moving about, the way that they don't seem to really be caring, and the fact that glasses were found and they couldn't tell the cops if it was their kids' glasses or not.
Right.
That just doesn't add up.
Doesn't sit right?
No, it really doesn't. And I was just wondering, before he was reported missing, was there any sightings of him before? Because for the FBI, the cops not to be able to find anything, is it that he's been missing longer than what we think, but they're only reporting it now?
And that's interesting that you're bringing that up, because the caller that just called in said the FBI is out there now, and a lot of people have been asking, is the FBI there?
Yeah, and usually with feds, it's going to be state lines or something major, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So the FBI, they needed the FBI to come in regardless TBI. I don't know what TBI is doing, but they didn't find Summer Wells. So it's time for you to call in the FBI and everybody else with a new brain to come in and take a look of what's going on in Tennessee and why people are falling off the face of the earth and to never be seen again.
Right. It's like Tennessee has become the Bermuda Triangle for kids.
It's crazy.
Like it's insane, and I don't know what's going on with these parents. And I saw something where they moved out of the state.
Yeah, that's right here on the Tennessean. I have it pulled up right here in front of me. And again, it specifically says, let me update it. It looks like it did. Hold up, did they just delete it? Oh, no,
Well, there
it's
are
here.
people who their dogs and cats run away and they won't leave the house for days or weeks. They will barely move. So how is your kid going to go missing and you're hoping he returns and you're states away?
It is right here. It says it specifically. As officials continue to search for the 15-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, the autistic Sumner County teen who disappeared in February, investigators say they are hopeful that the boy might still be alive and his family has remained cooperative and communicative, despite his mother and stepfather's recent move to Memphis. So
now, is it a possibility? I don't know if you remember, but a few years ago, there was that balloon boy situation where there was a couple, they were novice, they liked reality TV shows, and they built a weather balloon. And they got on television, said that their kid was in this weather balloon, and for, hours we were all watching, hoping that it wasn't going to bust and this kid was going to fall from the sky. And then it turned out the entire time they had the kid hidden in the basement. So I'm wondering with their move, God, forbid this kid is unalived. If he is alive, could it be that they transferred him through the states since the mom was trying to get custodialship over him from the father?
that is a wonderful theory that I've heard a few times now. And he said that he had him enrolled in school for the summer and that he was getting custody of him just for the summer, is what Seth explained to us on my interview. In case I misinterpreted what he said, I don't think he was getting full custody. He was just getting him for the summer and putting him in summer school while he was there. That's
Right,
how Seth had told me.
Yeah, and it just seems that stepdad, being a stepdad, he was really for having the kid under his roof, under his home. So it's just, I don't know. Parents can be very vindictive when it comes to the custody of the kids. I hope that that's the reality of it, that they just moved him somewhere ahead of time and he's going to be in that state, especially since cadaver dogs haven't really hit on anything near the home as far as I know. But I appreciate you letting me come on. I got to get back to work here. I had to take a break so I can call in. Yes, sir. Yeah, we've got his poster up in the windows here. Yes, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Bye-bye.
T-REV. What's up? No, I was going to make a comment. This is Mike from North Carolina. I was making a comment when you had just said about that he was only going to have the child for the summer school. From what I understand, what Seth said was they were making a custodial change where he enrolled the child in school and it was switching from where he used to get the child on every other weekend to where he was going to have the child and then she was going to get the child every other weekend. And that there was no money involved or nothing like that. It's just a custodial change.
I couldn't believe nobody heard anything I just said. But yes, no. When Seth came on, I asked him a specific question. I asked him if that what's going on with that, and he said he was getting him for the summer, and that he was just gonna put him, or he was going to summer school. He enrolled him into summer school. So I don't know if he was again, people are starting to still say that he was having full custody of him, and he only told me for the summer.
Yeah, what I understand, it wasn't a matter of a full custody issue. It was a matter of he was going to be the custodial parent, but not, as far as right now, he was getting a child every other weekend, and it was supposed to switch for now. It wasn't a matter of no money involved, no custodial. It was just an arrangement they made together. That's what I heard Seth say. It was on another, site when Seth was talking about it. So
yeah, I did it again. I did an interview with him and touched up on it on my channel. The video is uploaded. We asked him some very good questions about Sebastian, and that's what he had told to me. So he wasn't getting
right. No, I'm not trying to change your mind. I mean,
I know you're not. I'm just saying in general. I think some people have it confused as with he had custody or he was having full blown custody of him for all yearly around, and it wasn't. It was just for the summer. So what could be so big? Some people's theory is, oh, well, he had custody of him and they weren't having that. So they're hiding him and they're doing this and they're doing that. Well, are they really hiding him? He's only going there for the summer to see his dad. And I'm sure, why would they want to do that?
Yeah, I personally, I think it's something bad happened. I mean, it's, there's too much suspicion to me.
Mm-hmm.
But I hope not. I mean, I pray not. I hope he does get found. It's just, I have a grandson that he's on the spectrum, and
God bless him.
He's a great kid. I mean, he's actually a genius. I mean,
God bless him.
My wife just went to go get him and take him from the father to his grandmother's, her mother's. But he's a great kid, and I couldn't see anything like that happening. I mean.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't see a child run away. They're too set in their ways. Although I have heard that a lot of people on the spectrum, children on the spectrum, do run, but I couldn't see it because he's got his own way of doing everything. He's got his habits that stayed the same all the time. But I don't want to keep anybody. I was just want to share that what I thought I heard anyway about the custodial part. But again, I mean, I love your show. Me and my wife will watch you constantly.
I appreciate you, brother, man. I do appreciate
keep up the great work.
It's just I'm boggled at this point. Usually I have something put together, a full story. There's just no story here whatsoever that we could even. We're speculating on him leaving his house. Right. Like where? The real question is, where is he? And I can't say it enough. Every stream, I can't.
Yeah, where would he go? I mean, it's. I mean, I understand if he had a bad situation at home, he wanting to get away from it. But again, it's, to me, their habits. They have habits. They live by a certain way. They do everything the same thing all the time. And when they're on, well, at least that's what my grandson is. He does everything the same. And for him to just up and go, I just think something nefarious has happened myself. But
we'll see how that turns out, brother.
Yeah, I pray it's not that way, but
I pray it's not either. But we're gonna end up finding the truth out some way, somehow. Whether it be tomorrow, tonight, the next week, the next year, I don't know. We're gonna find.
Yeah, eventually it's gonna come out. You're right.
What is in the dark comes to light, they say, man. So thank you. Shout out to you and your wife. I appreciate both of you being watchers on the show and the Rap Game family. God bless you, brother. I hope both of you have a wonderful night, a wonderful day, breakfast, everything. I hope y'all been having a great day. Make sure you lock your doors, stay vigilant. Evil's out there.
Always.
Shout out to him. Again, look, I gotta dive into the story. So let me just take a brief intermission just to catch some people up. And then I'm gonna do a quick little briefing on the story that we're covering. Okay. Not only am I going to do that, and then I'm going to talk about some things that have been coming up for the people who are just entering. But I need you to do one thing. Make sure you smash that like button, hashtag FTA for the algorithm. Now I'm going to go through a little bit of this story for the people who aren't too familiar with the story so you can hear some of the things that we've heard, all right? And this is just a basic rundown. So on the morning of February 26th of 2024, it started like any other for the Proudfoot family of Hendersonville, Tennessee, or on the 25th. But what awaited them was a nightmare they could have never imagined, right? Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old boy with high-functioning autism, had vanished without a trace from his own home. The search for Sebastian spanned over a week, with state and local authorities deploying helicopters, drones, and search and rescue teams. But despite their efforts, there was no sign of the missing teenager. Sebastian has not been seen in person or on camera since his disappearance on the 26th of February. There has been a couple tips that's been put through to TBI, stating otherwise, that there has been possible sightings. So again, there's possible sightings out there, but nothing confirmed whatsoever. So Sebastian, or his mother, Katie Proudfoot, and stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, spoke to the media for the first time on Monday, which was March 4th, 8 days after he went missing. Miss Proudfoot told that the family went to sleep at their home in Hendersonville that night before he vanished, but when they woke up on the morning of February 26th, he was gone. Well, that was her, and they talked about she was on the phone for 3 hours and 37 minutes, blah, blah, blah. When Miss Proudfoot found her son's bed empty, she called her husband, who was at work. "I can't find him," she said. And when he asked, "What do you mean you can't find him?" she replied, "He's not in the house." Miss Proudfoot said she searched the entire house but couldn't find him. "My son doesn't run, and he's not a runner. He's never run away before," she said, addressing the possibility that he could have wandered off. "I don't know why he walked out that door," Miss Proudfoot said. A massive search has been underway for Sebastian for over the last month, as state and local authorities utilize helicopters, drones, and search and rescue dogs. Authorities even blasted his favorite song, "Eye of the Tiger," while searching in different areas to try to call out to him, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office said. Now, the couple has received backlash for not speaking out earlier, to which they say shouldn't be judged because no one knows what they're going through. "You don't know, and I don't wish you to ever know," they said. "Just be kind to people. It's that simple. You don't know." And right here it says that they answer to question, or there's answers to questions right now that we are searching for desperately, and we just don't have that, his stepfather added. Sebastian's mother, who said she is just hoping to bring her son home safely, had a message for him. "We love you so much, and we want you to come home, and you're not in trouble," she said. "I just want my baby to be okay." On Saturday, March 23rd, the volunteer organization, the United Cajun Navy, announced it was deploying a team to aid in the search for Sebastian. In a post on Facebook, the group said it was working with local officials and urged those interested in the case to be patient when asking for new information. Now, this is that Fugazi United Cajun Navy group, which there's multiple of them. I don't know what's going on with that circus, but in a report on Tuesday, the 26th of March, the director of the Sumner County's emergency operations, Ken Wiedner, said that from the ponds to homes to Woodland, hundreds of people have been scouring the area. He said, "I also conducted an interview with Seth Rogers, during which he revealed some latest information." Katie explained that evening, her son took out the trash at the end of the driveway as his usual chore, and then around 9 p.m., he was told to go to bed. He was doing something in his room because about an hour later, I heard some noise, and I was like, "I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep," Miss Proudfoot recalled. "At 6 o'clock, I went to wake him up for school Monday morning, and that's when he wasn't there." In a further interview released on March 25th, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Proudfoot said she believes someone had taken her son. Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, also spoke Monday night, explaining that he had not had contact with the Proudfoots in around 2 weeks. He also said he was not giving up hope in finding Sebastian, having spent several days searching for him. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation originally issued an endangered child alert for Sebastian the morning on February 26th. On February 27th, the alert was elevated to an Amber Alert based on the additional investigative information developed during the search. An Amber Alert is issued when there is reasonable belief by law enforcement that an abduction has occurred and the child is in imminent danger of seriously bodily injury or death, according to the DOJ. Now, I just wanted to give people a quick catch up, a quick rundown of this case. I know I didn't touch basically on everything right there, but it is a good summary that I put together. And when it comes to this case, I'm now hearing that FBI is out there searching. We just had a caller call in and they said, FBI, I just seen FBI searching out in this area. We're hearing of possible sightings from March 20th. There was another one that I seen that was a little bit earlier on of a possible sighting too. So then, where are they meeting at? And also, I know that Seth and his team, let me pull it up. Seth and his team are at the Rudder. This is where they meet at 9:30 every morning, according to what's, Seth told me. The Rudder, 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075. Again, if you want to go out there and help, you're in the Tennessee area, it's the Rudder, 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075. Make sure you do that. I don't know what's going to, come from this case whatsoever. I'm just as confused as everybody else on information that is going around. The Proudfoots have allegedly moved out here to Memphis, is according to the Tennessean, which I have right here. And it talks about specifically in the Tennessean, as officials continue to search for the 15-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, the autistic Sumner County teen who disappeared in February. Investigators say they are hopeful the boy may still be alive, and his family has remained cooperative and communicative despite his mother and stepfather's recent move to Memphis. In the 5 weeks since Sebastian was reported missing from his Hendersonville home, Sumner County Sheriff's Office Chief Deputy Eric Craddock said new tips had been called in daily. One of the more recent developments has been the discovery of a pair of glasses, which now are confirmed not to be his glasses. We are exploring every lead that comes in and every tip that comes in, or that comes back, whatever. Craddock said during a Tuesday press conference updating the public on its progress in the case. The entire community is deeply saddened by what has occurred. We're all extremely concerned for Sebastian's welfare. Nothing would make me happier than to wake up tomorrow morning to a tip that cracks this case wide open and we find Sebastian and bring him home. Again, that's the latest update. I'm about to open the lines back up, 219-885-9693. Just wanted to catch some of you up who are coming in and like, what are the latest updates? The latest updates are tons of people are out there searching. There's people back searching in the same exact neighborhood that he went missing in. And that's posted. I've been retweeting all these different things. So if you want to check out updates, go to my Twitter, check out my Twitter, the stuff that I'm reposting, follow those people because they're updating stuff too on this case around the clock as we cover this. Again, 903, you're on with me. Talk to me. 931, what's going on? You're live.
Hello, T-REV. I just wanted to point out the sighting in Gatlinburg.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think it was a true. I'm not saying that it was a hoax or anything, but I think they're probably mistaken that it wasn't Sebastian because Gatlinburg is like the biggest tourist attraction in Tennessee.
Right.
You have Dollywood there, and like when she opens her park at the beginning of every year, which is usually around March, April, she has a big parade. It's been sent out on TV, and they just film a lot of things in that area too, in Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge area. Mm-hmm. They film a lot, and it goes on the news or anywhere. So I don't think they're going to have him out there in the middle of everybody, the biggest attraction in Tennessee. I don't believe that. And two, like Seth had said about Sebastian's vision, he said he has, he can't see anything without his glasses. My son's the same way. He's legally blind without his glasses. Mm-hmm. So I don't think that they would have him there without glasses because the child can't see. Mm-hmm. So, and then Seth did say, I'm saying this, I've been fighting for custody of my son for the last 4 years, and I have custody of him.
Yes, ma'am.
And he said they were changing custodial, changing the custodial. Well, that's basically changing custody. If he gets him, he said he didn't say anything about summer school when he talked to you, I don't think. I think he said he's getting him for the summer, and then he had already had him register for the school year, which would be this next school year. So she would get him every other weekend. So that's basically, he got custody. He just didn't want, I don't think Seth was the one that said, yeah, I got custody of him, Mm-hmm. I think he was just being nice. But yeah, custodial switching like that, he would have custody of Sebastian. And he also said, when Chris, approached him about this. And so they came to him to ask him, because he said when Chris approached me about it, he said I was happy. That's all he wanted was his son. So yes, they approached him, and I think there's foul play. I think there's foul play involved in this. I don't think he just walked off. My child is is on the spectrum, and he won't walk out the door to get like a package or anything without his shoes. He would not walk out that door without his shoes, not even to go on the porch and get a package. So I don't think this child just stepped out without shoes or, anything like that. I hope, he is alive and well, but yeah, I think there was foul play involved. Oh, and I'm Kimberly from Tennessee.
Kimberly from Tennessee. I'm just showing some pictures of the search area right now that were sent in to me. If you're just coming in, they said there's a big, large search going on right here. Here's some pictures from the location that they're saying there's a lot of traffic over here. It says this right here. Someone said, I seen this post on a Facebook group, and I'm gonna read it. It says, hey everyone, I'm in what is it? Truesdale County, Trousdale, Truesdale County, and just literally drove by this major search going on in a huge pond on a farm. Multiple law enforcement and emergency vehicles officers standing around the edge of the pond looking into the water. Interesting.
They must have got a tip or something about that area. I hope. I mean, I don't hope that, they find him alive. But, I hope there are more tips coming in and people are seeing Sebastian and we can find him. Just because the child deserves it. And if there is foul play, he deserves justice. So, I'm glad there's a major search out there for him, because that means he's getting the attention he deserves until he's found.
Yeah, I got the scanner on, y'all. Don't worry. Trust me. We got that bad boy on. I don't play no games with that. We want to hear. We're nosy. We're nosy. we are nosy.
Sure are.
We want to know what the hell is going on out here.
That's exactly right. Exactly. We want to know that something's being done for him. I don't think anybody should stop looking. I'm trying to get flyers out for my area of Tennessee. So, yeah, but I don't think
do you have the link, or do you need it? I've been hopefully
I've got it.
Okay.
Yeah, I have it now.
Just wanted to make sure.
But I just wanted to say I don't think he's in Gatlinburg, unfortunately, because there's just it's usually crowded year round almost, even in the fall and everything. So I don't think they would. Anybody, if they have him, they have to know he's missing, because he wouldn't be away from his parents for this long. Here, keep my child for a month and I'll be back. No, they know that something's up. So I don't think they would have him out in a huge area like that. But that's all I wanted to say. I'll let somebody else talk.
Well, I appreciate you calling in again and being a voice for Sebastian Rogers, as I say to everybody, because if you're calling in about this boy and you're speaking your thoughts, opinions, and your theories, his name out there. And I appreciate you being a part of the show and just calling in and sharing us your thoughts and opinions. Thank you so much, man. God bless you. Thank you for the kind words. I hope you have a beautiful day. Make sure you lock your doors and stay vigilant. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. They're searching this area out in Truesdale County, ladies and gentlemen. And I do see the post, actually. I actually see the post. I went to the same group that I'm in, and I actually see this post on. Again, I see this post out here. It's right here. Here it is. Hey, everyone in Truesdale. Just literally one huge pond in a farm. Interesting. And that's the picture right there, large. 865, you're live. Talk to me.
Hello?
Yes, Mary. Or is this Mary? Or not Mary?
This is Linda.
Linda, how you doing?
I called last week as a first-time caller. So
Yes, ma'am. Nice to hear from you.
I love what you're doing. I'm addicted to you. I have a chronic illness, so like I am in a flare watching you right now, and I have some things that came to my mind that I'm curious about.
Mm-hmm.
First, I want to let you know that I did send you that information. My email is bow214.
Yes, ma'am.
And I did a spirit session or a spirit box session on Sebastian, but I don't know. You know, I kind of take it with a grain of salt.
Mm-hmm.
But I had 5 pages of notes from that thing. I did like a 2-hour session and had 5, and I sent it to you. I don't know if maybe, I mean, it could be BS, but it would give a good place to maybe look. You know, it gave me a specific area. So it's in your notes. But my question is, and I may be remembering this wrong, but when she did the interview and she talked about she cooked breakfast, and was it the cousin or a nephew or somebody had come and stayed with them, so she made it a point to say she bought snacks, and so they would snack on them, which you would do for kids. However, why did she buy snacks if they were busy all day, running all over the place, and there was no sleepover? Or was there? What were the snacks for?
That's a good question. Yeah, what were the snacks for? I have no clue. But what do you mean, like sleepover? Like cousins came over and slept over, or
Yeah,
what?
she had said something. I have to go back and watch all the interviews. There's so much information. But I want to say it was like a cousin or a nephew or somebody. And then she said she went and bought them snacks because something about, you know, boys want snacks. And I don't know why I didn't think of it sooner, but I'm like, what are the snacks for? They were gone all day. And, you know, normally, like if you have a cousin or nephew, you know, your parents, when we were little, our parents would go buy snacks and we'd hang out all night and do whatever we did as kids and have sleepovers. But what happened to the nephew? Like, did they just drop him off and go to dinner? I mean, you know, like, and what were the snacks for? Because they were gone all day. They went to lunch. They went bowling. They,
I mean, a lot of people randomly buy snacks, but you know.
You see what I'm saying, though? Like, and then they went to dinner, and then I personally don't think he made it home from that. Allegedly, my opinion, he didn't make it home from Texas Roadhouse. I really don't think he did. Just because there is nothing past that. Like, they saw him on video at Texas Roadhouse per Seth, but then basically there's nothing.
Or force retreat.
You know. But also, if the searchers are being threatened, if that's true, do we know that's true? I don't know. We saw the post.
I mean, that's what's being said, but again, I can't confirm it.
Right. So let's hypothetically say that the post is right and the searchers are being threatened. Why would they be threatened? Like, what activities was that family involved in? It doesn't mean, I'm not saying the parents, not directing that, but the family as a whole. You know, if they're being threatened, then I would be going back to those areas where they were threatened.
Somebody said this picture that we have up right now, I was just reading the comments, and apparently it's 5 acres and a friend of or acquaintance of Chris and Katie.
Oh my God.
Interesting.
Go back and read through I know it's a pain in the butt, but go back and read through those 5 pages and see if anything matches up with what you're getting from spirit boxes.
I'll definitely check it out. I'll definitely check it out for sure. I'm sure that email is buried right now.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Yeah,
thank you so much. That's all I'm just stuck on the snacks. That I don't know why, but I am like tunnel visioned on snacks for boys. And I don't know. I mean, like, did they eat lunch and then eat snacks and then eat dinner? And then snack at the bowling alley? I don't know. Like, that's a lot of food.
That's a good question. It's a good
Thank
question.
you
And I'll
so
definitely
much.
check out. I'm gonna definitely check out your notes. Don't worry about that. I love looking at stuff like that. So I'll definitely take a look at it. Wow, I do see some people up here in the back over here. Okay, so the pond must be over this right here. Thank you, man, for calling in. By the way, I'm sorry, I'm multitasking. Thank you for
That's
calling in.
okay. Thank you.
I appreciate you. God bless you. You have a wonderful day. Thank you for being a voice for Sebastian, and thank you for everything you're doing to try to help find Sebastian. We appreciate you. God bless you, man. Good phone call. Again, we're getting some news coming in here, ladies and gentlemen. They are saying that this pond here, there's a pond up over this way, and you can see a person right here where I'm circling the mouse. Over here, they're searching a pond. There's rumors that allegedly, again, alleged rumors that this is a friend or acquaintance of Katie and Chris. How true that is, I have no idea. We have the scanners on. We have flight radar. We're taking phone calls. There's a lot going on. We'll see. You said, hold up. What does the star stand for on the license plate of the police car? Sheriff, maybe?
139 037 037 511.
Did he say Proudfoot? Sound like the scanner said Proudfoot. I'm just talking smack. Anyone who doesn't like snacks, super shit. I was gonna say you buy snack. I buy snacks all the time when I'm out at stores. When Sebastian wasn't on his meds, he had a big appetite, which was true for kids and ADHD meds. Yeah, I wonder what this is about. I don't know what it's about. But again, I have both scanners on. I got fire and rescue from Hendersonville, and I also have the regular
23 James Town in route 2530 EJ.
Nothing. 20 minutes en route. What? It's getting interesting, y'all. It's getting interesting. They got a tip, I bet. You think they got a tip? Gypsy Doll says it's not bullshit about internet because I'm always watching my is doing P, of course. 586, you're in the mix. Talk to us.
Hi, I've been trying to get a hold of you for a couple of days.
Well, you're through now. What's going on, ma'am?
I just have two things to say. I absolutely love you, young man. You did a wonderful job, and it broke my heart to hear your story. You told that we were talking to a woman on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
I bless your heart. You've come so far, and just keep fighting.
Thank you.
And the second thing I need to say is, I don't mean to offend anybody because I swear like a sailor.
It's okay.
I think that
His house is 750 Barn Hollow Road at 703 Barn Hollow Road. Color shot is dial 611 for Verizon. No emergency.
Putting off everything together, I think that family to me proves that the Hills really do have eyes. I think he didn't even make it home from the restaurant. And if you watch Katie on her interviews, she looks so drugged. She looks like she's absolutely out of it. I think they're keeping her on something and telling her, if you say anything, you're never going to see him again, because look what Nina went through to get her little girl back, and she's still fighting. And he didn't want that baby, and he doesn't like Sebastian. So this guy is just nuts. I was married to a kook that absolutely traumatized my entire family, and I can spot him a mile away. And that guy, there's something up with him. Absolutely.
So you think he did something?
I think the family took him. And then this whole Alaska trip, I think they've got him somewhere. And just telling her that if she opens her mouth, she's never going to see him again. I just think he's just that kooky. I just get that feeling for every time I see him. He has no emotion. He's not upset. He's not sad. He's not anything, but just being there, being a bully. And God bless that kid. I hope they find him. And I saw on another channel earlier today, they showed a picture of him without his glasses on, and he looks so much different.
I know what you're talking about.
So much different.
I have that picture. The one with Santa Claus.
No, it was just a picture of him. Oh golly, okay. They showed a picture that they've got on most of the posters, and then next to it, they've got a picture of him, and he looks so much older.
Is this the picture that I got on the screen?
No, he doesn't have his glasses on.
Yeah, this one doesn't have his glasses on.
I'll let you know what I do.
Yeah, 14.
Yeah, that
23.
guy just
Still on thing.
the first time I saw him, it made my stomach turn. My ex-husband was very abusive.
Wow,
And
I'm sorry you had to deal with that.
Oh, well, he's dead now, so it's a horrible thing to say, but better him than me. I just get a terrible feeling every time I look at that man. It just makes my flesh crawl. So, and just to watch her being so emotionless, just so, and I'm a nurse, so she just looks like, I guess we would have called it the Thorazine shuffle back in the day, but she just looks like she is highly medicated.
Could this be the snake guy's home? A lot of people are speculating about where this is at. I did hear that about the K9 too over the Hendersonville. I heard something about K9 and also I thought I heard allegedly the Proudfoot, but I could be tripping. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that.
But thank you for your coverage. I've been watching you since Idaho 4, and I think you do a wonderful job, and you're just an amazing young man. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you for the kind words. I do appreciate the kind words, and we're growing here. We're growing here. We're gonna keep growing. We're not gonna stop growing. We're gonna keep covering these cases and bringing light and love and light to the world, which is very needed. I appreciate you calling in, and again, thank you for your kind words. I hope you have a blessed night. Stay vigilant and lock your doors. Sir, good phone call. I appreciate the kind words from everybody. I really do. It means a lot. But let's focus in here. What location is this? Again, if you're just coming in, there's been a picture sent in to me. We're hearing K9s come over the scanner now. We're hearing that they're searching this property at a pond. Is this just a routine search, ladies and gentlemen, or is this something bigger than a routine search? What is going on here? Do you have a picture with a terror? Okay, I seen that. I don't think it's the snake guy because it's pretty much said, or he pretty much said Chris is a liar. T to the W says yes. Sounds like something. Sedated as hell, Ashley. What's going on, Ashley? Thank you. I appreciate that. I love you guys back. Thank you. Gene Baker. I think Chris took Sebastian after the meal. Interesting. I'm trying to find more information out about what's going on here. So just bear with me. I'm multitasking on several different levels. I got about 55 freaking tabs, 60 tabs open as I'm looking. Constantly just looking to see if there's anything about what is going on here. I haven't seen no update on this picture. So 903, you're on. We'll be talking.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, T-REV.
How
Well,
are you?
that lady, I'm doing good. My name is Jalen. That lady before, she had exactly what I think, because it shows the dog that there's no hits outside the house. So I don't believe he made it home. But also I remember Nina talking about how bad Chris's family was. So they probably would do anything Chris needed them to do. So did she take him to them?
That's a good question.
And then what? 4 days they go to Alaska? But JR said this morning that where their search is nearby where Chris's parents live.
That's a search dog right there.
Do you know that? I heard it.
You broke up a little bit.
This story is that JR said that
JLR?
where they're searching at is where Chris's parents live. So I'm wondering, did she take him and give him to them, and I don't know. Maybe they've got friends in Alaska, and that's where they've got him.
Interesting. So you're speculating that they took him to Alaska? Is that what you think? You think they took him to Alaska?
Me, it's yeah. Why did they go to Alaska? I mean, the grandson's missing. I mean, your son he could be in trouble. Why did they leave? I think she took him to them. Maybe they got into a fight, an argument, because what she was having dinner with, well, I don't know then, but that Chris's sister and her child, I think they were all meeting together. Maybe Sebastian was ugly. I don't know. But we do know that he didn't make it home. I mean, the evidence is not there. Inside, but not outside. He didn't go outside or the dogs would have hit. That means she had to take him somewhere. And the in-laws don't live that far away. That's what I'm thinking. Did they take him? Did they put him in that RV? Is that where they held him? And then after 4 days, maybe okay, now we can travel. I mean, I'm believing maybe he's alive. Maybe they've got him out there because they don't. Maybe he's mad at her because supposedly she had an affair. I mean, look what he did to Nina. Still doing to Nina.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with the lady. The last time that she gave the mother gave anything, she was drugged. You could tell. She was out of it. And so I just wonder that his family.
Tennessee 141 876 147. That's 141 876 147.
I mean, that's horrible. And who was the mother-in-law that called her screaming about her grandson? Who was that?
I'm not sure.
What grandmother? Or was that her mother? I don't think she would say that. I don't know. Or was it? I don't know. Maybe it was her mother. They don't talk about her family at all. But I was thinking, who
he also put together there's approximately 75 yards of cable barrier that needs to be repaired at mile marker 7.
And she knew that. I can't remember what all she said to her, but and I couldn't figure out whose grandmother. Is that Chris's mother?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. The people who were fought. His mom. Excuse me. That was following allegedly some people around. I don't know if they were going around the house where they lived at or what, but I mean that was a word.
But they also talked about the police. How many police? And I think that's why the FBI's been brought in. Because too many of the police officers in Hendersonville are friends with his stepdad and mother, and probably Chris too. And I think that's why FBI has to be brought in, because something's not right. And I'm wondering, did they get any information back on the cars? Because they check those cars to where they've been at. Because maybe it started going to that area. I mean, it's just unreal. I believe all that was a setup on the phone, all that. He was not there.
Right.
I think she set all that up, told the story, and you guarantee he's the one that's telling her. That's the reason I believe he was still there. But she got rid of him to his family, and then she's laying on the couch. I woke up and he told me, you need to put those dogs up and you need to go to bed. Oh, my word. Now, that's what you call a man that controls, and he's that far away. But anyway, that's what I've been trying that woman before. I thought, oh, Lord, she said exactly what I thought. Exactly. Because there is no way he walked out
Sheriff Highway 36, caller
There's
about
no
here
fight. My
near the
granddaughter
shell
has
by
Williams
HNC.
disease.
To be a
And,
great knee on
you
and a
know,
great for fusion in the right shoulder.
oh, she's a blessing, Lord. She'll be 21. And it's hard to believe, but I mean, she would never ever go out in the dark. I mean, majority of them are just not going to leave, no shoes on, and in the coat. And did he wear his glasses? I don't know if his glasses were at home.
Yeah,
or
they
he
said
took-
they said the glasses weren't on. I mean, I don't know. They say he was barefooted or he had. I don't know. It's been a lot of misinformation. It's back and forth
Yeah, but
misinformation. But they corrected it. Law enforcement came out and did
but
the best they
remember in
could
the
to correct it.
remember in the beginning though, it was said that he didn't take his glasses.
Yes, it was said that, and that's what confused me.
I know, me. And there's no way he would go outside without his glasses. He can't see. So that's the reason I believe whatever happened from the eating area, and they met with Chris's sister, and you know she's a mess, and you know he's a mess, and you know their family is. So I think somehow, some way, they're all involved in it. His parents, the sister, they know what's going on, and I think that's why they are searching. FBI is searching because it's very close to where Chris's parents live at.
Yeah, somebody did call in and say that the FBI is on the search now. And I got this picture here. Let's put this across the screen for a second of Sebastian. And ma'am, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice for Sebastian. I need you to do two things for me. Lock your doors, stay vigilant, and thank you for being a voice on today's show. We appreciate you. Shout out to her. This is a picture that just came across. Somebody sent this in to me. I don't know. Is this the picture you guys were talking about? Let me know if this is the picture you were talking about down below in chat. I'm looking for it. Shout out to her too. I appreciate her voice. What happened?
Yeah,
What are you being rude for?
Yes, ma'am. I did hang on so kind of so we can check for something.
Let's eavesdrop this. 1 second. Come on, give us information. We're here to be nosy. We are here to be nosy. And again, Lord, we come before you with a heavy heart, lifting up Sebastian Rogers, a young soul who has mysteriously vanished. We humbly ask you for your intervention in his safe return to his family. Grant wisdom to the search teams, infuse them with endurance and hope, and light their path with your divine guidance. May your comforting presence envelope Sebastian, protecting him from harm and guiding him back home. We pray for Sebastian's family and friends and everyone assisting in the search, including law enforcement, enveloping them in your peace that surpasses understanding. In this time of uncertainty, bolster their faith and fill their hearts with your unwavering love and hope. May the community surrounding Sebastian unite in solidarity, strength, and compassion, driven by a shared commitment to find him and support one another, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we're here today. We're here today to find out where this young man is. He's been lost and gone for too long, Lord. We trust in your mighty power and loving kindness. Open our eyes to see your hand at work and our hearts to receive your grace. Through this trial, may we witness a testament to your mercy and the power of prayer. In your name, we pray for miracles, for healing, and for the joyful reunion of Sebastian Rogers with his loved ones. In the name of our Son, Jesus Christ, amen. Can't say it enough. Got to drop prayers in there, ladies and gentlemen. Got to drop a prayer in there. I open the lines back up, though. 219-885-9693. Got the scanners running. Got flight radar pulled up. We're here today to find out Sebastian Rogers is. I'm curious. I won't stop until I know. 254, you're in the door. Talk to me.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You are live.
How are you doing?
I'm hanging in there. I'm hanging in there.
Well, good. Me too. Listen, I had a comment to make about Chris, especially.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think Chris reminds us of someone that was in another criminal case who was diabolical, cruel, a bully, and that was Drew Peterson. Chris, his attitude is a lot like Drew Peterson. Did you ever know about that case about Drew Peterson?
I'm sure I've seen it on ID.
And the
Just
wife
because it's
that
not
went
ringing a bell
missing
right now, but when I look it up, I'm sure it will.
had the wife that he was going through a divorce who drowned mysteriously in the bathtub, who got with a younger woman, much younger. Her name was Stacy.
I know the story you're talking about. Yes. I see it.
Yes. And then the ex-wife turned up dead in the bathtub
Oh, man.
before the divorce was final because he didn't want to give up the assets. So anyway, Nina reminded me of Stacy when, well, not Stacy, but Kathleen, because Nina made the comment that when they would do the exchange of the custody with Faith, the little girl, that she would be there. And then, of course, Chris would say and do horrible things, and upset her, and she would be crying. And then she said, and that Katie would have her telephone up there videotaping the whole thing.
Wow.
And she said, and of course, as usual, she was laughing and smiling at me when she videotaped it.
Wow.
And Stacy did the same thing for Drew when he was fighting with Kathleen before he killed her. And he would go over there, yes, with the other woman before they were divorced. And of course, Kathleen would get upset because he brought Stacy with him. And then they would start arguing and fighting, and Stacy would hold the phone up and videotape it and laugh at her and smile. So it's basically the same thing. The same thing. It's like a repeat case of Drew Peterson. So anyway, I don't know. I just feel sorry for Nina, but I don't think she should have ever, after she had 2 other kids with another marriage, as soon as he supposedly slapped the little boy in the face or the little girl, whichever one it was, and busted the lip and threw him on the coffee table, that would have been the end right there. Either that or I would have been taking my kids and giving them back to my ex-husband. Why? Because they're not safe with Chris. So, I don't know. I just feel sorry for all of them. But yeah, I think Chris had something to do with it. And I think he wanted Sebastian gone.
You think he just wanted him out the way?
And that's why they approached Seth about him taking Sebastian full time, right? But he was waiting till the end of school to go get him. I wish he would have just went and got him. The second they said they wanted to give him up, he should have ran, not walked, ran, and got that kid away from them. It doesn't matter about school. Yes, you would have to take him out of school, but what's more important? School or your child's life? So yeah, I would have jerked him. I would have said, yeah. So what if the school? He was in special ed classes anyway. What are they going to do to him? And as far as those drugs go, they were giving him drugs for ADHD and all this. Every one of those drugs has side effects. And some of the side effects are worse than the condition. And with him wetting the bed and all these other things he was experiencing, the drugs could have very well been the cause of it.
The drugs, huh?
Yeah, they give him all these drugs, Ritalin and all these other things for ADHD.
Absolutely.
What is it in
I was
the
on
water?
it.
Have you ever been?
That shit turned me into a zombie as a kid, and I was on
Yes,
Ritalin.
it did.
It turned me into
And it
a
has
damn
long-term
zombie.
effects.
I would sit there, I remember as a kid sitting like this on the couch, Indian style, and just literally staring at the TV.
That's what the teachers want. They want them to sit there like zombies. Listen, I had a teacher one time try to say my son had it. Why? Because, well, he didn't want to sit still. And he won't stop talking in class. I said, well, is that all you got? I said, I didn't sit still in school either. I was bored to death. I didn't sit still.
Right. Who
And
did?
so I was like, that's all you got? Well, you need to take him to the doctor and see if, if they can they think they're doctors, right? Take your kid and get them diagnosed. You go to the doctor automatically will tell you, yeah, he's got it. And here's a prescription. And they'll send you out the door some medicine. Whether your child has it or not. So I thought, let's see now. And then she was like, and then, at lunchtime, that's when the nurse gives the pills at lunch. The nurse gives them their second dose or whatever at lunch. So I said, really? So I went up there at lunchtime to check it out. The lunch line, drug line, right? I get up there, and you would not believe how long this line was. And I'm looking at all these kids, and I'm like, so they all have it? I mean, is it in the water? They all have it? Really? And this was a small town school. And I said, no fucking way do all these kids have this disorder. It doesn't happen. So I looked at that teacher right there and I said, no, I can't believe you have this many kids you're saying have ADHD. Well, they do, and I know it's hard to believe. I said, well, tell me this. How many teachers' kids are in that lunch line? How many of your teachers' kids are in there? Are you saying your kids are not capable of having this disorder because they're a teacher's child? Where are the teacher's kids? She looked at me and wanted to get me out of there. She wanted to get me out of there. I was like, that's right, because you're not dealing with a dumbass here. I see what's going on. And I said, no, my kid is not taking no drugs. So I get out there and did some more research on those drugs. They cause long-term, if you take them long-term, they cause depression, severe depression.
That's what it is.
Suicide. The parents don't even check into the side effects of these drugs.
Could be a white male.
They don't check into the side effects of the drugs they're giving these kids. And they just did it because the teacher said so. I'm like, bullshit. I mean, if you love your kids and care about them, look and pay attention to what's going on. So guess what? My son is grown now. He has a full-time job. His life is wonderful. He owns a home. Yeah. Oh, he was just special ed material, wasn't he? Right. So people need to wake up, man. Wake up and smell the coffee. Anyway, I feel bad for him. I feel bad for him because, he knows what his father said he could carry on conversations. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, without seeing him and actually being around him, you just wonder how many meds they had him on. Just how many did they have him on?
So
anyway, I'll let you go.
It shit does turn you into a zombie. I appreciate you calling in.
It does, and that's what they want. They want them to sit there, do what you're told, and shut your mouth. Well, I got news for them. The most talented kids and the smartest ones don't just sit there and shut their mouth. They don't. They're very outspoken, and they're go-getters. They don't just sit there like a little robot. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Okay. I mean, really? And that's what they want. The doctors get kickbacks for a lot of these medications from Big Pharma. They give them kickbacks on the drugs. So they're making money off of it. Anyway, hopefully I help somebody else.
Well, I appreciate you.
Pay attention. It's not in the water, people. How can all these children have this disorder? I mean, what's causing it? You got to think about it. Okay, it was nice talking to you.
It was nice talking to you too. Thank you so much
for
calling in and being a voice for Sebastian Rogers. Stay vigilant and lock your doors.
I know, but it just makes me so
God bless
upset.
you. I know it does. God bless you. Thank you for being that voice today for Sebastian. We appreciate you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, Bing bong. 219-885-9693. These are the pictures. This is the picture Seth wanted to share out. The new, here it is right here. We've been showing it all day long. It's the picture with, it is the Santa Claus picture, by the way, just to let you know. The one I've been showing damn near the whole stream. 252, I'm on with you. Talk to me.
T-REV, what's going on, Mike?
What's going on, brother? How you doing? Shout out to my North Carolina family.
Yeah. 757-252, baby. We go together like great glue.
You're absolutely right. Like my whole entire mom's side of the family is from North Carolina and lives there now, including my grandfather who's passing away now that I've never met on my mom's side.
I don't know if Oh. Yes, yeah, man. You look like you lost some weight, man. What's up?
Lost a lot of weight, baby. You know, on that route to be healthy. You know, you don't ever want to be overweight and out of shape, right?
Oh, you got a plan that's working for you? It's just something, you're just doing natural right now, man.
Fasting, walking, staying up, not just, you know what I mean? Just, there's a lot of things that go into it. Changing my habits, only having 1 or 2 sodas a day, eating less and not ordering out as much, things like that, bro. Like I cut off all the fast food because before I was getting I was getting out of shape. I weighed like 230 pounds, and that's the most I've ever weighed in my life. Now I'm down to 183.
Well, I had a lot of plans that worked for me when I was a little younger. You're younger than me, so. But then when you get older, those plans that worked for you don't work for you anymore. So.
Yeah, no, they don't. I mean, fasting for me works.
You'll find that out. I the greatest thing that ever worked for me was high protein Atkins or keto.
Yeah,
but then when I got older, it didn't matter. It came back. So your body adjusts for your ages, and
it does.
But anyway, off of that subject, I'm just not going to be going along with the walk off thing, man. I just can't get over it, and I can't. And this new stuff about the we work for what was it? That agency that said, hey, yeah, we know where Sebastian's body would be, but we can't get on the federal land. Did you hear about that?
Oh yeah, hold it. You're talking about the time that they got that hit?
Yeah. Well, it was like, man, yeah, they know. We kind of know. It was like it was put out there by.
I heard it. Cajun Navy.
I can never remember that name, dude.
I've heard it. You're talking about that little audio clip that we all heard yesterday with the person saying, we know where his body is, but we can't get on that federal property, but we know where the body is. So just that doesn't even make no sense. That's like a clout move, honestly. In my opinion. If you were the fucking body was, federals will let you on that bad boy. They'll get you on there, whether it took a day or not. They'll get you on there. So why you put some type of information out there like that? That's bullshit. I don't know.
I mean,
believe it.
That was, in my opinion, man, I'm just going to say it, very piss poor from top to bottom to even come up with it, to commit and misconstrue it, then tell the dad.
Hey, I'm on
Get them all upset about it. I mean, I think that was horrible, but it is what it is. It's all the talk now. But I just wondering about what's going on with the search and everything. The stuff that you put out just recently, tonight. I guess we're going to have to follow along and find out. But I think they're going along more of a better plan now than they were before. I feel like, this is like solid tip, maybe solid tip, instead of just, going around looking for a needle in a haystack and a sea of haystacks, searching. Right. They got something now, or they might have something now, but, and to be fair with, I've been one of those guys that have been slamming LE, man. Like, what the hell are y'all doing? Especially when they had the last 2 press conferences. I'm like, press conferences are getting to be like just, they're not going to be anything. I mean, you can expect it. You could roll money in Vegas on it. They're not going to give you anything. They don't. And now it's not what they're not going to give you. It's because they don't have anything. They don't have anything. But you can't fault them if they can't have it. If they don't have it, what are you going to do? I mean, you can't blame them because they don't have it.
That's a good point.
You know, I mean, you just can't do it. And you know, the whole thing of moving is stuff. You know, that just, oh God. In a public relations standpoint, you know, the Proudfoots had really just, I mean, but I just don't think they care because they know there's nothing. Not to say that they did it. I mean, we got three things that we can we can say right now.
Mhm.
Three phases.
Right.
Either he walked out barefooted, which almost 96% of the people don't leave
Mm-hmm.
in 40 or, you know, it's been quoted as like 29 degrees. I don't think that in Tennessee at that night. Maybe they had the weather barometer on that deal. I'm saying about 40. Okay. But still, he didn't walk out there with bare feet and no cell phone.
Right.
And no way to contact his dad or anybody relevant to him to get him to his dad's would have been the primary objective. He did not do that. He did not do that.
Yeah.
And so I'm not believing that at all.
Mm-mm.
And the other one is, okay, well, now we're hoping on he's okay, he walked off and now we expect him to be in the woods playing PlayStation hooked up to an oak tree in the woods. And we're going to still find him, you know, somebody gave him some bottles of water and he's able to survive like a Green Beret. That ain't happening either. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I don't see that happening.
Right. Maybe there's 4 now, not just 3.
Mm.
The third best case scenario is a sweet old lady, like 70 years old, that took him on her wing and has been feeding him all this time. And now she's trying to figure out, how do I say something to somebody that gets me off the hook for kidnapping charge? Or even if it ain't the old lady, it's just a regular person that had a sweetheart, took him in, and now they're like, well, you know what? I'm going to get charged with this stuff. You know, so this is my thing, T-REV. I think just on the slight likelihood that situation is the truth, that a DA's office should offer a situation where they let them off the hook or give them immunity. Say, hey, if you were looking out for him, he had a bad home life, maybe. Come on in.
Hey,
You've been taking care of him. He'll corroborate that, and we'll give you no charges. We'll give you immunity, but you got to bring him in now. If that's
It's
one
going to
of
be
those
1939, 1939, time is going to be 1828.
You think that's what's going on?
I don't think, in my mind, it's not the most likely, but I don't want to discourage Seth. You know, Seth is very trying to still keep on the positive, and some people are too. And you can't just give up the positive.
No, you can't. I agree.
Right. Even at the most unlikely situation. I mean, even Mr. Riley over there in still in Tennessee.
Riley Strain.
They kept up hope to the end, man.
Mm-hmm. They did. They did.
And
I covered that.
Unfortunately, it didn't turn out well. I
covered that, man. That case is another heartbreaking case from Tennessee, of all places. From Tennessee.
Do you think the current and the debris took the pants and the boots off?
No, I think that he was killed, allegedly.
I don't either. I
think that something bad happened to him, and that was wild. And this, I don't know. That's just my opinion, though. And, bro, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice here today for Sebastian, man. There's so many people calling through, trying to get through. I'm trying to get to everybody, and hopefully hear from you again. I remember hearing from you before. I remember
Sebastian, man. it troubles me, and that's the last thing I'm gonna leave you with, bro. It just troubles me because of the similarity of Summer.
Oh man, what is in the air in Tennessee?
Because now where we're at is it's if the people did it right, or he. In other words, if the people that may have been responsible, person, whoever it may be, if there was some kind of foul play, they probably have covered their tracks very, very well, as far as I'm seeing on this point, but just on the basis of the search and the amount of people searching and people caring and putting flyers out, and I absolutely don't believe the walk off, I perished in the woods stuff in bare feet in 40-degree weather. No, that's it. I don't believe that. It's either something to do with the family or it's a predator. And that's what I worry about, so, I just think it's, whoever did it was pretty good at what they were doing. I mean, let's face it, Don and Wells and all them weren't the greatest brightest bulbs on the tree.
Yeah, they sure won't.
But yet we don't know anything more.
It's completely silent. You keep hearing stuff. Something will come up out of nowhere, and then it just completely goes silent.
Well, yeah. One last thing, man. I'm just begging your mercy to give me a little bit more time. But
go ahead, brother.
I know I'm running long, but
go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Get it off your chest.
DNA.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's just run this through here. Just suppose the whole world gets lucky and we find Sebastian in the most likely situation, not kept, deceased. DNA anywhere around him absolutely means nothing if the people that made him become unalived were his family members, because he's around them all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you have binding material. Now that's a little bit different story. Well, transfer vehicles may not be the same situation either, unless you get binding material, because, sure, his DNA showed up in my car because we all live together. So you got to have binding material. In that whole situation, it's super problematic, dude. If somebody in that family did something nefarious and you don't have binding material, you don't have nothing with DNA. You don't have nothing. Or a weapon. Binding material or a weapon.
Great points.
Or maybe DNA at wherever the body was found in the ground. And that, that's not gonna, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm just, keeping it real, just trying to figure out what's going on just like everybody else, and try not to. I hate the fact that that they won't say anything. This is what is really my pet peeve, is the fact that you have nothing, evidently. Okay, so you can't put it out to the public and verify definitely 120% that Chris was working where he was working that whole time. You can't do that. This guy's getting crucified.
Right.
Maybe unjustly, even though he might be an asshole. He might be. And that's the way he's been betrayed. Everybody hates his guts, but maybe unjustly.
Mm-hmm.
You're crucifying this. You won't let this guy off the hook.
26 inch follow.
And say, yeah. Oh no. Let me assure you, sir, ma'am, and the American
26
public, he is totally in the clear. We have totally 120% verified that he was at the job site on the crane and in the trailer and never went home.
Mm-hmm.
And they won't even they won't tell you that. That's the part on the other side that I find, I feel bad for him if we're all going crazy on him,
Yeah. Well,
but anyway.
But I appreciate you, brother. Good conversation, good things. I'm glad you were able to get that off your chest. That's what I'm here for you guys to call in and get these things off your chest that you're seeing elsewhere on, channels, the news, etc. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for your point of view, your thoughts, your theories. All were great. God bless you, my man. I can't wait to hear from you again, my North Carolina family. Shout out to you. Stay vigilant and lock them doors. Good phone call from him. If you're just coming in, I have seen some questions. Let me give a brief update before I open the lines back up. Today, they're searching at this pond here. Hold on, let me pull it up.
property.
1 second. I'm sorry. I got the scanner running too. So if you're in here, we got the Hendersonville scanner running in the background. But again, allegedly, there was some action going on here at this. There's a pond over here. It's a farm. Okay. Some people are speculating, or I'm going to call it speculations. I don't want misinformation out there, but somebody did say on the Facebook page that this was a possible friend of Katie and Chris, which I don't know that to be true whatsoever. And I'm not going to put that out there as true. I'm going to say that's word of mouth and speculation, possible misinformation until it's verified. But they are searching a pond up here, and allegedly the presence was very heavy at this area. I don't know if it's the law enforcement tip or not.
58, property.
1 second. But I do see everybody's questions and appreciate you guys asking those questions for that information. And this was a post today by the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Important announcement. Attention, everyone. We want to clarify that the eyeglasses recently found
23, you can take 80 for being out to voices
are not related to Sebastian Rogers. So again, attention, everyone. We want to clarify. 1 second. But again, this was posted by the Sumner County Sheriff's Office saying that the glasses were not connected to Sebastian Rogers. And Mary pointed it out earlier on the show, ladies and gentlemen, that it was actually a question from the reporter and why they brought it up. I watched it one time, kind of jumped the gun on it. So I do want to apologize for even acting like that. I should have never acted like that. I should have went back and listened again before I jumped out there and was like, why would they even bring up the glasses? But it was a reporter. So again, it's like if I was in the room and I said, what's the glasses? And then he answers about the glasses. Next thing you know, everybody's saying, why would they even bring up the glasses? Why would that cop talk about the glasses? But at the same time, it was a reporter that asked the question. So I do want to apologize for jumping up on that and maybe, lifting the ears of some who are very curious about this case like I am. But today, updates again, there's a heavy presence allegedly at this location.
You can copy a traffic stop.
There's a search dog right there, or maybe I don't know if it's a search dog or not. Looks like it, possibly. I can't tell. It might be the owner of the farm's dog. What do you guys think about that? It's
Sebastian, also Brad Collins. Tennessee tag boy Frank Williams 5360. Boy Frank Williams 5360.
If your child is alive, come home. You would not leave that house for nothing.
23 units up.
Yeah, and there is reports. Again, I do want to touch up on that also. There is reports that they moved to Memphis. I have it right here. If you want to go look at it, it's on the Tennessean. Reports, again, on here. This article right here says they moved to Memphis. I'm going to post the article in chat for you right now so you can check it out yourself. I'm not just talking out my arse. 607 sent from heaven. Talk to me.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You were live.
This is Candy Kisses. How are you, honey?
I am doing okay. How about you, Candy Kisses?
This case has really got me up and down. When I close my eyes, I think of this little fella. But I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. Shoot it.
I talked to the church down the road from us,
Yes, ma'am.
and I wanted Seth's permission if we could do a church prayer for Sebastian, like our church do a prayer to, just for Sebastian.
Absolutely.
Okay, and I have a theory. In my opinion, as a grandmother, as a mother, I would never move if my child was, or my grandchild, or even a friend was walking, he ran away. I wouldn't want to move out of my house until I knew an answer.
Right.
An answer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My heart breaks. I'm sorry.
No, this is that sad. This is that sad.
Yeah.
That's why I say prayer. That's why, I
Yeah,
put my hands in God. I put my hands in God's hands 2 years ago. Best decision ever. And I think prayer works a lot. And you're right. Say a prayer.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a phone call from the church.
Yes, ma'am.
For a day, so everybody in the church goes and just prays. It'll be nothing but Sebastian.
Oh.
But
I
don't want to do that. I don't want to do that without Seth's permission.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I understand.
I changed my name in Discord. It's Rev Fam Grandma.
Rev Fam Grandma. Love it. I love it.
Can I say one thing to your audience and you yourself?
You can say whatever you want. That's what this is for.
Okay.
Don't ever hold back either.
If nobody told you today that you're amazing, every one of
23.
you, well, I just did. You all are amazing. And Trev, I adopted you as my grandson, and I love everything about you.
Thank you.
You're amazing. I'm just proud of you. That's what I am. You made me come out of the shell, your chat, because all I did, Trey, is I would watch you, but I would be scared to talk. And you guys have made me feel so comfortable, and I'm blessed to have you guys. But I'm going to let you go. But just as a grandmother and a mother,
you're gonna make me cry. Stop. No.
Well, that's what grandmas do. If I had cookies and milk, I would give you one, but it's a sugar-free cookie. I'm just kidding, love. All right, I'm not going to take up your time, but I figured I want to tell you guys you're all amazing, and I don't see how they could even think of moving if their child is nowhere to be found, Trey. How can a parent do that?
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, but God bless you, honey, and you're amazing, and your chat's amazing, and I'm blessed. I feel comfortable enough to talk to you. It took a few years, but I got there.
I'm so glad you're there. Thank you so much. You're such a sweetheart.
God bless you all. Can you talk to Seth and give me message me in Discord after you talk to him, because I want his okay before.
Well, you said you wanted it to be a prayer, and I'll tell you this right now. He's definitely going to commend that, because when he came on, what was he, a man? He's a man of God. He was, he wants everybody to have their Sundays. He needs the prayer.
Yeah,
he needs the prayer. You know what I mean? He needs the prayer. So.
And tomorrow was never promising. Just to be honest, look, one day Seth was there, Sebastian, excuse me, sorry, and the next minute he wasn't, But in my opinion, it's foul play, 100. I hate to say that, but but anyways, I'm not gonna keep you. I'll let you go to your next caller. But God bless you all.
Thank you so much for the kind words, for making tears flush to my eyes. I appreciate you. I felt the kindness from you. I felt that emotion just to the phone. And I appreciate you calling in
Yeah.
and saying the wonderful things that you said. And I'm pretty sure Seth won't care if you're praying for him. He needs the prayer. So, and we've been doing that. We said 2 so far this stream.
Yeah, Trey, I have ticks, and so I've been wanting to come here, but I have to do it on a day that my ticks are not bad because I've been on a few, what do you call that? Like people's live, and I went in their box, and my ticks were bad, and they were making fun of me, so I could only call you guys on certain days, so this was a good day.
Making fun of you? Who's making fun of you?
Not your chat. Not your chat.
We don't like
never
that. Don't be making fun of Grandma Rev here.
No, not anybody in our chat.
No, I know. I heard what you said the first time, and whoever that is better cut that out. We love you. Thank you so much for calling in.
Love you too.
And
I love everybody, and I'm blessed. I met you guys, even if it's over the
absolutely
internet. You know what I mean? All right, take care. God bless.
This is more than that. This is we're dealing with real life here. This is real life. This boy missing right now is real life. Us covering this is real life. This isn't some fantasized, made up BS. This is real life that we're covering here. So it's not just I get what you're saying. There is some people that are secretive, etc. But I'll sacrifice my privacy to put out and cover these stories. Love and light all day long. That's what it's about. I appreciate you calling in and being the love and light on this show of today. Thank you so much. We love you. Up to her. She's a sweetheart. She was a sweetheart. She did bring tears in my eyes right away. 219-885-9693. Don't be messing with Grandma Rev. 518, it's never too late. You're live.
Hi.
Yes, ma'am. You were
live. Hi, good. How you doing? Let me turn this down because I was listening to the show.
No, you're fine. Take your time.
Hi. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me turn this down. I'm sorry. Yeah, so I just wanted to give you some of my thoughts and get some feedback from you, because I think there's a lot of different sources that we're hearing information from, and I feel like we should put it in a category what we know to be true and what we possibly may be true, and go from there. My theory is that what we know to be true was the last time that he was seen by independent people was when she was leaving the restaurant with him. And the police have to know the time, and there's cameras all over the streets. And she says that they came home and he went to bed and blah, blah, blah. We don't know if that is true. I don't believe that's true. I believe he was taken when she left the restaurant and then drove away, and that there was other parties involved. And after she left the restaurant, it was dark. Nobody could see her. And there's probably a lot of areas out there that don't have any cameras, that are, more back road, and that another vehicle met her. Him. And here's what I thought, what the big thing is, it always goes back to the shoes. I mean, it's impossible. He didn't disappear into thin air. He wasn't beamed up. So, and so I think that when he was transferred, that they took his shoes so that he could not run, because it's cold out. He could not really have left the house, and without, he's got socks on. It's below zero. It's like 10 degrees below zero. There's snow on the ground. There's ice on the ground. Nobody is going to be able to walk any distance, in that. So, and why? So his shoes are gone. So if you take a person's shoes, especially in, the middle of winter, they're not mobile. So I wanted to get that's been my thoughts all along, because there's some things we know are impossible. Nobody came into the house and took him while they were sleeping. Right. They have dogs, they have, alarm systems. There was no entry. He did not leave the house. And if he did, what could he get? A half a block before his feet were freezing? That's just, so we know that he never left that house. And if they took him in the middle of the night, there's all cameras. I mean, and everything is electronic. The police have done, I think, a real extensive job. I mean, they've put, thousands of people on searching for him, and
yeah, they're definitely doing a good job with that part for sure. And I mean, and we got to kind of look at this from a transparent mind state when we look at the investigation here. If they have nothing that they can go off of as far as investigating people that are suspicious, then they have nothing to go off of. Of course, they're going to investigate leads as they come in and look for things, but if it's not there, it's not there. So we do have to look at it on that side too, from a officer's perspective. They're people just like us. There's bad officers, there's good officers, right? There's good detectives, there's bad detectives. It's only human. So what I'm trying to say is we're looking at the Proudfoots, a lot of us, allegedly. We think they're very sus people, allegedly, when it comes to this case and the way that things have been put out in interviews on YouTube, etc. We've seen these things, but again, with no probable cause to do anything or nothing to go off of, and they're cooperating, and one's at a job and is confirmed to be on this job site, and the other one is at home, etc. And they don't have nothing from there to go off of. They've had her story. If they have no leads, no crime scene, no nothing, then it's hard to do what a lot of people want to do. Lock the Proudfoots up. I know that's what a lot of you are saying. It's hard.
No, that's not how it goes, though.
It's hard.
You have to have probable cause. Right, and I couldn't agree with you more. I think they've done everything that they can do, but I believe that Chris Proudfoot was, at his job site, because they have the location of your phone, even if it's turned off, even if they know where your phone is at all times. And what some people have theorized, well, maybe they were talking, they pretend to be talking, and he just left his phone there. They know where your phone is at all times. They also are going to track his car. If he had left his job, he was at his job site. If he had left, they can track your car. He has a newer vehicle. They have tracking systems in any just about all cars today. They can track you completely, from wherever your car is, even if you move 5 feet from the driveway. And his car is, they'd be able to do this for the last 10 years. And if not, if he was to travel 3.5 hours, there's cameras all over the highways. There's, this day is digital. You're completely tracked. I'm sure they've done that, because they've done, I think, a very extensive job of all the information they have. But as you say, that they can only do what information they do have, and I think this is all planned. I think I'm very careful not to judge people or jump to conclusions. I've done that all the time, but when you hear him speak, it's like just a gut wrenching. You just feel like there's something wrong with this man. And then when we got the information of his history, of him belting, an autistic boy for lying. If you're going to belt everybody for the time they lie, I think people lie, like the average person lies 50 times a day. If we were going to belt Chris Proudfoot for all the times he lied, he'd just be never ending. But it's just like abusive. Just your gut. I think just your gut after you hear him speak, and then when his ex-wife called, it just all fits. I mean, I am willing, and I'm real careful not to make judgments, but as you say, you can't because we feel that way. You can't just arrest him and say, what you say, you're creepy, you've done this, you've done that, your history. You need evidence in order to arrest a person. Otherwise we'd all be getting, which is a good thing. I mean, we'd all like to have him arrested, but we need the proper evidence so that we don't lose our rights to, but I just think that he was the only possible way with surveillance and digital technology that he could have, was after she left the restaurant, she never brought him home. Because once he was home, they would know if he had left the house. There's cameras, there's Ring doorbells all over the place. He didn't leave the house. He never left that house, and he didn't dissipate. So he had to be, from the last time we know for a fact, this is one of the facts I refer to, was, Seth said he saw it, he got proof of life You saw on the cameras when they left the restaurant that Sebastian got into the car with Katie, and he was alive at that point. From there on in, we don't have any proof of life. And he never made it home, because if he made it home, he could never have left that house. He's not there. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it does make sense to me.
And the shoes, I know, like that never really made sense.
A lot of your guys' theories make sense. Like they do. Any of them could be possible.
If you take a person's shoes, they cannot run. So say he was transferred, and one of the first people.
I've heard some that are kind of iffy to me.
She probably went on a road in Tennessee. There's, where I am, there's cameras all over the place. But
right.
I mean, she probably went an area where there's probably woods. Stop. We're gonna pop him in this car. Take his shoes. He can't run. If he runs, he's not gonna in the freezing ice cold. He's not gonna get more than a few steps. And from there on in, is he alive? I hate to even talk about that. I just feel so bad for Dad. But another thing that with the Bowersox, his parents driving from Tennessee to Alaska, 60-hour trip, like a day and a half afterwards. So I mean, possibly, but I think he was taken. If you look at Chris Proudfoot from a behavioral standpoint, what he wants is like power and control. So if you look at a person's behavior, it's like what motivates them. He wants to have control over everything, control over others, and have the ultimate power. But and because that's what people are thinking, like, why would they hurt him? Because he was going to live with the father most of the time. Because supposedly the father had him enrolled in September to go to school there. I don't think it was definitive, but that's what they were, thinking of. So Chris Proudfoot could have had him just live primarily with the father, but that Chris Proudfoot wants power and control, and wants people punished if they're not. Just like we know from his ex-wife, a lot of it. I don't think he ever wanted the daughter. It didn't, wanted to. I think it was just having power and control over the daughter, his daughter, and over Nina. That's what it just seems like. That's what he. So, what do you think about that with the shoes and taking the shoes and the father's motivation, Chris Proudfoot's motivation?
To be honest with you, I mean, with my thoughts on it is at this point, with law enforcement saying that he was at work, or at least that's what he's saying out. Why would he say that out on Nancy Grace if it wasn't true, right?
And he has to be. They have that they can track when you move your car down the driveway. They know if you move your car 10 feet, they know. I'm sure they've done that because that's the easy part. Now they get your phone. They get I'm sure they went through their cars, and so they know exactly his location. I think that's pretty indisputed.
Yeah, this again, my thoughts on it is just like when I think about that, it's like, okay, he's at work. If he's confirmed at work, then it would mean he couldn't have done nothing to him if he was at work during that time. So who did then? Katie's there with him, right. Correct?
That's why I say there's another. It's not just them. I just feel so pretty positive on this. I'm not in law enforcement or anything, but I do. Part of my work is behavioral analysis, and so I love this stuff. But
the scanner's going off.
But there's not just him. It's not just him and Katie. It's not just Chris and Katie. There's a third party involved, and most people think the first thing you think of is the Bowersox. They are possible, being involved. They have a history of being involved with his kids and taking his kids, and demonstrated their motivation. And apparently, they were at Sebastian at a party he was at. They were talking bad about him or making fun. I heard part of it. I couldn't understand it all, but just tells you who they are. So that's the first. That's the first possibility that you think of. But there definitely was another party involved. I mean, how could they do it? Chris Proudfoot was definitely at his place of work. during that time. He wasn't there. I mean, they tracked that with the
So
otherwise
my
we would
thoughts,
know
I'm
it.
gonna leave you with this: foul play, or something. He just got away. I think you're
Oh,
gonna say foul play.
no. How could he have gotten away?
I think
He
you're
didn't
gonna
have
say
shoes
foul play
on.
based off your theory, obviously. But I just wanted to
Well,
ask you that because I'm taking a tally of everybody who says foul play or he walked off.
but how
Everybody
could
so far said that it's foul play besides one person.
But T-REV, how could he have gotten away? He didn't have shoes on. It's in the 20s. It's freezing cold in the middle of winter. How can you, if he got away, maybe he got to the end of the driveway, and then your feet he couldn't have gotten away.
Right.
And that's not it's consistent with his description of having autism, and he would not leave a warm room and completely go out of his routine. No jacket. It's essentially impossible. He got away. He was taken.
We got contact.
That's why I say look at what we know, what we know to be true, because there's so much information we don't know.
Okay.
But what do we know?
Yeah, right. That's a good point.
So what do you think about that theory, though? I just want to know about the taking the shoes so he can't run.
Taking his shoes because he can't run. I don't know. My thoughts on that is that something happened that night. And I don't even think he got out. I don't even think he got out. It doesn't make sense for him to run off on foot, just based on the stories that I've heard with the ants.
No, right.
With the ants, why? Like if you had this tragic because I've had things like that happen to me that gave me phobias for the rest of my life that I still carry to this day. For instance, with spiders. You know what I mean? Like there's just certain things that when you go through them, you always think of that. So if something happened to you barefooted with something that was so traumatic, you'll never do that again. And if you do, it'll take you a long time to get back in that groove of doing that. So my thoughts with him as far as leaving barefooted, I don't believe it. I do not believe it.
But even no, and I agree with you. I mean, it's just people with autism like routines. They like to be predictability. And he's, but he can't. Even if he did go, how could any human being walk outside barefoot in the middle of winter with snow and ice on the ground? How far are you going to get? You're going to get down the driveway? And the police searched every area around the house. I mean, extensively. They had, dogs. I mean, it would be physically impossible for him to leave the house without shoes and be able to walk. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's out. I mean, just it's cold up where I am in New York. You got a New Yorker here to balance out those calls. So,
but yeah, no,
if I went outside,
I appreciate you.
I just stepped into my garage.
There's so many people calling through right now.
Okay.
I'm lagging.
No, you're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. So I'm just worried for his dad. I mean, my heart breaks for Seth. I mean, I just, So hopefully everything works out, and I appreciate your show and listening to you.
Well, I always look forward to hearing from you. So I appreciate when you call in, and thank you so much for using your voice today for Sebastian Rogers. It means a lot to his family, to everybody out here who is just trying to come together and figure out what's wrong, what happened, where is he at. Thank you so much. Stay vigilant.
Thank you.
Phone call. Good phone call. Breaking Google. Hold up 1 second. I was thinking, let me take a gander at this real fast. Again, if you're just coming in, you're wondering, what is this picture across my screen right now? Well, let me tell you what this picture is, ladies and gentlemen. I'll give you a little context behind the picture. The picture here is allegedly there is heavy presence of law enforcement at this location, searching a pond up over this ridge, okay? You see right here, they're searching. I see a person in the distance here. Let's zoom in. Is that a person? Or I don't even know if it's a person or not. But again, a pond that they were searching over here. I don't know if this is a search dog. I don't know what's going on, but there was a heavy presence. This was about an hour and a half ago that this was reported. Did anything come of it? I have no idea. There's already rumors flying around that this is maybe a friend of the Proudfoots. Allegedly, we do not know that to be true. So here on this channel, we are going to absolutely say that is rumor, speculation. We have no idea if it's connected to that or not. All we know is that they're searching it. There's a heavy presence there. They may be done already. Who knows? There's divers, everything. There's a lot of divers out in this area right now. From what I'm seeing on Twitter, a lot of divers in this area, a heavy presence with search teams. And the update today, just for people who are just joining and haven't seen anything, I do want to run a few things by you all and keep updating you periodically as we are on this show. And an important announcement came through. It said, "Attention, everyone. We want to clarify that the glasses recently found are not related to Sebastian Rogers. The search operation plan for today has been in the works for several days. We appreciate your cooperation and understanding." I wonder if this is part of the search operation. It's something that I'm speculating in my mind and that I'm curious about. If there's a heavy presence of law enforcement here searching and they're searching this pond, maybe it's part of what Sumner County reported out here, which is this. Again, is this part of the plan for days? The search operation. Is this search operation that they planned for today that's been in the works for several days? Is this part of this right here? I don't know. We'll find out. And again, this was also put out too. I need to show people who are coming in. Let me show you. It is right. Where's it at? It has to be on my tab here. The Tennessee, and here it is. So as officials continue, and this is another thing that's been reported, and you can see in the title as I have a question mark behind it. I don't know if they moved to Memphis, Tennessee, but it does say as officials continue to search for the 15-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, the autistic Sumner County teen who disappeared in February. Investigators say they are hopeful the boy might still be alive and his family has remained cooperative and communicative despite his mother and stepfather recent move to Tennessee or to Memphis. So allegedly the reports is being put out. And again, this is by the Tennessean. They said specifically that they moved to Memphis. I don't know how true that is, or if they were talking about the campground that they went to and they were just leaving home, or if they really did move. That's what we're trying to figure out. So keep an eye on, keep an eye out for that news if you're paying attention for that. Hopefully it's corrected if it's wrong, because a lot of people are running rampant with this and sending me emails about, damn, they're selling the house and they moved. This is so weird. Wouldn't you be there so when your son comes back, they can come in? I mean, that's a lot of the theories that I'm reading, and I respect them 100%. It makes so much sense. If your son disappeared, or if your son disappeared from this house and walked out the door, you're going to be there waiting for him to walk back in that door. So I definitely understand those theories and what you guys are saying. I fully hear you. You said the mother and stepfather are living. Jason says, hold up. The mother and stepfather are living in the RV at the campground close to work. Jason, I think that article's talking about. I don't know if they got it confused about moving out the house, but it does throw a lot of people off here. It makes them think that they're getting rid of the house. 941, what's going on?
Tag number.
I have a theory. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Hold on. I heard it was an emergency.
Oh, is this something you need to listen to?
No, you're good. It's about something else.
Okay. Okay. So a lot of times, people that know things, that have guilty knowledge or whatever, and are afraid to let it out, or afraid to get caught or whatever, do tell bits of truth, and then they have lies with bits of truth with it. So nobody knows that he did show up at home that night. We don't have, and the video of him taking out the trash, or whoever it was, is graining. They can't see real well. So that's questionable whether he actually did make it home. The big question, there was a gentleman the other night who makes, I think he said peace signs or something. I can't remember what it was. And he said, why was there a 3-hour phone call? Okay, so I'm going to get to that. So let's say they went out to dinner, and they had had a long day, supposedly, and they were in the car. It was a ride home. You go through, they were maybe going down some different roads and things. He could have taken his shoes off, and got upset, and they were arguing back and forth. And then the video of him taking out the trash, or whoever it was, is graining. They can't see real well. So that's questionable whether he actually did make it home. The big question, there was a gentleman the other night who makes, I think he said peace signs or something. I can't remember what it was. And he said, why was there a 3-hour phone call? Okay, so I'm going to get to that. So let's say they went out to dinner, and they were in the car. It was a ride home. They were maybe going down some different roads and things. He could have taken his shoes off, and got upset, and they were arguing They could have went down certain roads, and he might have gotten out of the car, because people sometimes do that when they're in a car and they're not happy. And we don't know about the situation as far as what could have been going on. And he might have gotten out of the car, and she could have just drove off, say, a block, not even being nefarious, just mad, and drove off, or stopped at a stoplight, whatever it might be, and then turned around to go back and get him, and he might have ran and hit.
Right. Hold on, I don't want to cut you off, but I want to let everybody know in chat there's people going rampant about these 2 small boys that wandered off.
Oh, I
They
see.
were found safe.
Oh, good.
They were found safe. Nothing to do with Sebastian Rogers, but they were found safe, according to an update from JLR. Again,
That's
found safe.
good. Yeah.
Thank you for
That's
the email,
good.
by the way. Who sent me that? Evelyn. Thank you for sending that in, by the way. I appreciate you.
That's
Okay,
good.
you keep going. You're fine. Keep going.
And okay, so imagine being, in that situation, nothing nefarious, but you were part of it in a sense where you might have drove off or whatever, or he went away, went and hid or something, and you couldn't find him. Okay, so you go home, you're in a panic because you're a mother this has happened to. You're not happy because evidently maybe they weren't in a good situation. He needed to be with his father anyway to be in a better situation. You don't know how people handle things. So she might have went home. He might have not had his shoes. If he got out of the car, he would not have his cell phone. He might not have had his shoes. So there he would have been in his clothes, and that would have been it. So she could have went home and got on the phone and been, upset, whatever, panicking. Her and Chris might have had to get together for 3 hours and have a good conversation about how we're going to handle this. We're not going to say that he got out on the road and you drove off.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? With nothing nefarious involved, with nothing at all being that she dumped him or they handed him off to somebody and somebody has him or anything. It could be something like that, and that's how maybe it's broke down to the police, and, it originally was said he left the bedroom. It could be now, after they went on, investigated, and now they know, maybe he got out in a certain area, and they broke down and told him the real truth, and there's no charges yet because there's nothing that's happened yet. So that could be a thought. I don't know. What do you think?
Interesting.
Because a 3-hour conversation, everybody's saying, what would they be talking about? Yeah. Are you there?
Yeah, no, I'm here. I had a phone call.
Yeah.
You're good.
I'm sorry. Okay. So, so a 3-hour conversation, what could you be doing during a 3-hour conversation? You could be figuring out what you're going to be in a panic, figuring out what you're going to be telling each other, back and forth, and how you're going to handle a situation. And of course, did you look in on him when you went to bed? No. Well, that is the truth. See, that's the truth in everything that you're telling, but then it's all a lie, So, and you throw in, I heard something. There's one thing she said all along that I don't know if anybody's caught. It's at a certain point in one of those interviews, I think it's the first interview, where it's her and him sitting together.
Is that the one where people say
the lady
scratches on the arm?
Yes. But yes, it's the very first one. And they're sitting there, and she says, they'd had a good weekend, whatever. And she says something, and I swear I need to watch it again, but she says where they had gotten up that morning, and we had a good morning. And I swear, but then that's that same time I was thinking that she said, I went in, I woke him up, but he wasn't there. That's sort of like a weird twist on words. Because that's like you're lying there, because you didn't wake him up because he wasn't there. So that's like making a mistake. So in other words, she knew he wasn't there, so you're slipping up again. So she knew he wasn't there because the night before, he didn't come home maybe. And she could have taken his shoes, his phone, and everything and put it in there beside the bed, like he would have done. And here's the plan: make it look like he was walked out, and so he didn't get out of the car, and it isn't my fault, because they could have been having a very big argument or something. You don't know. So it's just a thought, and then there's bits and pieces that is the truth as you go along, and now that the police know the truth, there would not be any charges because there isn't actually any criminal activity that's done, and he, so just thinking. So, okay.
I'm here. I had to reschedule. I didn't even know. I forgot about this appointment that I had today, and they were calling me and ringing me off the hook. So I had to. I was like, "What? Who is this blowing me up like this?" I'm still here. We're good. We're still. And I was like, "Why the hell is my phone ringing like this? Who is calling me?" I thought it was an emergency. We're good, but I've missed half of what you said. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I missed half of what you said in that phone call, and I apologize for that. But we're here.
Well, that's good. It was just a thought about the 3-hour conversation, having thoughts about them having to come up with a plan, with not a plan of what they're going to do or anything, but what they're going to say over what really actually happened. And she was in a bad situation. He might have gotten out of the car and something bad.
Did he really even left? You know what I mean? Like, I'm starting to think
out of the car. I think out of the car there could have been an argument. They were driving down the road, stopped, and he got out, and she could have drove off and then thought, "Oh, I got to get him," and then went back, and he wasn't there.
So
and
was he barefoot? Are you speculating?
Oh yeah,
barefoot when he hopped
well, yeah, because a kid could do that in the car. They'd been out all day running around, so he'd be, I take my shoes off in the car.
Especially if he got slides on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of kids these days or young teens. Shit, even me. We wear slides. You know what I mean? Like,
I take my shoes off in the car. Yeah. If you've been out all day, your feet might hurt.
That's a good point.
So
that's a very good.
Yeah, and what I said there was, so there's shoes. There's a phone that would be left because he's just mad if he because he does have it's a regulation of emotions. So there's going to be an extreme on the mad and an extreme on the sad, and operating, dealing with those types of emotions. So there's an extreme anger issue, and he just take off and get mad and stomp out of the car. Well, you wouldn't take your phone, your shoes, whatever. So she would be placing those in the room beside the bed, his shoes, his phone, and everything, so that whenever there is investigation, they look, and his phone and shoes is left behind, and it makes it look like that. And so then that way, that conversation between her and Chris might be saying, okay, we'll just make it look like he walked out and ran away, because if guilty, you're going to be feeling guilty if he got out of the car and left. You're going to be feeling like, I'm not saying anybody's at fault. I'm not saying anybody isn't, but if something like that would happen, I'd be beside myself. So, and like I said in the beginning, it was a situation where he was going to his father. Can you imagine if something like that happened? What you would be doing, you'd be going, "Oh my gosh, I've just really messed up here."
Yeah.
Because I didn't prevent this. So, and there's no.
I'm glad
the criminal activity would be lying to the police, is what it would be. And opinion investigation, it wouldn't be hurting anyone. I don't think he's been handed off anything like that. It's probably something.
I'm glad I made you
and they've been kind of impeded investigation, and yeah. So what do you feel about that?
I think it's
a thought.
Speculation for sure. Good speculation. I'm glad, like I said, I'm glad I made you repeat all that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad I made you repeat all that.
I'm glad you heard it, because because there's no criminal activity as far as that goes. And see, what I was thinking was that at first she did lie. She has said, and it's out of panic, it's out of fear, out of guilt, out of all those feelings. And he, of course, came home and he's trying to handle what I'm not saying whether he's good or bad, but he handles things the way he does, which makes it look worse, than it really is. Whereas if there was honesty involved, everything would be better. And so it just makes it all look bad. And it really doesn't have to be that as bad as it is, but it does, because they chose to play it that way, and it's terrible. So I don't know. I mean, and of course, everybody, when you have a missing child, it's not like it's not going to be everybody in the whole entire world. I don't think anybody ever expects it to, what they say, blow up the way it does. Like Riley Strain's parents said, I never expected this many people to care and come out and look for him as they did, So
I had to put this on screen too. We were actually looking at, ladies and gentlemen, goes along with the picture that we've been showing. We thought that there was a heavy presence at this property and that they were searching for Sebastian. We'll come to find out, ladies and gentlemen, here it is here on Wednesday at about 1:30 p.m. Sheriff's deputies assisted by THP trooper Adam, Catherine, and his K9 Draco, which we see that dog in the picture. It says, responded to a call of 2 missing children on Golden Hollow Road. The boys, Elijah, age 3, and Jackson, age 4, were last seen playing in the yard. Trooper Catherine and Draco tracked the boys from the scene through woods and rough terrain, locating them about 35 minutes later, about a half mile from the home. The children will return safely to their mother. We want to thank everyone for their concern and assistance. So again, there's an update on those boys. I did want to show you that, as somebody did text me that. So thank you for that information. I appreciate you. Sad it wasn't Sebastian, but so glad they were found. Yes, absolutely.
So thankful, yeah.
I'm glad they were found safe. Wow. 3 and 4, they got off a half mile away.
That's young.
Oh.
That's far for this little kid.
That's a very this is wild. But I wanted to provide that update for everybody as it was sent in to me from one of you guys. So thank you so much for sending that in. And thank you, man, for calling in. I'm sorry about I got a call during the middle. My phone was sitting vibrating and vibrating. I was like, who the hell is calling me?
Yeah, and one other thing I wanted to finish up with is saying that, maybe they came up with this idea and planned to make up the story that it has happened, and then it's gotten into this super huge mess the way that it is, and then as it's went along and police maybe we don't know if they put a little pressure on it or what behind the scenes, and spoken maybe with her separately or whatever, and there has been some confession of saying this is really what happened. He might have gotten out of the car, and this is why we're doing things differently now. This is why maybe Seth is saying he could be alive, because they do know, there's a little bit of hope now, because there might be a new light on the way he really did go away, as opposed to somebody coming in and snatching him away or something like that. So maybe there is some hope. I don't know. Just some thoughts. So, okay.
Yes, thank you so much for calling in and being a voice here today for little Sebastian Rogers.
Thank you for hope and pray he's down.
We're 5 hours into the stream. I appreciate you using your voice, calling in, and just sharing your thoughts, theories, speculations, and talking to me. God bless you. Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Lock your doors. Okay, so now we can stop. Now this picture, we can go ahead and minimize this. This was a search for two boys that were now found, a 3 and 4 year old. I do see your support chat. Thank you so much. 937 sent from heaven. What's going on? You live?
Hey there. This is Pam from Ohio. T-REV, how you doing?
I am doing good. How about yourself?
Pretty good. Hey, I just have a question. I'm kind of confused about something real quick. I see this newer picture of Sebastian.
Yeah.
And I know that they've showed a lot of the other pictures of where he looks different.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a reason they just came out with this newer picture now, opposed to like in the beginning when he first got, when he was first missing? I didn't know if you knew that question. I didn't know if you knew the answer to that.
I don't know.
I mean, because you know how kids change. You know how quick they change. Their looks change or whatever. Because he definitely looks different than the other pictures that was out earlier. In this picture, with no glasses.
This one is allegedly, I mean, from when he was 15. From what I've been told, somebody sent it to me and said, "Well, this is the picture that Seth wants out." They say this is from when he was 15 years old. So again, I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay. Because it was just he looks so different. It's like, well, I don't know that I would even know if we walked.
Well, I mean, he is going through, like, compared to some of the pictures we've seen, he's going through puberty too. So things are changing with him as a person as he's growing.
Right.
No.
Right. Exactly. So that's why, because this had to be probably most recent one that they've had, I would think, before he went missing. Looks like it may be Christmas. I don't know. But yeah, I was just wondering why they look so different. But I'm glad that hopefully this is a newer one and somebody can recognize them. So.
Oh yeah, I did cover your friend's case, Casey. Trev, I believe you helped my friend Alicia cover her daughter Aaliyah, who was missing the last year. Yes, and she was found too right after. I did help with that. You're right. I actually still have that written on my chalkboard, Casey. But yeah, no, this picture, as far as like when we look at this picture, and then if I pull up some of the older ones, you can see the significant change.
Right.
From compared to the picture that, compared to one picture to the other one. Like, let me pull up the one that's on the.
Yeah. So I was just, in my mind, I'm thinking, well, I would try to get the most recent picture of my child out there that's been missing for 5 weeks, So that's all. So, I mean, when they say little, I mean, I'm thinking a little child. He looks very mature, and he looks right at the age of 15 here. So.
Yeah, he does.
So I was just wondering.
It's just between 13 to 15 in that picture. To me, it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, in that one, absolutely.
Well, somebody sent the screenshot too. This is about something that I was talking about earlier, and I'll read it again. Thank you so much for being a voice here for Sebastian. God bless you, man. I hope you have a beautiful day. You stay
God bless you, T-REV.
All right, hold up 1 second. Let's read this because it says I was told by a close by neighbor that morning she saw Katie outside with police when she went to take her kids to school. Let's make this bigger so everybody can see it. She stopped and asked what happened. And Katie told Sebastian to go to bed around 9. She fell asleep on the couch, never mentioning the conversation between her and Chris, and woke up around 11:30, went in to check on Sebastian, which she previously said she didn't do anymore now that he's older. He must have been awake because his light was on, according to this neighbor's Ring camera. She said she told Sebastian to go to bed. He had to get up the next morning. She walks across her house to go to her room to go to bed. As she's walking through the kitchen, she hears a loud noise. She yells back at Sebastian, asking him what was that or what that was. He says, "Nothing, Mom. Go to bed." So she does, according to the neighbor close to them. The Ring camera shows the lights going on and off because it's so dark. This neighbor also mentions seeing a silhouette in the front room, possibly dining room window, for a couple minutes. Then all the lights go off. And I can't see under that, but yeah, all the lights go off and something about, or Chris nor Katie have never mentioned any of that. Okay. So the lights were flickering on and off for a couple minutes. That's what it's saying. Possibly dining room, that the lights were flickering on and off for a couple of minutes. This is the same exact post that I seen a while ago. This is the one that I've been reading for weeks now. Interesting. It's definitely interesting. I say that to say that the least, it definitely is. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate you. How does anyone know how many shoes he really has? Great question. Great question. And people been asking if he bought any shoes that day. Did they buy any shoes at BJ's or this store or that store? I wish says I am a clinical psychologist and specialize in cognitive and persuasive orders. ADHD, autism. I tried to call to no luck, or you tried to call in, no luck. Has anyone explored his gaming apps exclusively? Creepy pasta lore, crazy. No, not that I know of. I can't say yes or no to that. I'm just gonna say not that I know of. And thank you. If you're trying to get through, email me, title it I wish, call me back. And that's if you put that in the subject, then I'll know that's you. Thank you, though. I appreciate you guys who do support the channel. Thank you so much. Thank you, V Slims. I appreciate the gifted. Thank you. And June, thank you. Welcome to the Rev Gang family. 219-885-9693. This stream ain't over yet. We ain't done yet. There's more in the engine. We're revved up today. We want to know where Sebastian Rogers is right now. 765, you live. Talk to me.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, you got through. What's going on?
My name's Kim, and I'm a grandma of 2 autistic boys, 3 actual grandsons. All have some issues. But one of my grandsons is 15, autistic. Seems, from what I've heard from Seth describing his grandson or his son, he seems very much like my grandson Kai. So I've been really hooked to this. He seems, even the way he looks. My grandson has blue eyes, but their looks are very much alike. So I've been pretty attached to this. One of the things that
you roll out of bed, you Google Sebastian Rogers, don't you?
Yeah.
I know, me too. Welcome to the team.
Thank you. One of the things that I caught very early in this was Seth got there as soon as he got off work and got that message and things. He got there at 8 o'clock. He said that when he got to the house, Chris was already there. He said he talked to Katie and Chris in the living room.
Right.
Okay, if Chris was already at work when the call came through to him from Katie, that would have been a little after 6, correct?
6, what was it? 6:20 a.m.?
Right.
Yes, ma'am. 6:20 a.m. is from what I collected.
Right. He would have had to leave work, find his supervisor, let him know he was leaving. He would have had to drive back to the campground to get the RV because the RV was also at the house. He would have had to unhook, and if anybody's had an RV, it takes a little bit to unhook everything and secure things, and then drive back the 3.5 hours. How did he beat Seth to the house?
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
Sorry, but I have a social work degree, and I did my practicum at the Human Rights Commission. I'm sorry?
Saying how did he beat Seth to the house?
Right.
And doesn't Seth live like an hour away?
He got off work and he said it takes him approximately 25 to 30 minutes to get there, which would have put him about 8 o'clock. But Chris, it takes him 3.5 hours, and he still had to deal with leaving work, dealing with the RV, yet he beat Seth to the house. I give my practicum at the Human Rights Commission doing the investigation.
I mean, what's your thoughts on that and where you going with it? What do you think, personally?
I think Chris was already there in the middle, got there. Either they met halfway in Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
Or he was already at the house.
Right. Okay. But how could again, he said this, not me. He said on Nancy Grace that nothing he didn't have to provide he didn't have to provide a polygraph. And the only reason I'm mentioning this is because of what you're saying. If he was already there, then why is law enforcement corroborating his story of being at work?
Because I think, truthfully, they met halfway the night before.
Okay. So you're saying that maybe he could have been on the job and he could have just, he has one of those jobs where he can flee off, but wouldn't cameras catch him?
But what I'm saying is that they had met the night before with something, and that Sebastian never went home after dinner.
No, I'm thinking in my head, I'm hearing your theory, but my questions on when I hear your theory is, wouldn't cameras catch him, coming back from his job or leaving there or anything? Like, even if he slid out on the clock, let's say he slid out on the clock allegedly, I don't know the whole entire travel the way that he's going, but we're talking 3 hours and 37 minutes. There's got to be one camera somewhere at 3 hours and 37 minutes.
Unless
you know what I mean?
Right, I agree with you. But I'm wondering if they didn't get him, the boss, just there fighting, that they didn't dig in deeper.
Yeah, I just curious about it. Curious about it for sure.
So, and I'm glad that they got this newer picture of Sebastian, because the other picture I kept questioning because of my I've got one that's 15. He looks like in the other pictures, he looked more like my 11-year-old grandson. So it was like, what's the deal? Is there another issue with him growing issues? Because he wasn't more mature for a 15-year-old. So I'm really glad that they got this other picture out. And I immediately started, I sent it to my girls right away because they have a more Facebook image and things than I do.
Yeah, that's interesting. If he was there, I mean, he would have had to find a route that doesn't show what he's in on camera. You know what I mean? Driving wise. And they said that his vehicle was on the Memphis job site. I mean, according to what he said on Nancy Grace, his actual car that he owns, or I think it was a truck, but it was on the Memphis job site. I remember taking that note from the Nancy Grace show. I'm sure. Goodbye. And as far as there's a lot of people been asking, well, wasn't he going to take a polygraph test, Nancy Grace? Well, Nancy Grace actually commented back on somebody's post and said, yeah, we're still trying to set that up.
Right.
So I thought that was interesting too.
Right. He said he offered. There's no way that they didn't do one if he offered.
Email me, Jacqueline. Email me.
So
I appreciate you though. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being a voice for Sebastian. Do you think that this is foul play? 100%. You do that just based off your theory. Yeah. I think that it sounds like you think.
Yeah, I definitely do. And I want to thank you for helping kids out there with autism and kids in general, helping them out and looking for them. God bless you.
Well, we got to put some good in the world somehow, right? Thank you for calling up and being a voice for him. Also, thank you so much for being a part of the show. God bless you. Can't wait to hear from you again. You might lock your door. I don't know. When I think about her theory, and I think about it. People say maybe Seth, or I'm sorry, Seth. Maybe Chris was already there. But in my head, I'm thinking, if this dude if it's 3 hours and 37 minutes, we got to say, hey, there would be some camera footage, CCTV footage of this man traveling, and they would track that all the way down. They would be able to say, hey, he was driving from here. Look, we got this CCTV footage, this, that places him there. Allegedly, and they could be doing stuff behind the scenes right now, checking into tons of different things like that. That stuff takes a long time. It takes a long time to not only go through all these routes that you could possibly drive, collect footage, then sit around for 24 hours plus to see if you catch anything. So honestly, some people don't understand how much work goes into that. And that could be 3, 4, 5 months of work, depending on how many people you have working the case. It could be quicker or it could be longer. It's just the reality of investigations when you look at stuff like this. Again, this kid fell off the face of the earth and nobody knows where Sebastian Rogers is. This poor boy on the screen right here. Here is a newer picture that has been being put out there today, and we are showing that here. Where is Sebastian Rogers? And again, to talk about the lady's last theory that she was talking about, this is the problem that I have with a lot of theories, is that a lot of people are like, well, Chris was there. Chris was he though? Because if police are corroborating his story and him being at the job site, how could he make it home if they know for a fact he was at the job site? I know all it takes is for a boss to say that you were on the clock, but does he work a job where you could leave? That's something that the investigators need to find out. And if it is 3 hours and 37 minutes and he could possibly leave, I'm just telling you the investigative steps that they would have to go through to find out. They would have to check CCTV footage and different, routes on the way home. That's the legwork that investigators would have to do to catch that. I'm privy to that just from watching shows and seeing different things in my life, of spending a lot of time watching ID and these deep investigative shows that are educational. And I appreciate them because they've taught me so much when it comes to looking at cases myself. I hope nothing happened to this boy. I really do. I hope nothing happened to him. I hope that he's fine. He's safe. He's safe and sound somewhere at a friend's house, hanging out right now, and they're just eating snacks and playing video games. I hope that's what is going on right now. But 5-6 weeks, come on. It makes no sense of this boy falling off the face of the earth. I hope this doesn't turn into a Summer Wells case where 3 years down the line, we're still talking about, hey, remember that case, Sebastian Rogers? It's sad. That's what happened, y'all. It really is. It's super sad. 678, it's never too late. Talk to me. 678, can you hear me?
I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. You were live.
This is Sheila, aka Jingle.
Sheila, how are you doing?
I'm good. Listening to the last caller, a lot of that didn't add up. But couldn't Chris have left his phone in his RV? We know he was off that night. He went to work the next morning. We know he's off because he said he went to sleep at the same time Katie did when they got off the phone. But he also said in one of the interviews that he had 2 phones maybe, because he said he had an earbud in one ear for his one cell phone and he had an earbud in his other ear for his other one.
Right.
So couldn't he have traveled with his work phone and been talking to Katie on his work phone and left his other cell phone in his RV so it would stay pinging there, and used his work phone then to travel. And it would be harder for them to get, access to that phone.
You think so?
They would ask for his personal phone.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
And
I've seen
you know,
cases where somebody had slipped out of a job and ended up doing something like that. Their alibi was corroborated at first, but it ended up folding back after police found out that they left work on the clock.
Exactly. But see, he wasn't on the clock. I think he probably went to work at 6 a.m.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Because he went to bed at midnight.
Mm.
So he had to get some sleep or say he was sleeping. So I think he probably had to be on the job site at 6 a.m., which, is normal for a job like that usually.
Mm.
He probably worked 6 to 6 or something.
Yeah, very possible.
Another thing I wanted to say is I work with missing people cases too. And but I work hands-on, not a YouTube channel. And I had a little girl, and I'm not going to say her name because there's still some court stuff going on, but I will say KJ. But she went missing a couple of years ago, and that's how got me into it. She was the same age as my daughter, and everybody thought the parents killed this child. And we couldn't even have prayer vigils because people would call the police to us because they didn't want to be around murderers. And so it made the entire case so difficult. And it really made the case difficult too, because just like in this case, the police didn't want to come out and say anything. They never would hold a conference and let everybody know that the parents were cleared. And so the parents just, caught all this grief. And it made it a lot harder for us to find Kay. I will say that we did find her. It took us 6 months. But we never gave up, and we never let all the social media stuff hold us back. We did stop doing interviews. Well, I started doing interviews for them because every time they would be on camera, they would, critique their videos. Like the dad would say, Kay was funny, and they'd say, well, he used past tense. And he'd say, but she was funny. When she was here, she was funny. And that's what I meant by it. And so, like I said, it took us those 6 months to find this child. And we ended up finding her in a totally different state. A gentleman or a monster drove from another state several hours away, all the way to our neighborhood, and picked this child up on the side of the road and took her back to another state where he had her as a sex slave.
Oh,
for
wow.
6 months. For 6 months, this child endured some of the worst things you could ever think about happening to a child. And I asked her when we got her back without her parents or anything being around, and I said, Kate, what made you do this? And she says, Sheila, I was very depressed and I wanted to die. And she said the only thing that I had that I thought I had was my horses. And she said, I just wanted to die. I just got really depressed and I just wanted to die. And she said, so I got on a website and hooked up with a guy, and I thought he would just pick me up and kill me and I wouldn't have to kill myself.
Oh, no.
And she said, and it didn't turn out that way, But I just, and that's what I wanted to say. I just wanted to remind people that, yeah, they have done a lot wrong, Chris and Katie, and there's things that they, did to their child that they shouldn't have done, but they also could not, maybe have not done anything with Sebastian, and maybe he was just depressed, and maybe he did just walk off, and I pray that nothing happens to him like happened to Kay, but this world is.
We live in a lot of darkness right now, I'll tell you that much.
Yes. And all we can do is pray and stay active and keep his name out there, because that was the most important. Like when KJ was missing, I went on every podcast I could go on, and I would be in the chats just saying her name, just so her name would be said on air somewhere, for 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, Nancy Grace worked with us on it, and it just, like I said, we got to keep positive, because some of these kids are found months later.
Mm-mm-mm. I hope he's found soon. I hope he's found right now, and we hear about it shortly. I hope this nightmare ends for everybody who is living it right now.
Exactly, but I do think that Chris was smart, and he did use his other cell phone. He used his personal cell phone to corroborate his story.
Mm-mm-mm. Well, I'm gonna say this for you. I appreciate the work that you do. I really admire it. Thank you so much for what you put into this community, and also providing a voice, being here today, providing that voice. Thank you so much. God bless your heart. We really do appreciate that. I hope you have a wonderful night. Make sure you stay vigilant and lock your doors. I think what she does for the community is so awesome. The things that lady was saying. What a sweet lady. Again, we gathered here tonight for Sebastian, and I'll close out with this. And yes, I'm going live on my second channel in a little bit. I'm going to get off here and go eat some food, and we will be going live on the second channel. But I do want to say this with this picture up and running right now. We're going to say another prayer once again for Sebastian Rogers and everybody out there searching for him. So, the people who believe in the prayer and God, bow your heads for a second. Okay? Bow your heads for a second. Let's say a prayer for Sebastian Rogers. Ready? Almighty and loving Father, we come before you with heavy hearts, lifting up Sebastian Rogers, a young soul who has mysteriously vanished. We humbly ask for you, Lord, for your intervention in his safe return to his family. Please grant wisdom to the search teams, infuse them with endurance and hope, and light their path with your divine guidance. May your comforting presence envelope Sebastian, protecting him from harm and guiding him back home. We pray for Sebastian's family and friends, enveloping them in your peace that surpasses understanding. In this time of uncertainty, bolster their faith and fill their hearts with your unwavering love and hope. May the community surrounding Sebastian unite in solidarity, strength, and compassion, driven by a shared commitment to find him and support one another. Lord, there's a lot of evil in this world today, a lot of darkness, a lot of people that hate on everything that you do. They haven't found the light, and I pray for all of them too. Every single one of those people that are over there, that are in the darkness, that have not found the light, they're not changing, they're not seeing your vision, your light, your path that you are providing for every single one of us, Lord. They don't see it. I pray for them too. Even the ones that hate me, I pray for them. And I also pray that the community surrounding Sebastian unite as one. And I also pray that we can continue to carry this type of legacy. Love and light, Lord. Ever since you came into my life, you made a lot of changes for me. And I'm able to try to help people and make a change. And you make that felt through my soul. Lord, we trust in your mighty power and loving kindness. Open your eyes to see your heart, or to see your hand at work, and our hearts to receive your grace. See, through this trial, may we witness a testament to your mercy and the power of prayer. In your name, we pray for miracles every single day for children and people who are losing their life to senseless violence. Again, may we witness a testament to your mercy and the power of prayer. In your name, we pray for miracles, for healing, and for the joyful reunion of Sebastian Rogers with his loved ones. In the name of our Son, Jesus Christ, amen. Shout out to everybody who came by. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you. Thank you. Powerful, powerful, powerful. I pray for everybody, including my haters. I love you all. You already know, though, we play gospel after this. You know that I'm going to spread that word, too, through my voice. I'm going to always spread that word through my voice. You want to stick around for that? That's cool. Voice for the Voiceless dropping this summer. I can't wait to drop this. My best work in hand and following God's footsteps. That's what you hear. When you hear the music that I've been making lately, it's followed by God. God led me this way. And I'm going to stay on that path. Nobody will ever be able to knock me off that path. And I suggest you to step out the darkness too and walk into that light and get out of that dark path. Those people that are nagging and talking shit about people 24/7, you don't need them. Come to the light. Come join us as we gather here with open arms. I love every single one of you. I don't care if you hate me. I don't care what it is. I love you, brother, sister, grandmother, aunt, uncle. Let's walk this fight. Let's walk it down and fight together. That's what we need to do. Some people don't understand that. Instead, they want to be against.
Yeah, dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Blood. Jesus, I wanted to change. I'm over feeling all of this pain. I've been through the struggle, I've been through the rain. These haters are looking for something to blame. They always are coming all up on my page, filled with their hatred, they think that I'll rage when I am really laughing in the face. You either a rev gang or you are a snake. I don't give a shit about none of your drama. My faith is with God as I fix all my problems. You people be running and hugging the fence while I stay focused on myself and I'm evolving. I use my platform every day for love and light to make a better place. Watching these kids lose their lives just makes me turn and say,
dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look, nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same, losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game, this shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains, give up a little info, they conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash it. They touch kids but the judge gets an ass kiss, and you expect us to wanna roll with that shit? He touched a kid and gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a scheme, sneaking in a family, then killing a teen, and now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. These bastards should really be burning in hell, at least the rest of the life in the jail. We really don't understand all of the failed. Audrey Cunningham, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney to Summer Wells. All my life I've been waiting for purpose, and now I have it. I will prevail.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, well, they serve me well. Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Every day I wake up, I'm here to make a change. Only time will tell, I hope it takes the pain away. I see these families going through it every single day. Another person dead, an article up on the page. But I hold on to hope like a candle in the rain. Got it by the light, trying to break through these heavy chains. In the heart of the night, I'm searching for the flame. Speaking for the silent, in your honor, I'ma pave the lane. In the silent battles, I become the roaring train. Carrying the hopes on this long and winter terrain. Through the valleys of silence, the dreams I entertain. In the quiet whispers, my purpose remains the same. Let's
sacrifices and the sleepless nights, well, they serve me well. Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell.
Look.
Only time will tell.
We're really feeling like we're living in hell. Just turn on YouTube and start searching and you'll see it yourself. But together we light up the dark, standing strong, playing our part. Heart to heart, we heal, we mend. And this battle will prevail in the end. Voice for the voices we defend. In the silence our words transcend. With every note we send a message, deep truths we blend. And every verse hopes trend from my spirit within. Let's wake up, start the day, I'm back fighting again. Giving a voice to the people who have nothing to give. They come to me, I let them speak and tell it just like it is. I've been sacrificing all my life, I'll sleep when it is.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, well, they serve me well. Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Divine spirit of love and light, in this hour of need, guide America right. Shine your grace on every child, every soul. Mend our hearts, make our nation whole.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, well, they serve me well. Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell. If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I was always left alone, sitting in my home, going through depression while I'm crafting all these poems. My mom was doing dope, that's all I ever known. But I let that pain go away, I'm here to take the throne. Got Rev gang behind me, I give a voice to the streets. Let the people speak, love and light is what I preach. Got these negative people who try to put stains on my fleece, but I never give up and stay focused on my peace. Reaching to be the better me to succeed. I cover stories every day that could drop a horse to his knees. I've came to realize we really need change, and if I gotta do it myself, I'll bring a parade.
I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I need
to the government, we really need some change. I used to be that child that was living through the pain. Got raped by a monster when y'all barely did a thing. I'm speaking out for me and all the others feeling pain. When I speak, it's with my chest, this ain't no motherfucking game. I'm sick of y'all giving every one of them a name. I hear stories like mine and it makes me wanna rage. How can we turn the page when y'all haven't done a thing? You give the ass a deal, then they're back on the game. You can't fix these sick pricks, but you free them every day. So I'ma build my platform up, step by step. You can't ignore all the signs, just take a look at the deaths.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
It's like they don't want to listen to us about what we're going through. They don't want to hear the pain. They don't want to stop these people. They want to keep giving them deals and letting them come back out into society and ruin more lives. And we're getting sick of this shit. We had enough. Man, they're gonna kill more people. I'm speaking for the voiceless. We need better laws and better purpose. I know a lot of families out in these streets, they are really hurting. They don't know where to go, know where to start. A lot of these families get left in the dark. No answers, no leads, they get pushed to the side just like they were from the start. I'm here to make a change. I'm at it every day. I'm far from perfect, but I refuse to stay the same. I'm here to grow with my people and rise above. I put all my faith in God. The change is gonna come.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
Wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it came with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one to give a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap gang strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. But when you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through
gotta stop doing this.
Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it because the law is failing kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victims to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. failed Kylie and now Sammy is free. AWP did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just wanna play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it. TV if I went in your house. And SF investigate, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in a lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom on the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. Got Sammy on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see your whole disguise. It get mail calling Ronnie up on the line. Why you lie to the people and say you gon' do it live? Santa May out here looking extra sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing towards Kylie's truck. Then you want it coming up church. I think your butt hurt. You tried to blame the man for your dog but couldn't find the dirt. I guess that's what they mean by the trucky way. If you step foot in the town you might die from foul play. And I don't know what to say, but I can feel it through my soul. She didn't drive in LA. So y'all can try to go convince somebody else, cause I'm not falling for that shit. The autopsy really smells.
See, let me explain what I'm talking about, man. And you know what I'm talking about. No water in the lungs. Y'all test for the weirdest shit. I guess it is the trucky way.
You gotta stop doing this.
I mean, I really guess it's the trucky way, man. Kylie Rodney needs justice. Shout out to AWP for being the only real ones in this situation. And that's sad. There's so many people that care. Rev Gang family.